Chapter 1483. Emperor Forsaken revealed a bitter smile. Then he grabbed the oath stone and said, I, Qitian, in the name of the divine sovereign, swear to the heavens that I will send out another palm strike. After this palm strike, I will absolutely not use any excuse to attack anyone from the Dragon's Gate. Whoosh! The oath stone turned into a boundless light and entered Emperor Forsaken's body. Then, he quickly sent out another palm strike at lightning speed. This palm strike was incredibly fast. The number of people who could see it clearly could be counted on two hands. The heavy clouds in the sky turned golden with a whoosh, spreading out for 5,000 kilometers around. Instantly, golden light burst forth for 5,000 kilometers around, dazzling and resplendent. It was not over yet. The golden clouds suddenly gathered into a huge statue of a deity. That statue was dazzling and smooth like it was made of gold. The clouds in the sky vanished. The sun, moon, and stars were no longer obstructed, appearing before everyone's eyes. It was like one could pluck the stars just by stretching out one's hand. The huge statue of a deity exuded a supreme might, creating a misconception. It was like it had descended from the darkest depths of the universe, sending down a divine punishment. Starry heaven's divine palm. Qitian is really not showing any mercy this time. When Zongtian saw this scene, his heart sank and he frowned heavily. The huge statue followed Emperor Forsaken and sent out a palm strike at Xiaochun as well. Whoosh! Before the palm strike arrived, the palm wind already arrived. The strong pressure caused space to distort. Many people who could not dodge in time felt their skin tear, and blood oozed out. Horror flashed in their eyes. Then with a loud boom, they were all sent flying far away. Xiaochun narrowed his eyes. He could not block this palm strike at all. Even if it was a dermic world, it would shatter. This was a palm strike that Emperor Forsaken did not show any mercy, a palm strike with 100% of his power. Among the many primes present, no one dared to say that they could receive this palm strike without getting injured, let alone Xiaochun. If Xiaochun received it head-on, he would definitely die. There was only one way to break this palm strike. The state of cycle reversing time and space, returning to the past. Back to the moment when Emperor Forsaken grabbed the oath stone. Otherwise he wouldn't have stood a chance. It went without saying how difficult it was to execute the Samsara chop in front of Emperor Forsaken. But if he wanted to live, this was the only way. Fight! In his sea of consciousness, the reincarnation heart shone brightly and continuously rotated. Samsara power filled Xiaochun's body. Massacre, destruction, pain, grief, despair, and death. All kinds of concepts turned into vast illusions that flashed around Xiaochun. Just as that palm was about to touch Xiaochun roared furiously and unleashed his state of cycle. Xiaochun swung the transcendent divine weapon, the lunar shadow saber, executing the cycle chop. Then he leaped up bravely. Pucci! Endless resistance assaulted him. Xiaochun felt extreme pain. The past had already happened. Reversing space-time and traveling to the past faced greater resistance than traveling to the future. The resistance from space-time pressed down on Xiaochun's physical body. His bones crackled, the sound of bones shattering. How difficult! I can't cross it at all. Emperor Forsaken's existence made the pressure from space-time even stronger. Xiaochun felt that his body might shatter in the instant he crossed. In reality, Emperor Forsaken's palm strike was already only 2 centimeters away from Xiaochun. In the next moment it would land on Xiaochun's chest. Given the might of this palm strike, it was possible that Xiaochun would die without a complete corpse, falling on the spot. The expressions of Zongtian and the others changed dramatically, their hearts pounding. Dao! Just at the crucial moment, the light of the great Dao appeared behind Xiaochun. Then it surrounded the lunar shadow saber. This great Dao energy came from the saber Dao in the first place. When it infused into the lunar shadow saber, its might would multiply. Zongtian's heart sank. What is Xiaochun trying to do? Trying to perish together with Emperor Forsaken? This is too naive. Although this saber strike is strong, it will only severely injure Emperor Forsaken at best. It will not deal a fatal blow. The expressions of the Bright Moon Empress and the others also changed drastically at this moment. Everyone who could clearly see the trajectory of Emperor Forsaken's attack felt their hearts in their throats. They simply could not bear to watch. Boom! However, What happened in the next moment exceeded everyone's expectations. The might of Emperor Forsaken's palm strike suddenly weakened. The light of the great Tao on Xiao Qin's body vanished. The palm wind landed on Xiao Qin's chest and knocked him into the air. Xiao Qin's internal organs instantly ruptured. After he fell to the ground, he slid back 1 kilometer. His complexion paled, drained of blood. Xiao Qin vomited a mouthful of blood. He stabbed the saber in his right hand into the ground and said sullenly, "Many thanks to Emperor Forsaken for teaching me. How can this be?" Upon seeing this scene, everyone was in disbelief. To think that Xiao Qin did not die. Although Xiao Qin was in a sorry state, severely injured and weak, he managed to receive Emperor Forsaken's full-power palm strike. What exactly happened? For the might of Emperor Forsaken's palm strike to decrease by half? Whoosh! 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 Countless gazes landed on the heaven-abandoning deity sovereign, thinking that he had shown mercy. However, when these gazes landed on Emperor Forsaken's face, they saw a faint saber wound on the smooth right side of Emperor Forsaken's face. Blood seeped out of it. A saber wound? When did Emperor Forsaken get struck by this saber? Why did I not see it? One flew back 1 kilometer, finding it difficult to even stand up. The other had a flourishing aura with only a faint saber wound on his face. The victor of this palm strike and who won were easy to determine. However, the victorious Emperor Forsaken showed an incredibly sullen expression, looking even more unsightly than the injured Xiao Qin. Emperor Forsaken showed a sullen expression, not saying a word as he quickly left this place with his hands behind his back. "I will abide by my oath. From today on, I will give you and the people of the Dragon's Gate the respect you deserve." These emotionless words came from Emperor Forsaken's mouth. No one could understand why he was in such a bad mood. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor and the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God felt confused. However, when they saw Emperor Forsaken leave, they could not remain here any longer, so they quickly followed. 500 kilometers away, above the ocean, the 3 giants of the deity Dao Union looked at the distant heavenly star island without saying a word. "Qitian, what's with that palm strike earlier? Why did its might suddenly weaken at the end?" The Dongyue Ghost Emperor could not help asking, unable to understand. The Heaven-Punishing Corpse God could not understand as well. He said calmly, "I can tell that you did not weaken it on purpose. Instead, you suddenly weakened it in a rush. Such a last-minute change in moves is a great taboo for the attacker. The backlash from the palm strike is not a good feeling." Emperor Forsaken's expression turned sullen. He said indifferently, "If I say that I do not know why either, would you believe me?" The moment Xiao Qin said that, the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God and the Dongyue Ghost Emperor showed expressions of disbelief. "That's impossible. As the person involved, how could you not know why your palm strike weakened?" The Heaven-Punishing Corpse God retorted loudly, not believing Xiao Qin at all. Emperor Forsaken stretched out his hand and touched the wound on his face. As he looked at the blood on his fingertips, he asked indifferently, "What's impossible about that? Do the two of you know how I got that wound on my face?" When the Dongyue Ghost Emperor and the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God heard that, they did not know what to say. Indeed, they did not see how the wound on the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God's face came about. It was clearly a saber wound. However, they really did not see how Xiao Qin had drawn his saber. How many years had it been since Emperor Forsaken was injured? How many years had it been since he had seen his own blood? As Emperor Forsaken looked at the blood on his fingertips, he felt very emotional. He remained silent for a long time. There was always someone better. This Kunlun realm was just an abandoned land. Xiao Qin had no idea what the true Great World was like. The phrase "frog in a well" was used to describe him. "Should we change the plan?" the Dongyue Ghost Emperor asked cautiously. Emperor Forsaken flicked his finger to get rid of the blood on his fingertips. Then he said, "We will not change it. The 3 of us do not need to return. We will just watch here and wait for him to come out. I believe that when he comes out, he will definitely head in the direction of the Blue Dragon Palace." The original plan was for Emperor Forsaken to come here to deal a blow to Xiao Qin and humiliate Xiao Qin. To let Xiao Qin know that there was always someone better, and that he was not strong enough. After being humiliated, for the sake of raising his strength, Xiao Qin would definitely head to the Blue Dragon Palace. Emperor Forsaken was an ambitious and ruthless person. Naturally, he would not just come over to humiliate Xiao Qian. Emperor Forsaken could not wait. He wanted to use practical actions to speed up Xiao Qian's trip to the Blue Dragon Palace. However, it looked like the one who was truly humiliated and dealt a blow was not Xiao Qian but himself. Chapter 1484. When Emperor Forsaken said that the three of them were not going to leave and were going to stay here and guard the place, Emperor Forsaken was stunned. A strange glint flashed across the Dongyue Ghost Emperor's eyes. After concealing it carefully, he said, "We're going to stand guard here? Wasn't the plan to just send experts to guard this place? Who do we think we are? Do we need to personally guard this place?" The heaven-punishing corpse god frowned and said, "Ghost Monarch, your way of thinking is not good. However, the current Xiao Qian cannot be underestimated. Sending someone else would not be enough." "No, I still have something to do. I need to go back," the Dongyue Ghost Emperor explained. Then he looked at Emperor Forsaken and said, "Qitian, I'll go back first. If Xiao Qian does anything, I'll meet you at the Blue Dragon Palace. What do you think?" Emperor Forsaken pondered for a while and then said, "What's so urgent? Isn't it the same if you're here? You can also send a message to your subordinates, right?" The Dongyue Ghost Emperor smiled. "It's not a big deal, but I have to make a trip myself. I'm sorry." When Emperor Forsaken saw the situation, he did not question further or force the issue. He said casually, "Do as you see fit. In any case, the secrets of the Blue Dragon Palace will definitely allow us to break through our shackles and leave the Kunlun realm. I know. Once I have news, I will immediately rush to the Blue Dragon Palace to meet up with you." After saying that, the Ghost Emperor turned into a beam of light and left quickly. The heaven-punishing corpse god looked in the direction the Dongyue Ghost Emperor left and asked in confusion, "What's so urgent? As a prime, you don't interfere with the management of the sect. Why would you need to deal with something personally?" Emperor Forsaken let out a meaningful laugh and said, "Xingtian, I'm afraid you don't know, but I received news 3 days ago. He had a confrontation with Xiao Qian in the ghost domain, and they almost got into a fight. It was only after Ying Zongtian arrived that the matter was left unsettled. Why didn't he tell us about this?" The heaven-punishing corpse god's expression changed slightly, feeling somewhat angry. He probed, "Could it be a small matter? That's why I did not say it." Emperor Forsaken said indifferently, "At first, I thought it was just a small matter. However, after some investigation, I found something interesting." "What is it?" "Zhuang Zhenghe, do you know this person?" Of course, Xingtian did not know this Zhuang Zhenghe. So, Emperor Forsaken told him about this person's origins and some of his deeds on Heavenly Star Island. Zhuang Zhenghe's matters in the sea region around Heavenly Star Island were easy to investigate. With the deity sovereign's means, it would not be difficult at all. Xitigarbha, the heaven-punishing corpse god, immediately understood. Zhuang Zhenghe did not know, but the Xitigarbha Bodhisattva, who was connected to Zhuang Zhenghe, did. He left in a hurry. Is he trying to collude with the Xitigarbha Bodhisattva? The heaven-punishing corpse god asked angrily. Emperor Forsaken shook his head. "I'm not sure. We still don't know what kind of existence Xitigarbha Bodhisattva is. However, knowing one thing is enough. The ghost monarch is hiding something from us. Furthermore, it is not a small matter. What should we do then?" Clearly, the heaven-punishing corpse god did not understand these little schemes. Emperor Forsaken smiled coldly and said, "He is not qualified to play tricks with me. If everything is just a guess, then it would be fine. If it is true, Humph, I have plenty of ways to deal with him." The heaven-punishing corpse god's heart skipped a beat. He said sullenly, "Qitian, I did not play any tricks with you. I have always been a straightforward person and admire your strength. When we worked together, we always treated each other sincerely." "I know that. Otherwise, I would not be telling you about this," Emperor Forsaken continued. "Let me tell you one more thing. Where did the wound on my face come from?" The heaven-punishing corpse god felt startled. It turned out that Qitian knew how this wound came about but was unwilling to tell the ghost monarch. If I guessed right, Xiao Qian comprehended the legendary state of cycle. He can already reverse time and space, the past and the future, traveling through the cycle of cycles. Emperor Forsaken casually explained Xiao Qin's ability. This fellow is a little too horrifying. The heaven-punishing corpse god thought about it and trembled in fear. Emperor Forsaken smiled and said, "There is no need to be too nervous. The state of cycle is extremely difficult to cultivate. Furthermore, the state of cycle is not the state of time after all. He has only grasped a little of it. Given our strength, it will not be difficult to break it." After saying that, Xiao Qian told the heaven-punishing corpse god how to deal with this move. When the heaven-punishing corpse god heard that, he revealed an expression of understanding. At the same time, he felt somewhat fortunate that the Dongyue Ghost Emperor did not know about it yet. If the heaven-punishing corpse god ran into Xiao Qian, he might suffer a great loss. With this thought, the heaven-punishing corpse god could not help marveling at the brilliance of Emperor Forsaken's methods. When necessary, he could use this to kill with a borrowed knife. However, that brat Xiao Qian is very skilled at hiding himself. I'm afraid that even if we keep watching, we might not be able to find him. Emperor Forsaken revealed a worried expression and said, "There is no need for you to ask too much about this. I have my ways of finding out where he is." The two's conversation ended. On the other side, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor had no idea that he had already aroused the God Emperor's vigilance. Hence, he was currently rushing to the ghost domain. Half a day later, the Ghost Emperor rushed to the Yellow Springs Hell at his fastest speed and met with the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva again. After explaining his purpose, the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva said, "You have not done what you promised me." The Dongyue Ghost Emperor's face sank. He said coldly, "Do you think that Ing Zongtian is that easy to deal with? How could I possibly think of a solution in 2 or 3 days? I will definitely do what I promised you. However, you have to help me. The Blue Dragon Palace concerns the secret of the Qing Emperor's rise. Xiao Qian will be entering it soon. This is a rare opportunity." At the mention of the Qing Emperor, the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's expression changed slightly. He looked at the Dongyue Ghost Emperor and asked, "Who told you that?" The Ghost Emperor smiled coldly in his heart. It looks like this old fellow was truly afraid of the Qing Emperor back then. Otherwise, the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva would not have shown such an expression just because of a title. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor did not speak bluntly. "If I do not obtain any benefits and Xiao Qian becomes the second Qing Emperor, your outcome will be the most miserable. You dare to threaten me?" The Kittagarbha Bodhisattva snorted coldly when he heard this. Then he exuded a Buddhist might. His eyes widened like the eyes of a Buddha, exuding might without being angry. The Ghost Emperor's heart sank. This Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's strength seemed to have improved significantly compared to half a year ago. It was hard to imagine how strong the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva was at his peak. "It is not a threat. Right now we are in the same boat. If I become stronger, it will be easier for me to help you refine the sins in Meteor Trail City." When the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva heard this, he scattered his Buddhist might and remained silent. After a long time, he finally made his decision. "All right, I promise you. How do you want me to help you?" The Ghost Emperor revealed a smile on his face. "I want you to come with me to the Blue Dragon Palace. At that time, you and I will work together, one in the open and one in the dark. After that, we will act according to the situation. Unless it is absolutely necessary, do not fall out with the God Sovereign." When the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva heard this, he hesitated for a long time. Right now, his strength had not recovered to its peak yet. He was not willing to get involved in this matter. The Kittagarbha Bodhisattva was very ambitious. He did not want to fall in the Blue Dragon Palace. If anything went wrong, he would regret it for life. The Kittagarbha Bodhisattva was not in a rush to agree. He changed the topic and said, "Let me ask you something. How strong is Xiao Qian now?" The Ghost Emperor answered honestly. He should be unrivaled under Prime. In a one-on-one fight with someone like the 3 Holy Masters, it would be very difficult to defeat him. Xiao Qian received 3 palm strikes from the God Sovereign. Not only did he not die, but he even injured Emperor Forsaken. "All right, I promise you. Remember your promise." When the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva heard this, he quickly made his decision. This surprised the Ghost Emperor. However, after thinking about it, the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva understood. This Kittagarbha Bodhisattva was afraid. afraid that Xiao Qian would become the second Qing emperor. How strong was the Qing emperor back then for the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva to fear him so? The secrets of the Blue Dragon Palace piqued the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's interest. He was not willing to be someone else's subordinate and be at the mercy of Emperor Forsaken. It is settled then. When Qitian sends news, I will head to the Blue Dragon Palace with you. Chapter 1485. On Heavenly Star Island, after Emperor Forsaken left, the other honored guests took their leave. After such a farce, Xiao Qian was severely injured and was no longer fit to speak about the Tao. However, this farce allowed everyone to truly witness Xiao Qian's strength. Before the primes left, they all more or less left behind their treasured medicinal pills for Xiao Qian, expressing their concern and taking sides. However, Xiao Qian was no longer in the mood to think about these minor matters. Emperor Forsaken's 3 palm strikes showed him the difference between himself and a prime. This was especially so for the final saber strike. Xiao Qian reversed time and space, traveling to the past. In the end, this peak saber strike only left a tiny saber mark on Emperor Forsaken's face. Thinking about it, Xiao Qian felt really sad. When he passed through, his body would be damaged. However, the result of summoning him back was a little unworthy of him. After the few Supremes checked Xiao Qian's injuries one after another and found that there were no fatal injuries, they took their leave. Given Xiao Qian's current cultivation, as long as it was not a fatal injury, he could recover quickly with the aid of miraculous medicinal pills and his physical body. There was no need to worry too much. All the primes had left. Only Ing Zongtian remained. Big brother Ing, there is no need to worry. I will recover after recuperating for a while, Xiao Qian answered as he stood up. Ing Zongtian smiled and said, Are you chasing me away? Originally, I came here intending to give you something. Now it looks like I'll keep it for myself. What is it? Xiao Qian could not help asking out of curiosity. The Martial God Medallion. The Martial God Medallion that the Thunder King gave me. It allows me to control the entire Bushan Palace, Ing Zongtian said, enunciating every word with a serious expression. When Xiao Qian heard that, he was stunned. The Dragon's Gate elders beside him were startled as well. Clearly, they had not expected Ing Zongtian to hand the Martial God Medallion to Xiao Qian. There is no need to worry. I already changed my mind. You are already under enough pressure. I'll give you some more pressure. If it's really not good, you should just focus on recuperating. I really didn't expect that Big Brother would think so highly of me, Xiao Qian said with a wry smile. But I really don't have the heart to take charge of Bushan Palace. But if Bushan Palace needs me, I will be the first to rush over. Ing Zongtian revealed a gratified expression. He nodded and said, You must have gained a lot from the battle with Emperor Forsaken. I will remain on Heavenly Star Island for this period of time. If you need anything, you can ask me any time. Xiao Qian's eyes lit up and a look of joy appeared on his face. Thank you, Big Brother Ing. After I recover from my injuries, I will definitely seek your guidance. Haha, alright, I'll be waiting. Ing Zongtian laughed and agreed without hesitation. Exchanging blows with the current Xiao Qian was exactly what he wanted. 3 days later. At the summit of the Dragon's Gates mountain, Xiao Qian stood alone. Xiao Qian managed to receive 3 palm strikes from Emperor Forsaken, even forcing the other party to make an oath. To others, this was an incredible matter, ruthlessly dampening Emperor Forsaken's spirit. However, to Xiao Qian, it was indescribable bitterness in his heart. Xiao Qian was very clear on the difference between him and Emperor Forsaken. Simply put, it was cultivation. The other party's cultivation was much higher than his. However, Xiao Qian's cultivation remained stagnant, with no room for improvement. As long as the emperor's door of an emperor did not open, Xiao Qian's cultivation could not improve. Xiao Qian stood up and looked at the clouds around the summit. He muttered to himself, Could it be that my cultivation will remain stagnant for the rest of my life, unable to improve? That was truly tragic. If his cultivation did not improve, he would not be a match for Emperor Forsaken even if he had another 100 years. That day, when he received the second palm from Emperor Forsaken, he already understood. His martial arts skills were no weaker than the other parties, and with sufficient cultivation, he could easily receive the attack. However, it was a pity that the other party used brute force to overcome his technique. No matter how he struggled, he was unable to dodge the palm strike. As for being able to receive the third palm strike, it was a complete fluke. At the last moment, the power of the great path burst forth with full force. Only then did he manage to break through the space and time in front of Emperor Forsaken. If he hadn't disrupted the other party's rhythm, the might of the third palm strike would have definitely killed him. Whoosh! An ear-piercing sound rang out, and a person suddenly appeared beside him. Xiao Chun didn't need to guess to know who this person was. Ing Zongtian was the only one who could come to his side without making a sound and arouse his vigilance. Little brother Xiao Chun, what's wrong? Are you still vexed about that battle? Ing Zongtian said consolingly as he patted Xiao Chun's shoulder with a smile on his face. Xiao Chun nodded and sighed softly. I feel like I've reached a bottleneck. Furthermore, I can't see any hope of defeating Emperor Forsaken. Ing Zongtian was not surprised. Many of the 9 Heaven Emperor Wu of the Kunlun realm would end up like Xiao Chun if they could not break through to Prime. There was clearly a path ahead, but it was blocked. Their cultivation stopped, unable to advance. No matter how hard they tried, they could not advance. It was not because of themselves but because there were no more paths in the Kunlun realm. Even if one was one of those 1 in 10,000 cultivators, they would soon reach a bottleneck after advancing to Prime. This was the sorrow of all the cultivators of the Kunlun realm. This was an indescribable sorrow for all the cultivators born in the abandoned land. Now, you should understand what I said to you back then, right? Ing Zongtian sighed as he withdrew his smile. Back then, when Ing Zongtian learned of Xiao Chun's identity, he immediately chose to stand behind Xiao Chun. It was because Ing Zongtian thought highly of Xiao Chun and believed that he could surpass Prime. At that time, Ing Zongtian was just like Xiao Chun now, sad and helpless. I understand. Big brother's words from back then are still fresh in my memory. Might I ask the heavens if there is a martial god after Prime? When Xiao Chun recalled the past, he felt somewhat rueful. Unexpectedly, in a few short years, he encountered the same problem as Ing Zongtian. Ing Zongtian revealed a grave expression on his handsome face. He sighed softly. Martial god? That is so far away. Perhaps this martial god is just our imagination, looking at the sky from the bottom of a well, thinking that the world is only so big. Big brother Ing, why the need to be so pessimistic? Xiao Chun consoled. Ing Zongtian smiled and said, let's not talk about this for now. Your injuries should have healed by now, right? I came here today to tell you that Emperor Forsaken is not as difficult to defeat as you think. The heaven-abandoning deity sovereign is not as hard to defeat as you imagine him to be. In reality, I do not wish for you to make him your target at all. Xiao Chun revealed a shocked expression. This was unexpected. Why? In that battle 3 days ago, you felt that you were in a sorry state. Actually, he was in an even worse state. He is just a pitiful worm. So what if he is the strongest person of the Kunlun realm? Once he leaves this abandoned land, he is nothing. Ing Zongtian revealed a mocking expression as he continued. Don't set him as your target. He is just a coward who does not even dare to take the Kunlun road. The gap between you and him is not as big as you think. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly and said, however, right now, I cannot improve my cultivation at all. Ing Zongtian interrupted Xiao Chun and asked, how many strands of primordial energy do you think I have? Rumor has it that a prime has more than 10,000 strands of primordial energy. Ing Zongtian guffawed when he heard this. Nonsense. If I really have that many, do you think this body of mine can withstand it? When Xiao Chun heard this, he was stunned. He had not considered this question before. How strong would a physical body be if there was so much primordial energy gathered in one's body? Let me tell you. Like you, a prime only has 1,000 strands of primordial energy. Ing Zongtian continued. Emperor Wu of the 9 Heavens only has 900 strands of primordial energy. However, you have 1,000 strands. The moment you jumped off the Emperor's road, the shackles on your body were already broken. Xiao Chun asked in confusion. In that case, why do I feel that the gap between my strength and Emperor Forsaken's has not changed? Could it be my misconception? It is not a misconception. It is real. Your state of cycle can support primordial energy. The great Tao that you comprehended can support primordial energy as well, increasing its might. Ing Zongtian crossed his arms and looked at Xiao Chun. However, Have you ever considered that Emperor Forsaken's power of faith and will of holy light can also support primordial energy? When Xiao Chen heard this, he felt like he had been enlightened. Chapter 1486. Xiao Chen now understood. The gap between him and Emperor Forsaken was not in cultivation but in accumulations. The other party's cultivation of the power of faith and the will of holy light had already reached the limits. Every aspect had reached a level where they could no longer be improved. As for Xiao Chen's state of cycle and great Tao energy, he only scratched the surface. The might of his primordial energy could not compare to the other party's power of faith and the will of holy light. You understand now, right? The gap between you and Emperor Forsaken is not large. Defeating him is not difficult. However, do not make him your target. Your target should be set further. When Ying Zongtian saw the expression on Xiao Chen's face, he revealed a smile, knowing that Xiao Chen already understood. Actually, even if Xiao Chen knew, it would not solve much of the problem. The main thing was not to leave a shadow in Xiao Chen's heart. If a shadow was left behind and became a knot in Xiao Chen's heart, then it would truly be over. Ying Zongtian smiled and said, "During this period, I will remain on this mountain. If you have anything you do not understand, you can ask me for guidance at any time." Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Many thanks, big brother. You are welcome." Ying Zongtian smiled faintly. Then his figure flashed, vanishing from where he was. After understanding the problem, Xiao Chen now had a direction to work on. Great Tao energy and the state of cycle were rather difficult to improve. Hence, Xiao Chen had to focus on other aspects that were easier to cultivate. Then, he would cultivate them to the peak. That way, he would be able to increase the might of his primordial energy as well. With the help of the Thunder Immortal Ancestor, the innate Thunder Crystal had already reached its peak. Xiao Chen even comprehended the Thunder Domain. Raising it further would be very difficult. Only the Will of Ice remained at small perfection, with a lot of room for improvement. Xiao Chen entered the Saber Sovereign Medallion and did his best to cultivate on the Ice Jade Bed in Panhuang Hall. This Ice Jade Bed had the same effect as the Lightning Pool, allowing one to quickly cultivate a certain will. Similarly, the pain of the cold was no less than the Lightning Pool. Boundless cold energy from the Ice Jade Bed seeped into Xiao Chen's body. The Will of Ice in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness greedily absorbed this energy, quickly strengthening itself. Xiao Chen's body shivered from the cold. He felt like his bones were completely frozen. For the first time, he lasted for half a day before he stopped. However, the second time, Xiao Chen persisted for a week. By the time he came out, he had already become a popsicle. Gotcha! The instant he shattered the ice, his bones made cracking sounds, almost shattering. That feeling was like being bitten by 10,000 insects. After tasting it once, he did not want to try it a second time. However, Xiao Chen still had to continue. He had only cultivated the Will of Ice to great perfection, not even to peak consummation. He was still far from cultivating the innate Lightning Crystal, so he could not afford to give up on it. Just like that, Xiao Chen persisted in cultivating in the Saber Sovereign Medallion for 2 months. When he came out, he had finally cultivated the Will of Ice to peak consummation. Just like that, Xiao Chen persisted in cultivating in the Saber Sovereign Medallion for 2 months. When he came out, he had finally cultivated the Will of Ice to peak consummation. With a casual wave, the cold chi merged with the primordial energy and shot into the air. Space immediately froze. In the next moment, it shattered into countless pieces. Not bad. You comprehended it rather quickly. The destructive power of your primordial energy has improved by 10% compared to 2 months ago. Ying Zongtian seemed to have been there all along. When he saw Xiao Chen open his eyes, he immediately came out. 10%. With his cultivation at a standstill, Xiao Chen was able to raise the might of his primordial energy by 10% in 2 months. This far surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. Xiao Chen stood up and looked at Ying Zongtian. A fighting spirit appeared in his eyes. "Big brother, I would like to seek advice from you." "Haha, I have been waiting for you to say that for a long time." Ying Zongtian's fighting spirit blazed as well. He laughed boldly and said, "Remember to use your full power and not hold back." "I will definitely not hold back." Of course, when facing Ying Zongtian, Xiao Chen had no choice but to use his full power. Otherwise, he might end up getting beaten up. Whoosh! A light flashed and Xiao Chun made the first move. Great Tao energy, innate thunder crystal, will of ice, and the state of cycle infused his primordial energy at the same time. Xiao Chun casually threw a palm strike. Ying Zongtian smiled faintly, and the light of the sun burst forth behind him as he countered with a palm strike as well. Boom! The two palms clashed. The two's clothes fluttered wildly, and their long hair fluttered. Unexpectedly, they were evenly matched. The power of this palm strike swept away all the clouds in the sky. When one looked up, one could see the starry sky. Whoosh! 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 The two quickly exchanged moves, flying higher and higher. Soon they broke through the barrier of the sky and arrived among the stars in the universe. After 100 moves, the two each stood on an asteroid and faced each other from a distance. Big brother, this is the end of the probing. Receive my saber strike. Void-breaking stance. The 7 deadly sins merged into one. As Xiao Chun held his divine weapon, he instantly executed the first move of the flawless saber technique. A light flashed in the starry heavens and Xiao Chun vanished. In the next moment, light burst forth. A saber light appeared in front of Ying Zongtian. Ying Zongtian smiled faintly, and a beam of light shot out from his palm. Then a sun appeared. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Chun charged forward. Boom! This palm strike directly knocked back the void-breaking stance in the starry heavens. Xiao Chun spun in the air and swung his saber in a reverse grip, executing the flawless saber technique's second move, the dragon subduing stance. Saber light flashed as the flawless saber technique executed consecutively. When Ying Zongtian received the fifth move, he found it somewhat difficult. Receive my palm strike as well. Light of the sun. Ying Zongtian switched from defense to offense. He sent out a palm strike, and his body released a light comparable to the sun, looking incredibly dazzling in the starry heavens. Fireballs as bright as the sun flew out of Ying Zongtian's palm, surging towards Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun's heart sank. He had seen Ying Zongtian use this move on the heaven-punishing corpse god before. It was incredibly horrifying, one of Ying Zongtian's killing moves. Flawless saber technique, heaven-swallowing stance. Xiao Chun executed the strongest move of the flawless saber technique. As he held gluttony, he materialized the flawless saber technique's ultimate Tao death. The fusion of gluttony and the death throne represented the end in silence. This was especially so for the materialized heaven-swallowing stance, which could swallow up all martial techniques. When the saber light landed, a huge void beast appeared behind Xiao Chun. Then it opened its mouth and swallowed up all the suns. Buzz! 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 The saber trembled continuously. The energy of the 1,000 suns made the heaven-swallowing stance hard to digest. Xiao Chun found it hard to keep his grip on the saber. It looked like it would crumble at any moment. Whoosh! A light flashed, and Ying Zongtian appeared before Xiao Chun. Then he threw a palm strike and knocked away the divine weapon in Xiao Chun's hand. A huge explosion rang out as 1,000 suns exploded in the starry sky, blasting a small star into nothingness. You lost. Ying Zongtian smiled faintly and stopped moving, no longer attacking. This battle had been very enjoyable. However, in the end, Xiao Chun had indeed lost. Xiao Chun's primordial energy was already no weaker than Ying Zongtian's. However, he could not maintain it for long. First, he drained his great Tao energy, then his state of cycle. Only the innate thunder crystal and the will of ice remained to support his primordial energy. With such energy, when Xiao Chun executed the final move of the flawless saber technique, he could not break Ying Zongtian's light of the sun. If not for Ying Zongtian reacting quickly and knocking away the divine weapon, Xiao Chun would have been injured by the explosion. Although I lost this battle, I benefited greatly. Big brother Ying, many thanks, Xiao Chun said sincerely. Ying Zongtian smiled faintly and said, We are family. There is no need to be so polite. When the two returned to Heavenly Star Island, they discovered that Emo-chan had already been waiting for them at the summit of the Dragon's Gate. Emo-chan, you waited for me for so long. Is something the matter? Xiao Chun asked. Emo-chan smiled faintly and said, I still remember what Big Brother Xiao said the last time. In the past few days, I searched through ancient texts and visited many holy lands to borrow information. Finally, I know what can eliminate the sin in Meteor Trail City. What is it? Xiao Chun asked quickly, rejoicing in his heart. When Ing Zongtian heard that, he felt excited as well. He smiled and said, Miss Mo, you are truly incredible. Even I am helpless against such a difficult problem. Mo Chan smiled humbly and said, There is a kind of flame in the world that can burn everything, even sin. Are you talking about the heavenly flame? Ing Zongtian asked. Mo Chan nodded and said, Yes, it is. However, this heavenly flame has not appeared for 10,000 years already. I do not know where to find it. Ing Zongtian frowned and said, This is difficult. The heavenly flame disappeared long ago. No one knows where it is. I know. Xiao Chan revealed a complicated expression. The moment he said that, Mo Chan and Ing Zongtian felt shocked. Chapter 1487. When Ing Zongtian saw Xiao Chen's complicated expression, he asked, Is there anything strange about that place? Xiao Chan smiled bitterly and said, There is nothing strange about it. It is just that there are too many people watching it. Originally, I planned to go there after I became stronger. What place? Mo Chan could not help asking out of curiosity. The Blue Dragon Palace. At the mention of the Blue Dragon Palace, Missouri-chan was still fine. However, Ing Zongtian's expression clearly changed. We really have to think about this at length. We cannot advance rashly. Once the Blue Dragon Palace moves, it will attract a lot of trouble. Xiao Chen entered deep thought as he paced around. After a while he said, No matter how we think about it at length, there are only two results, to go or not to go. This Blue Dragon Palace is part of my plan. I have to go there in the first place. Mo Chen's words further affirmed that I have to go to the Blue Dragon Palace. Although Ing Zongtian had some objections, it was not convenient for him to say anything. He said, This is your own matter. Just think about it carefully. If you need my help, just say it. Xiao Chan thought for a while and said, Actually, I've already been to this Blue Dragon Palace once. As long as I can enter it, there is nothing to worry about. This exceeded Ing Zongtian's expectations. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chan had already been there once. However, at that time I was too weak. I only took a quick glance and could not examine it in detail. Furthermore, I could not enter the second layer. There are many mysteries that remain unsolved. Xiao Chan said honestly, The heavenly flame's origin flame is sealed in the first layer. It is sealed with the blood of a deity race sovereign martial emperor. Ing Zongtian understood. He entered deep thought and said, No wonder. At that time you were too weak. Naturally, you could not attract the attention of others. However, if you move now, you might attract the attention of the deity Dao Union. Xiao Chun looked into the distance and said softly, That is not what I am most worried about. What I am worried about is whether I can obtain the recognition of the Blue Dragon Palace. If I can't, it will be hard to say. Although he possessed the Blue Dragon martial soul, and was a descendant of the Qing Emperor, the Blue Dragon didn't belong to him. In fact, the Blue Dragon Palace did not belong to the Qing Emperor, Xiao Teng. The Blue Dragon Palace was the inheritance palace of the Blue Dragon clan. His background was much greater than that of Bushin Palace. However, in front of the Blue Dragon Palace he was just an interviewee. With his current strength, he could face a supreme being and enter safely. However, if he didn't obtain the inheritance after entering, he would lose the opportunity and never be able to find it again. Suddenly Mo Chan said, Big Brother Xiao, worrying about personal gains and losses is not like your style. Actually, you wanted to go long ago, didn't you? Worrying about personal gains and losses, that was right. No matter what, Xiao Chen's current situation was worrying about personal gains and losses. Mo Chen's judgment was very accurate. Xiao Chen had wanted to go long ago. However, he kept telling himself to wait until he was stronger. Xiao Chen kept dragging it out until now, yet he still could not make up his mind. Go, Big Brother Xiao. I believe in you. In this world, no matter how well prepared you are, there will always be things you miss out on. Just follow your heart and bravely take the risk once. Mo Chan drummed up her courage and said somewhat nervously. After she finished speaking, she feared that Xiao Chan would blame her. After all, what she meant was that Xiao Chan was somewhat timid. This was not good. Who knew? Xiao Chan just smiled, not showing any intention of blaming Mo Chan. He said softly, Indeed, you understand me as well as before. Go back first. I'll discuss this with Big Brother Ing. Emochan smiled and said, Big Brother Xiao overpraises me. I'll go back first then. After Emochan left far away, Ing Zongtian asked, What's wrong? You've already made up your mind? Xiao Chen nodded and said, Big Brother, do you think I'm too crazy to go to the Blue Dragon Palace right now? Ing Zongtian smiled and said, Crazy? Indeed, it is best to make complete preparations for such things, looking ahead and behind, considering all sorts of possibilities, making sure nothing goes wrong. However, I feel that that girl is right. The world is hard to predict, the universe unfathomable. No matter how well prepared you are, there will always be things you miss out on. You might as well take the risk to your heart's content. When Xiao Chen heard that, he laughed loudly and said, Good. Big Brother, will you go crazy with me this time? Gladly. After Emochan reminded him of something that he had not been able to make up his mind for many years, Xiao Chen immediately made a decision. While it looked rash, in reality it was not rash at all. It was passion and hot-bloodedness. Even though one held a high position, one could do something hot-blooded and crazy without hesitation. Outside Heavenly Star Island, Emperor Forsaken, who had been waiting for a long time, suddenly opened his eyes. Xiao Chen is making his move. The heaven-punishing corpse god revealed an excited expression. This fellow is finally making his move. I thought that he would not go. Qitian, what should we do now? At the same time, the heaven-punishing corpse god had some doubts in his heart. How could Emperor Forsaken be so sure that Xiao Chen had already gone out? Seemingly noticing the heaven-punishing corpse god's doubts, Emperor Forsaken said indifferently, Back then, I left a weak mental energy mark in his body for the third palm strike. Given his strength, he will not be able to detect it. The heaven-punishing corpse god smiled and said, Excellent. The deity sovereign truly lives up to his name. His preparations are so thorough. Emperor Forsaken's expression turned grave as he said, Right now, the crucial thing is that we can get him to open the palace doors but absolutely cannot let him enter. That will be very difficult. The Fox King and Ing Zongtian will definitely be helping from the side. It will be difficult to make a move. The heaven-punishing corpse god frowned slightly. Emperor Forsaken smiled coldly and said, Don't worry. I made preparations long ago. When the time comes, I will invite the deity race ancestor to kill him the instant he opens the palace doors. The deity race ancestor? The heaven-punishing corpse god was startled when he heard that. The deity race ancestor was that strange existence that surpassed Prime? How ruthless! The heaven-abandoning deity sovereign really put everything on the line. Let's go, Emperor Forsaken said indifferently. Then, he quickly led the heaven-punishing corpse god away. Emperor Forsaken said indifferently. At the same time in the Yellow Springs Road, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor received the news. After making preparations with the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva, they rushed to the savage battlefield. In the heavenly starry ocean, Yiling quickly entered the secret room where the treasure master was. Father, I received news that Xiao Chen and Ing Zongtian appeared at the Central Province's Bushin Palace's transportation formation at the same time. They are currently rushing to the savage battlefield. Yiling quickly reported, unable to contain the excitement in his heart. This was something that the treasure master had instructed Yiling long ago. As long as Xiao Chen appeared at the Bushin Palace, he was to immediately inform Yiling. The treasure master nodded indifferently and said, I got it. You may withdraw. I got it. Yiling withdrew, feeling somewhat confused. He did not know why his father did not show any excitement over this matter. This was an opportunity that he had been waiting for a long time. After Yiling withdrew, the treasure master held the puppet pearl with a calm expression. No one knew what he was thinking. No one knew what the treasure master's plan was, much less what kind of storm he would stir up. While everyone schemed, Xiao Chen and Ing Zongtian waited for the master of the Fiend Domain, the Fox King, to arrive at the savage battlefield. Haotian, why did you look for me so urgently? The Fox King asked, feeling somewhat suspicious, not knowing what Xiao Chen had decided. Ing Zongtian smiled and said, It is not me who is looking for you. It is Xiao Chen who has a request. He wants to enter the Blue Dragon Palace and wants us to protect him. The Fox King's expression changed. You've decided? Xiao Chen nodded and said, Big brothers, please help me one last time. I believe that my whereabouts are already exposed. The deity Dao Union should be rushing over soon. The Fox King's expression turned grave as he said, "Don't worry. I will do my best. As long as I can enter the palace, everything will be fine. No matter how powerful Emperor Forsaken is, he will not be able to do anything to me." Xiao Chun was confident that as long as he could enter, the item spirit of the Blue Dragon Palace would be able to protect him. Good. In that case, let's make good use of our time and try to enter the Blue Dragon Palace before the deity Dao Union. The three entered the savage battlefield, moving as fast as lightning, heading for the Blue Dragon Palace. For some reason, the savage battlefield was strangely quiet. The ferocious beasts there seemed to sense a strange atmosphere. The savage battlefield was very big. However, to primes this distance was nothing. In merely 15 minutes, the three arrived at the periphery of the Blue Dragon Palace. Then they saw the Azure Palace surrounded by 5 peaks. The 5 peaks each represented an attribute. They formed the 5-element absolute ceiling formation, trapping the Blue Dragon Palace and preventing primes from entering. One of them had been chopped in half. That had been chopped down by the Thunder Emperor back then. "Xiao Chun, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you for 1 year." Just at this moment, a figure suddenly walked out of that half-broken peak. As he stood at the edge, he smiled faintly at Xiao Chun's group. Chapter 1488. This person had a sword on his back and was dressed in black. It was Chu Chaoyun, who had not shown himself for a long time. After Chu Chaoyun dealt with the matters of the Sky Dome realm, he had come here. It had indeed been almost a year. "Who are you?" Ing Zongtian and the Fox King did not recognize Chu Chaoyun. Their faces sank, and their killing qi enveloped Chu Chaoyun. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly. He did not panic when facing the pressure of 2 primes. He said calmly, "I am Chu Chaoyun. Like Xiao Chun, I am from the Sky Dome realm. There is no need to be nervous. He has demonic qi on him." The Fox King whispered, not relaxing. Ing Zongtian frowned and said, "Xiao Chun, you know him?" The 2 primes did not have any good impression of the people of the demonic world. Xiao Chun was somewhat surprised. It was not because of Chu Chaoyun's appearance. He was just surprised that the other party was waiting here so casually. Xiao Chun had thought of many possibilities, including how Chu Chaoyun would appear. Unexpectedly, Chu Chaoyun would appear in such a manner. This was truly unexpected. Facing Ing Zongtian's question, Xiao Chun felt conflicted. He did not know how to answer. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun answered honestly, "I do. He is the Tianwu Emperor's descendant. He should be waiting here for the heavenly flame's origin flame. In that case, he is an enemy." Compared to Xiao Chen's hesitation, Ing Zongtian was incredibly decisive. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. As he waved his hand and ruthlessly smashed his palm at Chu Chaoyun. A large sun illuminated the surroundings. The might of the Haotian shook the surroundings. The sun that flew out of Xiao Chen's palm arrived before Chu Chaoyun in the blink of an eye, trying to burn him to ashes and eliminate him as soon as possible. Xiao! A strand of golden light flew out of the sun. Following that, there was a loud sound. The blazing sun shattered into countless fireballs that scattered in all directions. Chu Chaoyun withdrew his hand and stood upright. He looked at Ing Zongtian and said, "The Kunlun realm's prime really has a bad temper. Even if those demon sovereigns of the demonic world saw me, they would not be so angry. How could it be so easy?" The Fox King and Ing Zongtian were both shocked. Since when did the Devil Realm have such a character? Despite his young age, he was so powerful that he could easily block Ing Zongtian's palm strike. In the distance, Emperor Forsaken and the heaven-punishing corpse god, who had arrived long ago, hid in an extremely well-hidden place. When they saw this scene, they frowned slightly. "Who is that kid?" Emperor Forsaken was puzzled. There was no such person in the plan. Whoosh! A figure appeared behind them. It was the Dongyue Ghost Emperor. Emperor Forsaken collected his doubts and asked casually, "Ghostly Monarch, did you come alone?" The Ghost Monarch smiled calmly and said, "Naturally. Didn't you instruct me not to bring anyone else to prevent Xiao Chun from noticing? Of course I will do as you said." Emperor Forsaken laughed coldly in his heart. but his face showed no trace of it. Very good. Later, the moment Xiao Qian opens the door to the palace, you will be able to enter the palace. I'll leave the first person to you. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor cursed in his heart. This God Emperor really wants to make use of me. Fortunately, his decision is exactly what I want. Without batting an eyelid, he said, Don't worry. I don't dare to say that I can kill Xiao Qian. Stopping him from entering the Blue Dragon Temple is a sure thing. The heaven-punishing corpse god muttered to himself. It seemed like the ghostly emperor indeed had other intentions. However, he didn't know that the god sovereign had already seen through everything about him. Who knows, the ghostly emperor might have some trump cards. I'll just take a look. I cannot completely trust anyone. I still have to act according to the situation and not be taken advantage of. The three giants of the deity Dao Union chatted cheerfully. However, they each had their own ulterior motives. On the other side, Chu Chaoyun, who had just received a palm strike from Ing Zongtian, saw that Ing Zongtian was about to make another move. He quickly said, At this moment, don't attack me without distinguishing friend from foe. Be careful not to let others take advantage of you. What do you mean? The Fox King asked, feeling confused. Could there be others here? Chu Chaoyun raised his head and looked at the sky. Then he looked down and said, The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Although I did not discover anyone else, I'm sure that there are at least 4 people hiding in the dark, watching our every move. After saying that, Chu Chaoyun's gaze fell on Xiao Qian. These are just the people of the Kunlun realm. There might be people hiding in the demonic world as well. Xiao Qian looked around. The surroundings were quiet. He sent out his spiritual sense but did not discover anything within 5,000 kilometers. However, Xiao Qian knew that if a prime wanted to hide, he would not be able to discover them. It was just like if Xiao Qian wanted to hide, the other party would not be able to discover him. His spiritual sense was not reliable. However, the current situation forced Xiao Qian to stand in the open. He did not know who was hiding in the dark. Ing Zongtian sent a voice projection. This person makes some sense. This matter concerns the Blue Dragon Palace. The people of the deity Dao Union would not come with great fanfare. Perhaps they are already hiding nearby. Xiao Qian looked at Chu Chaoyun and said, What do you want? Just say it, Chu Chaoyun. Chu Chaoyun shrugged and smiled bitterly. Brother Xiao, don't overthink. I'm just waiting for you to open the door. This 5-element absolute sealing formation sensed your bloodline and your current strength. It should be ineffective against you. Naturally, Xiao Qian did not believe that his purpose was that simple. After explaining things to Ing Zongtian and the Fox King, he calmly walked to the edge of the formation. The 5-element absolute sealing formation could change time and space, making it very unpredictable. Even a prime could not enter. In the dark, many pairs of eyes stared at Xiao Qian, waiting for him to take a step forward. Without hesitating for long, Xiao Qian clenched his teeth and stepped in. Whoosh! Suddenly, the space in the formation turned dark, completely dark. Only the space under Xiao Qian's feet remained bright, looking exceptionally eye-catching in this dark space. Indeed, he is fine. Although many people had expected this miraculous scene, they could not help crying out in their hearts when they saw it for themselves. Xiao Qian calmed himself and walked forward step by step. Everywhere he passed, light shone down. He left behind a clear path in the dark space, heading for the palace doors. Inside the formation, Xiao Qian found it hard to remain calm. As he looked at the palace doors, all sorts of emotions welled up in his heart. The instant he pushed open the doors, the 5-element absolute sealing formation should deactivate automatically. At that time, what would await him? Who knew how many people within 5,000 kilometers would be hiding in the dark, staring at him? The greatest possibility was that the instant he pushed open the doors, he would be blasted into bits before he could even take a step forward. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, Ing Zongtian and the Fox King soared into the air. One on the left and one on the right, they casually sandwiched Chu Chaoyun. Chu Chaoyun smiled calmly and said, The two of you don't have to mind me so much. The instant I open the door, you will be busy enough. Seeing Xiao Qian so calm, Ing Zongtian and the Fox King felt somewhat angry. However, they had to admit that what Xiao Qian said was true. The two were not very confident that they could block the various attacks on Xiao Chan the instant the doors opened. Before leaving, Zongtian suggested to Xiao Chan to invite the three primes of the heavenly starry ocean over as well. However, Xiao Chan sensed that the heavenly starry ocean was not calm. If all the primes left, something bad would happen. Hence, he did not inform these people. 10 steps, 9 steps, 8 steps, 7 steps, 6 steps. Even though Xiao Chan did not walk very fast, he still approached step by step. Finally, he was only 1 step away from the palace doors. All he needed to do was raise his hand and push open the palace doors. At this moment, the surroundings turned even quieter. Rumble. At this moment, countless ferocious beasts suddenly went berserk. They fled into the distance, kicking up a cloud of dust. Birds blotted out the sun and sky in the sky, scattering in all directions. Clearly, some people could no longer hold back their killing chi and released it. These sharp, ferocious beasts could no longer endure it. An instinctive fear drove them to leave this place. After the ferocious beasts left, the world turned even quieter. Even the wind stopped blowing. Whoosh! 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 Many gazes fixed on Xiao Chen's raised right hand. It looked like he was about to push open the palace doors. Zongtian, who was staring at Xiao Chan, looked to the left, and his expression changed dramatically. Chu Chaoyun had disappeared. What's going on? The Fox King and Zongtian exchanged glances, feeling that something was wrong. Chapter 1489. At this crucial moment, Chu Chaoyun suddenly vanished. The reason was not hard to explain. As Xiao Chan approached the palace doors step by step, the two naturally focused on Xiao Chan. They could not help but overlook Chu Chaoyun. This was not the important point. The important point was where exactly did Chu Chaoyun go? Xiao Chan, who was preparing to push open the palace doors, was unaware of the situation behind him. His hand was already on the door. Xiao Chan, don't open the door. Chu Chaoyun is gone. Zongtian's warning made Xiao Chen's expression change, and his heart sink. It's too late. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind Xiao Chan. Chu Chaoyun executed the state of primal chaos, and stood on the 5-element absolute ceiling formation in perfect condition. The flow of time and the changes in space did not seem to affect him. This was because he was primal chaos. No matter how much time passed, primal chaos would always be primal chaos. Before the world opened, there was only primal chaos. There was no time and no space. Chu Chaoyun comprehended the state of primal chaos. Although it was just a superficial understanding, it was sufficient for him to not fear the 5-element absolute ceiling formation. Chu Chaoyun threw a palm strike and landed on Xiao Chen's shoulder. Just as he was about to withdraw his right hand, he was caught off guard. This force pushed the palace doors open. The ancient Blue Dragon Palace's doors appeared before everyone's eyes once again. A vast dragon might surged out. At this moment, the 5-element absolute ceiling formation completely vanished. However, the force of Chu Chaoyun's palm strike did not injure Xiao Chan. Instead, it turned into a strong force. The instant the doors opened, Chu Chaoyun pushed Xiao Chan in. Xiao Chan turned his head and looked at Chu Chaoyun in confusion. He could not understand why the other party was helping him at this moment. Such a situation stunned Zongtian and the Fox King, not understanding what was going on. Naturally, the more depressed ones were the 3 giants of the deity Dao Union, especially Emperor Forsaken. He had calculated everything. He was just waiting for Xiao Chan to open the door and kill him. However, such a scene appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. Suddenly, another person appeared and pushed him in. However, no matter what, the ghostly monarch, who had been preparing for a long time, had no choice but to unleash his furious sword strike. He had gathered all the primordial energy in his body, and was waiting for the moment the door opened. If he didn't make a move, the backlash from his cultivation technique would be unbearable. Xiao. Almost at the same time that Xiao Chan entered the Blue Dragon Palace, a dim light flashed and descended from the sky, stabbing at Chu Chaoyun. That was the full-power sword strike of the ghostly emperor. His original target was Xiao Chan, but now it was Chu Chaoyun instead. Dang! Chu Chaoyun drew his sword and held it horizontally, blocking the other party's thrust. A loud metallic sound rang out. Clearly, Chu Chaoyun's strength was inferior to the other party's. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips as he retreated a few steps, forced out of the palace doors. After forcing back Chu Chaoyun with one sword strike, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor quickly flew towards the palace doors. Bang! An invisible barrier in the palace doors directly ejected the Dongyue Ghost Emperor. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly, as if he had expected this. He wiped the blood off his lips and quickly left this place. When Emperor Forsaken saw this scene from afar, his face turned sullen. Indeed, it was as he had guessed. Once Xiao Chun entered the hall, no one else would be able to enter. As long as they killed Xiao Chun the instant he pushed open the palace doors, the Qing Emperor's bloodline would disappear from this world. The Blue Dragon Palace would be open to outsiders. Only then would the Azure Dragon Palace open to outsiders. Otherwise, everything would be useless. Damn it! Emperor Forsaken raged in his heart. He had calculated everything. As long as Xiao Chun pushed open the palace doors, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor's sword strike would force Xiao Chun away first. Then the celestial race's ancestor would appear and suppress Xiao Chun with absolute strength. He would finish off Xiao Chun with one strike, and the Qing Emperor's descendant would die. The Blue Dragon Palace would then be open to outsiders. However, he had missed out on such a person. At the crucial moment, the celestial race's ancestor would push Xiao Chun away, and the celestial race's ancestor would appear. The most unexpected thing was that the celestial race's ancestor could actually move freely in the five-element absolute ceiling formation, unaffected by the flow of time. The most unexpected thing was that the celestial race's ancestor could move freely in the five-element absolute ceiling formation, unaffected by the flow of time. Qitian, what should we do? The heaven-punishing corpse god was anxious, but there was nothing he could do. He could only place his hopes on Emperor Forsaken. Gamble. A crazed look flashed in Emperor Forsaken's eyes. I place all my hopes on this Blue Dragon Palace. I absolutely cannot allow such an accident to happen. Emperor Forsaken's gaze swept around and landed on Ying Zongtian and the Fox King. The crazed look in his eyes turned into overwhelming killing chi. What is he trying to do? The heaven-punishing corpse god's heart skipped a beat, intimidated by Emperor Forsaken's killing chi. Capture the Fox King and Ying Zongtian. I want Xiao Chun to obediently hand over all the secrets of the Blue Dragon Palace after he comes out. The heaven-punishing corpse god was stunned when he heard that. Capturing two primes was as difficult as ascending to heaven. It was true that the heaven-abandoning deity sovereign could defeat the two of them. However, capturing them alive was different from defeating them. Even if they could not win, they could still run. Furthermore, this was the Bushin Palace's territory. Is this appropriate? Humph. The Ghost Emperor is not as simple as you think. He will not be willing to fail just like this. Whoosh! Emperor Forsaken's figure flashed and landed in front of Ying Zongtian and the Fox King. He hovered in the air and looked at the two with a cold expression. The Fox King smiled faintly. Qitian, you have calculated everything. You probably did not expect this to happen, right? However, Ying Zongtian noticed something amiss. The heaven-punishing corpse god and the Dongyue Ghost Emperor appeared behind them, blocking their way. Emperor Forsaken, what are you trying to do? Ying Zongtian asked coldly. I don't want to do anything. I just want to borrow the two of you. Surrender now, lest we end up harming our friendship. The heaven-abandoning deity sovereign said coldly. Ying Zongtian said disdainfully. With just the three of you? Don't forget, this is the Bushin Palace's territory. Emperor Forsaken smiled. Don't worry. The experts of the Bushin Palace will be delayed by the three holy masters. You have no idea how much I have planned for this day. Kitagarbha Bodhisattva, what are you waiting for? Do you really want this old man to force you out personally? When the Dongyue Ghost Emperor heard this, his expression changed slightly. Could it be that Emperor Forsaken already knew that the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva was already rushing over? Amiba. You are truly worthy of being the strongest in the Kunlun realm. I thought no one would discover you. The Kitagarbha Bodhisattva said his Buddhist name and appeared. He surrounded the Fox King and Ying Zongtian, blocking the last gap. At this moment, the expressions of Ying Zongtian and the Fox King changed completely. For prime experts surrounded the two of them. Among them was the heaven-abandoning deity, whose strength far surpassed theirs, and the mysterious and unfathomable Kitagarbha Bodhisattva. God Emperor, the Ghost Emperor said, trying to explain himself. The heaven-abandoning deity waved his hand and said, "Speak less nonsense and put in more effort. Only by capturing these two can we force the Blue Dragon Palace's Xiao Chan to submit obediently. Everything else is pointless." Zongtian stretched out his hand, and the martial god medallion appeared on his fingertip. It seemed like he was preparing to summon the clone that the Bushan Palace's founder left in the medallion. Emperor Forsaken smiled coldly and spread his hands. A crack opened in the sky. The strong aura of the deity race ancestor spread out from it, stifling everyone's breathing. When Zongtian saw this scene, he revealed an unresigned expression. He put away the martial god medallion and vanished. "At least you are sensible." Emperor Forsaken waved his hand, and the crack closed. The deity race ancestor's aura vanished as well. "I've already said it before. For this day I have prepared much more than you. Just surrender and don't do anything pointless. Otherwise, don't blame me for being too ruthless." Zongtian's face sank. A resolve to cut off all means of retreat appeared in his heart. At worst he would just die. He said coldly, "Old man Qitian, you want me to surrender? Let me tell you this. That's impossible." A startling battle could break out at any moment. Far away, Xiao Chan saw the 6 primes fighting each other. Fearing that the commotion would affect them, Chu Chaoyun retreated another 5,000 kilometers. With a complicated expression, he took out a messaging token. After activating the messaging token, a black image appeared. Chu Chaoyun said, "It is as you expected. Emperor Forsaken has already gone crazy and is attacking Zongtian and the Fox King. How unfortunate. None of the primes of the heavenly starry ocean left. However, this is enough. After this, you no longer owe me anything. You can leave now." Right after Chu Chaoyun spoke, the mysterious image vanished, and the messaging token shattered into countless pieces. Chapter 1490. After Xiao Chan entered the palace, he only took 2 steps. When he turned his head, he could no longer see the scenery outside the palace. The space inside the palace seemed to be a world of its own, isolated from the outside world. The first floor of the Blue Dragon Palace had not changed much. It was exactly the same as the last time he came. Although Xiao Chan did not understand why Chu Chaoyun helped him avoid the most difficult step, since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. However, since they were already here, they might as well take things as they came. Xiao Chan quickly headed for the formation sealing the Heavenly Flame's origin flame. The formation laid with the deity race Emperor Wu's blood remained the same. The Heavenly Flame's origin flame was still here. Xiao Chan relaxed slightly. However, after a while, his expression suddenly changed drastically. The transparent crystal at the core of the formation was empty. The Heavenly Flame's origin flame, which was originally in it, had vanished. What's going on? Why is the Heavenly Flame's origin flame gone? Xiao Chan, who had always been calm, could not help exclaiming in shock when he paled. Whoosh! An old man appeared silently in front. Xiao Chan looked up and saw that it was the item soul of the Blue Dragon Palace. Xiao Chan immediately asked, "Where's the Heavenly Flame's origin flame?" The black-clad old man smiled faintly and consoled Xiao Chan. "Calm down first. Don't panic. I'll tell you in detail." "How can I calm down? My master is here specifically for the Heavenly Flame's origin flame," Ao Jiao said angrily as she leaped out of the lunar shadow saber. When the old man saw Ao Jiao, his eyes lit up. A gentle smile appeared on his face. "So it's you. Little girl, you have to thank me properly for today's opportunity. Don't be so fierce to this old man." "Humph! Who would thank you? You were very fierce to me the last time, sending me flying with one finger." Ao Jiao was someone who held a grudge. Even now, she still remembered what happened that day. By this time, Xiao Chan had already calmed down. He stopped Ao Jiao and cupped his fists at the black-robed old man. "Junior was rash just now. I hope Senior won't mind. I just want to know where the Heavenly Fire origin has been taken." When the black-clad old man saw that Xiao Chan had calmed down, he nodded slightly and said, "Don't worry. The Heavenly Flame's origin flame is still here. I just put it away." "Why?" "A year ago, someone barged into the Blue Dragon Hall without fear of the 5-element absolute sealing array. When I pushed the door open an inch, I lost control of the Heavenly Flame and almost flew out. It's him." After the black-clothed old man explained, Xiao Chun immediately understood. Chu Chaoyun had actually done such a crazy thing a year ago. From the looks of it, Chu Chaoyun's desire for the origin of heavenly flame was far from being as calm as he appeared. Who? The black-clad old man asked, feeling confused. Xiao Chun quickly told the old man about Chu Chaoyun's identity and origins. After the black-clad old man heard it, he revealed an expression of sudden understanding. So, he is a descendant of the Tianwu Emperor. In that case, you have to be careful. 10,000 years is a cycle. Now that the agreement of 10,000 years is drawing near, don't lose to him. Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes and asked, Old sir, may I ask what exactly does it mean by a cycle every 10,000 years? When the 7 thrones merged, Chu Chaoyun had said the same thing in the scene of the future. Xiao Chun was very curious about what exactly it meant by a cycle every 10,000 years. Before the first generation Tianwu Emperor left the Kunlun realm, he left behind a divine item. Every 10,000 years the divine item will appear. After refining the divine item, one can leave this abandoned land. When Xiao Chun heard this, he was startled. The first generation Tianwu Emperor was that incredible? The black-clad old man smiled and said, Of course. He was not a person of the Kunlun realm in the first place. He came from a great realm outside. 10,000 years ago, the divine item appeared in the Sky Dome realm. The final Tianwu Emperor was preparing to refine the divine item. In the end, the Qing Emperor found out. After that, the Qing Emperor could not resist the temptation and killed him? Xiao Chun felt excited. He had heard many stories about these two. Rumor had it that they were good friends. In the end, the Qing Emperor fought a huge battle with them for some reason. After that, the final Tianwu Emperor lost and died. The black-clad old man smiled and said, How can that be possible? The Qing Emperor killed him because the final Tianwu Emperor was too ambitious. He wanted to refine the 3,000 lower realms and swallow up the Kunlun realm and the deep abyss demonic world. He wanted to use the divine item to absorb all the luck of the entire abandoned land before leaving. It turned out that there was such a secret. Xiao Chun entered deep thought and asked, Why did he do that? Of course, it was to let his luck flourish. Even after leaving the abandoned land, he would be able to rise again and reach the peak. The black-clad old man said, The primes and martial emperors of this world are not worth mentioning in a true great world. They are nothing. Outside is an even vaster world with limitless possibilities. So that was the case. If the final Tianwu Emperor really managed to absorb all the luck of the abandoned land would really become a wasteland. The Qing Emperor was not as unbearable as the rumors made him out to be. Xiao Chun said, Very well, let's get back to business. Give me the heavenly flame. I need it. It is very useful. The black-clad old man shook his head and said, I can't give it to you yet. You have not obtained the recognition of the Blue Dragon Palace yet. You cannot take anything away from here. Xiao Chun revealed a bitter smile. It looked like he was thinking the same thing. He glanced around and looked at the entrance to the second floor. What do I have to do to obtain the recognition of the Blue Dragon Palace? The black-clad old man revealed an embarrassed expression and said, I'm not sure about that either. That can't be. Aren't you the item soul of the Blue Dragon Palace? How come you don't know? Ao Jiao exclaimed in shock. The black-clad old man smiled bitterly and said, Truth be told, I used to be a servant of the Qing Emperor. After I died, the Qing Emperor took pity on me and merged my soul with his saber, becoming the item soul of his saber. Before the Qing Emperor left, he pleaded for mercy on my behalf, allowing me to attach myself to the Blue Dragon Palace. I am not the true core item soul of the Blue Dragon Palace. This Blue Dragon Palace is even more ancient than you imagine. It has many secrets. Back then, even the Qing Emperor did not manage to figure them out. The old man's words made Xiao Chen's expression turn grave. After hearing the old man's words, he looked at the Blue Dragon Palace again. There was a strange feeling that made him doubtful. The black-clad old man whispered, Back then your strength was too low. I didn't let you go to the second floor because I didn't want you to be humiliated. The core item soul of the Blue Dragon Palace has a bad temper and is very strange. Little old man, can't I hear you if you keep your voice down? Since he has the bloodline of the Blue Dragon, I will naturally follow the rules. Whether he can succeed or not depends on his ability. Why should I humiliate him? Suddenly, a resonant and deep voice resounded in the vast azure dragon palace. The tone of the voice was very high, and it contained a strong might. Xiao Chun felt his eardrums buzzing and a little pain. The blue dragon martial soul in his body was trembling non-stop. The black-clad old man smiled bitterly and said, "Let's go. I will take you to the second floor to meet Brother Long. That is the true inheritance of the Blue Dragon Palace." Xiao Chun nodded and followed the black-clad old man to the second floor with Ao Jiao. "Senior, let me ask you something. Back then, after the Qing Emperor returned to the Kunlun realm, who dealt him the fatal blow, forcing him to flee to the Yellow Springs Hell?" The black-clad old man trembled when he heard this. He paused for a moment before saying, "How many years has it been? There is no need to look into it so clearly. Even the Qing Emperor forgave that person. Why are you so conflicted?" After saying that, the black-clad old man fell silent. Clearly, he was not willing to mention that past. "It looks like there is more to this than meets the eye," Xiao Chun analyzed in his heart. "However, this is not the time to pursue this. I have to obtain the acknowledgement of the Blue Dragon Palace first. I still don't know what happened to Big Brother Ing and the Fox King outside. I have to quickly obtain the inheritance of the Blue Dragon Palace." Xiao Chun had a bad feeling about this, but he could not pinpoint it. Back then, he rejected Ing Zongtian's suggestion to not let the primes of the heavenly starry ocean follow him. Xiao Chun relied on this premonition. As he thought this, he unknowingly passed through a large door and arrived on the second floor. The moment he looked up, he discovered a pair of large azure eyes containing a boundless dragon might staring at him. In the next moment, he discovered a humongous dragon head nearly sticking to his nose. Roar! The dragon's head opened wide, and a vast baleful aura spread out. Xiao Chun could not endure it and stumbled back a few steps. However, he did not fall. After he stabilized himself, his heart pounded heavily. "Not bad. You have passed the first stage. You are qualified to take the test." Chapter 1491. Xiao Chun composed himself and revealed a bitter smile. "What is this? A show of strength? Xiao Chun, this is Big Brother Dragon, the core item spirit of the Blue Dragon Palace. Back then, the Qing Emperor passed his test and became the master of the Blue Dragon Palace," the black-clad old man introduced. The black-clad old man introduced. The huge blue dragon trembled and turned into a mighty and extraordinary dragon horse. Then it said, "Let me correct you. Back then, Xiao Ting only passed the test and did not obtain the inheritance. Strictly speaking, he is not the master of the Blue Dragon Palace." Test? Inheritance? Right now Xiao Chun felt confused. He did not understand anything. His face filled with confusion. The azure dragon horse swayed its body and said to Xiao Chun, "Come with me." Xiao Chun obeyed and followed the other party. At the same time, Xiao Chun looked around. The second floor of the Blue Dragon Palace was much larger than the first and second floors. The corridors were even more complicated. There were also several places that were pitch black. Xiao Chun did not know where they led. "Since you are here, let me tell you about the origins of the Blue Dragon Palace so that you can understand some things first," the dragon horse leading the way said. Xiao Chun nodded and said respectfully, "Senior, please speak." Xiao Chun could feel the strength of this dragon horse, as well as the ancient aura left behind by the passage of time. Xiao Chun did not dare to be presumptuous. His attitude was very sincere. As he walked here, he felt like he was returning to his roots. Xiao Chun did not know if it was a misperception, but it felt very strange. At the same time, it made him feel even more humble. The dragon race has a long and ancient history. They are one of the great desolate 100 races of the universe. After the destruction of countless epochs, they still exist. Xiao Chun understood what epochs were. Right now, the Kunlun realm was in the martial epoch. Before that, it was the immortal epoch. There had to be other epochs above the immortal epoch. Epochs rose and fell in an endless cycle. However, what did the great desolate 100 races mean? Xiao Chun did not understand. When the dragon horse heard Xiao Chun's question, it muttered to itself, "Why don't you understand this? That being said, this land of exile is like a cage. It is truly sealed up. Let me tell you. At the beginning of the universe there was chaos. In the primal chaos there was no sky, no earth, no time, and no reason. But it's not like there's no life in between. The beings born from the chaos were called chaos gods and demons. The gods and demons fought each other until the chaos was shattered. That era was called the mythical era. The chaos was broken, and the mythological era came to an end. Then came the primitive era. During the Great Desolate Era, tens of thousands of clans fought for supremacy. At that time there were a total of 100 clans, and my dragon clan was one of them. After the Great Desolate Era ended, the universe entered the epic era, and the epics continued to reincarnate. Legend has it that after 3,000 reincarnations, the era will end and the universe will enter a new era. Xiao Chun listened to this explanation that he had never heard of before. It was like a heavenly book and he was completely shocked. The Azure Dragon Horse continued, "You don't have to care about all this. What I want to tell you is that the pure-blooded dragon race is already extinct. However, there's no need to find this strange. After the epochs, the pure-blooded Great Desolate 100 races are nearly all dead. The so-called dragon race now is just some existences with the dragon race bloodline, continuing the history of the dragon race. The dragon race is just a general term. The dragon race is also divided into different ranks. The most supreme are the 3 ancestor dragons. Below the ancestor dragons are the 7 colored divine dragons. Below the divine dragons are the coiling dragons, sky dragons, flood dragons, lightning dragons, and other true dragons. There's no need to mention those below the true dragons. The dragon race bloodline is already too thin. They can't even become dragons, only pseudo-dragons." Xiao Qin's comprehension ability was astonishing. Although the Azure Dragon Horse's explanation was complicated, he understood it with just a little thought. The ranks of the dragon race were Ancestor Dragon, Divine Dragon, True Dragon, and Pseudo-Dragon. However, Xiao Chun did not know which rank his Blue Dragon bloodline was in. You have the Blue Dragon bloodline, one of the 7 colored divine dragons. The Ancestor Dragon bloodline disappeared several epochs ago. The Divine Dragon bloodline is now the strongest bloodline of the dragon race. You have to understand the nobility of your status. You are a noble among dragons. When you go out in the future, do not tarnish the reputation of my Blue Dragon bloodline." The Azure Dragon Horse turned its head and stared at Xiao Chun as it instructed him. Its extremely serious expression made Xiao Chun feel somewhat embarrassed. Xiao Chun said softly, "Senior, I don't feel anything special about the bloodline in my body. That's normal. This is because the Blue Dragon martial spirit in your body has not merged with your blood yet. When you pass the test, I will naturally help you refine the Blue Dragon martial spirit. At that time, you will be an outstanding demonic genius with the bloodline of the Great Desolate 100 races." The dragon horse was not surprised at all. As it spoke, it walked forward. Stone pillars with dragon motifs lined both sides of the path. Xiao Chun felt that he would reach his destination soon. Along the way, the two did not stop talking. Of course, most of the time it was the dragon horse talking, and Xiao Chun listening seriously. Occasionally, the dragon horse had questions, and it would explain in detail so that Xiao Chun could understand it clearly. It seemed like the dragon horse's temper was not as strange as the black-clad old man said. "The Blue Dragon Palace is the inheritance of my Blue Dragon bloodline. The Blue Dragon bloodline has produced more than 100 dragon emperors. The dragon emperors are the divine dragon emperors. They control the life and death of the dragon race. You only need to pass the test. Just like the Qing Emperor, you need to obtain the inheritance of the dragon emperor. Only then can you be the true master of the Blue Dragon Palace." As the dragon horse spoke, the man and the horse arrived at a large hall. The large hall was clean and elegant. However, the might and pressure of the dragon race permeated this peaceful atmosphere. Those not of the dragon race would feel a different effect. They would not be as calm as Xiao Chun. When the dragon horse arrived at the large hall, the dragon horse stopped. Xiao Chun knew that the test was about to begin. Along the way, the dragon horse spoke and Xiao Chun listened. Only when it had questions would the dragon horse speak up. The things that the dragon horse spoke about were related to the Blue Dragon Palace's origins and the dragon race's existence. Xiao Chun did not ask the true question in his heart. He did not know if he could pass the test or not. If he could not, then he would never have a chance to ask. After calming himself, Xiao Chun decided to ask before the test began. After making up his mind, he asked, "Senior, this junior would like to ask about something. I hope that senior can tell me sincerely." The dragon horse was not in a rush. It looked at Xiao Chun and said, "Speak." Xiao Chun had already organized what he wanted to say many times in his mind. Then he asked, "Senior, I would like to ask if the major characters outside the abandoned land can forcefully summon the people of the Kunlun realm out." "They can. However, they need to go through a ceremony. Furthermore, the conditions are very strict. The energy and resources that the ceremony requires are hard to calculate. It is very difficult for the people in this abandoned land to leave, but it is even more difficult for the people outside to enter." The dragon horse did not hesitate at all. It continued, "Hence, such a thing rarely happens. It might even be impossible. However, it cannot be denied that such a ceremony does exist." Xiao Chun calmed down a little. His heart, which had been hanging in suspense for a long time, finally stopped. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he asked, "If the person being summoned has the white dragon bloodline, what are the chances?" The blue dragon palace's core item Soul, which usually answered quickly, hesitated for a moment when it heard this question. "Senior, what's wrong?" Xiao Chun asked as anticipation flickered in his eyes. An indiscernible strange light flashed in the dragon horse's eyes. It replied, "The white dragon is also one of the 7-colored divine dragons. If what you said is true, given the strength of the white dragon bloodline and the resources expended, I can be absolutely certain." Xiao Chun did not see the strange light in the dragon horse's eyes. Instead, he revealed an expression of joy and said, "Many thanks, Senior. However, before we start the test, can Senior let me see the scene outside the Blue Dragon Palace?" The dragon horse quickly replied, "I cannot do that. If I want to see the situation outside, I will have to open the barrier of the Blue Dragon Palace. There will be the danger of outsiders attacking." When Xiao Chun heard that, he felt somewhat disappointed. He said sullenly, "In that case, Senior, please let me take the test." The dragon horse turned around and looked in a direction. Then it said, "Go straight down this trial path. If you can reach the end, you will pass the test." "Many thanks." After performing a cupped fist salute and thanking the dragon horse, Xiao Chun quickly headed for the trial path. Whether he succeeded or not, he wanted to leave quickly. After Xiao Chun's figure disappeared, the black-clad old man revealed himself. "Big Brother Dragon, why did you lie to him? Given your abilities, how could you not see the situation outside? So what if he saw it? Could it be that he gave up on the trial and went out to die? You should know that he is the last existence of my blue dragon bloodline. I can't afford to bear the consequences. I think very highly of him. You'd best not speak too much about Xiao Tong, lest you cause trouble for him." When the black-clad old man heard the dragon horse mention Xiao Tong, he revealed a sad expression as he sighed softly. Chapter 1492. Filled with anticipation and nervousness, Xiao Chun stepped onto the trial road. Once he reached the end, he would pass. Where was the end? After walking for a while, Xiao Chun came across the first door. There was an ancient dragon carving on the door. Before Xiao Chun could push it open, the door opened on its own. The instant the door opened, a cold wind blew in. There was a vast hall outside. Xiao Chun hesitated for a moment before walking in. Dang! The moment Xiao Chun crossed the threshold, the stone door immediately fell shut. Xiao Chun tried pushing it a few times and discovered that the closed door could not be opened. This was a trial road that only allowed one to advance and not retreat. Xiao Chun looked at the hall before him. There were 18 statues in a circle, occupying most of the vast hall. To pass the hall, one had to go through the circle formed by these 18 statues. Xiao Chun had seen many similar statues before. As long as one walked past them, these seemingly stiff statues would come to life. One had to defeat these statues. The statue before Xiao Chun was neither human nor dragon. It was a kind of monster that Xiao Chun had never seen before. It looked strange and sinister, glaring at Xiao Chun. A pair of black eyes protruded out, looking very eye-catching. Let's see how strong the puppet war beast of the first stage is. Without overthinking, Xiao Chun walked quickly and soon entered the circle. Xiao Chun cautiously faced it. However, to his surprise, This monster statue did not come to life. Just as Xiao Chan was feeling bewildered, the eyes of the 18 ferocious beast statues all lit up, releasing a golden light. Before Xiao Chan could understand what was going on, the gaze of a ferocious beast moved at the speed of light, shooting at Xiao Chan. Whoosh! So fast! Xiao Chan exclaimed to himself. He quickly dodged to the side, and the beam of light brushed past him. Dang! A few more beams of light shot out. Xiao Chan could not dodge in time, so he could only draw his divine weapon to block. In the end, the force contained in the beam of light numbed Xiao Chen's arm, forcing him to retreat. What strong force! The light beam could not be blocked at all. Xiao Chan was startled awake. This trial tested the trial taker's movement technique and reaction speed. He wasn't going to defeat these statues as he had expected. That would be easy to deal with. In this small space, 18 beams of light shot back and forth. For others it was very difficult, but it was different for Xiao Chan. Xiao Chen's fish dragon art excelled at dodging in small spaces. Then he put away his divine weapon. Xiao Chan executed the fish dragon art. His body moved like a fish in water, gently dodging the beams of light. Hoochie hoochie! Just as Xiao Chan was about to pass through, the statue suddenly began to move rapidly. The beams of light it emitted became even more elusive. Xiao Chen's relaxed expression turned grave as he fell into deep thought. Trying to figure out the rules was clearly a delusion. The real way to clear the trial was to hit the target with a single strike. With this thought in mind, Xiao Chen's eyes focused on a statue. When the statue arrived in front of Xiao Chen, it gently pushed off the ground with its feet, and its body transformed into a dragon. The originally nimble figure suddenly changed, becoming tyrannical. Filled with berserk energy, the immortal fish transformed into a dragon. Whoosh! Xiao Chan soared into the air, moving extremely fast. The statues all raised their heads, and the beams of light formed a net in the air. However, the beams of light only struck Xiao Chen's afterimage. Just as the statue in front was about to shoot out a beam of light, the advancing Xiao Chan somersaulted in the air and tapped on the statue's head before leaping over. The instant Xiao Chan left the encirclement, the statue immediately stopped moving. Clap! 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 Applause rang out, and a handsome, middle-aged man walked out of the shadow in front. A golden light flickered in the depths of his eyes. Not bad. As long as you don't get hit 10 times, you pass this trial. You did not get hit even once and used only 1 hour to come out. This really exceeded my expectations. Xiao Chan could not help feeling speechless. Had he known, he would not have put in so much effort. He performed a cupped fist salute and asked, "You are?" The middle-aged man smiled and said, "When I was alive, I was a cultivator of the Blue Dragon bloodline. After I died, I was placed in the Blue Dragon Palace. I can be considered half an item soul, responsible for the first trial." After he spoke, he waved his hand, and 7 or 8 secret manuals and some secret treasures floated in front of him. You pass with full marks. This is your reward. The secret manuals are about movement techniques. The other innate profound weapons are also for movement techniques and speed. Xiao Chan rejoiced in his heart. There was such a good thing. I can get a reward even before I complete the trial. Of course, we are all people of my dragon race. Even if we do not pass the trial, we have to give some benefits, right? The middle-aged man smiled amiably. Xiao Chan did not stand on ceremony. He started to choose carefully, already making up his mind. No matter how good the secret manuals were, they required time to cultivate. However, innate profound weapons were different. After refining them, they could be used immediately. In the long run, the secret manuals were definitely worth it. However, what Xiao Chan lacked the most now was time. He did not know when the demonic calamity would descend. After he left, he would definitely face a lot of trouble. "Senior, what is an innate profound weapon? Can you explain it to me?" Xiao Chan asked. The middle-aged man nodded and said, "Outside the abandoned land, the art of refining has already reached great heights. The secret treasures of your world are equivalent to the spirit treasures of the outside world. Above spirit treasures are profound weapons. Profound weapons are divided into acquired and innate and acquired. Each has 3 grades. Even the most ordinary innate profound weapon is stronger than an emperor-grade secret treasure of the Kunlun realm. The 3 innate profound weapons before you go without saying. Xiaochen entered deep thought and roughly understood. Then he chose a pair of wings. This is an imitation of the blue dragon divine wings. However, among innate profound weapons, it is at the peak of superior grade. You have good eyes. The middle-aged man stretched out his hand and put away the other secret manuals. Then he left the imitation of the blue dragon divine wings for Xiaochen. After Xiaochen left a spiritual mark in it, he started refining it. Finally, the imitation of the blue dragon divine wings turned into a beam of light and entered his body. Immediately it felt like a flame was burning in his body, spreading everywhere. Just as Xiaochen felt uncertain, this flame split into 2 and entered Xiaochen's back. An intense pain came from his back. It was as if a volcano was about to erupt from his back. After being suppressed for a long time, this energy finally erupted. A pair of azure-colored dragon wings spread open on Xiaochen's back. Whoosh! The azure-colored dragon wings flapped gently, and a strong wind blew. Xiaochen's body flew into the ceiling with a bang. Xiaochen's head crashed into the ceiling, and he cried out in pain as he fell down. The middle-aged man was not surprised. He smiled and said, "Although this pair of blue dragon divine wings is an imitation, they are very strong. With a gentle flap, they can generate a strong wind. If you have a special flame, you can use this pair of blue dragon divine wings to increase the might of your flames." Xiaochen put away the blue dragon divine wings. When he heard that, he rejoiced. Aside from increasing speed, this pair of blue dragon divine wings had such a function. It was truly wondrous. These blue dragon divine wings have many other uses. You will understand them in the future. However, remember one thing. Outside the abandoned land, wing-type profound weapons are extremely precious. Even if it is just an innate profound weapon, it will cause a commotion. Don't reveal it randomly. Xiaochen nodded and performed a cupped fist salute. "Many thanks, senior. You are too polite. Let me give you a friendly reminder. The next stage tests your eyesight. Remember not to get distracted after you enter. If you have any eye techniques that increase your eyesight, execute them the moment you enter. You do not have much time left." The middle-aged man was rather amiable. Before Xiaochen left, he gave him some advice. Chapter 1493. After Xiaochen left, the dragon horse and the black-clad old man walked over from the hall. The middle-aged man said to the dragon horse, "Big brother dragon." The dragon horse nodded like a human and said, "How did it go? How did your performance go? What reward did you choose?" The middle-aged man answered honestly. He passed with full marks, using less than 1 hour. He chose the replica of the blue dragon divine wings. He passed with full marks. He is even more incredible than the Qing emperor back then. The black-clad old man revealed a strange expression, clearly in disbelief and shock. The dragon horse said rudely, "I said long ago that I think highly of him." He took a different path from the Qing emperor. Back then, the Qing emperor wanted to enter the Tao with the demonic Tao, but he already went astray. Most importantly, he is still young. His future is limitless. The black-clad old man remained silent. He could not rebut this, nor could he. Entering the Tao with the demonic Tao was indeed a direction. The great Tao was one. No matter what path was taken, it would all lead to the same destination in the end. However, the Qing emperor's path was too extreme. In the end, he failed. There was nothing much to say, nor was there a need to say anything more. He chose the replica of the blue dragon divine wings. Given his intelligence, it is not hard for him to guess that those secret manuals are more precious. It looks like while he does not know what is happening outside, he has a vague premonition. The Dragon's Gate's astute old Taoist priest figured out Xiaochen's thoughts. After entering the second stage and opening the door, Xiaochen discovered that the scene before him kept changing. At one moment it was a desert, then a vast ocean, then a glacier, then a sea of fire. Xiaochen had already opened his heavenly eye long ago. However, he still felt that he could not see clearly enough, unable to figure out what was going on. Amid this constantly changing scene, a girl in her prime walked out. There was also a barely detectable golden light in the depths of her eyes. "Greetings, senior," Xiaochen said respectfully with a slight bow. The girl in her prime nodded. This stage is a test of vision. From the moment you entered, a total of 9 different scenes appeared. I want you to draw them all in one painting. This Xiaochun felt somewhat stunned. No wonder the middle-aged man in front told him to open his heavenly eye the moment he entered. Fortunately, he did as he was told. However, he had never learned how to draw. Do you still need to learn the tricks of painting for a warrior of your strength? This stage tests your eyesight, not your drawing skills. Just draw whatever you see. The young woman was far less amiable than the middle-aged man. She didn't bother to hide her emotions. After handing over the brush, ink, paper and inkstone to Xiaochun, she walked to the side and didn't say anything. Xiaochun smiled helplessly. He rolled up his sleeves, picked up the brush and began to ponder. He still had some drawing skills. After all, he was also a person who drew talismans a long time ago. The way he held the brush was quite decent. His white robes fluttered in the wind, giving him an air of elegance. How to draw. From the beginning till now it had only been a minute, but a total of 9 scenes had appeared. Barren mountain, desert, glacier, swamp, city, small courtyard, battlefield, ocean, lake, etc. It was impossible for him to draw them all. Eyesight, just as Xiaochun was at his wit's end, he suddenly remembered the purpose of this stage. Then he revealed a faint smile. It turned out that this stage was not just a test of eyesight but also of flexibility. What was eyesight? It could be summed up in 8 words. Perceptive, meticulous, and perceptive. As long as this painting could depict the 9 environments and embody these 8 words, it would be enough. If he wanted to draw all 9 scenes, who knew how long he would have to wait? The first scene was a barren mountain. Xiaochun remembered an unremarkable blade of grass in a crack at the peak of the barren mountain, so he drew it. There was an indistinct black dot in the extreme distance of the glacier. It looked like a cultivator carrying a sword on his back. The ocean was vast, stretching as far as the eye could see. However, Xiaochun remembered that the scene in that illusion left the deepest impression on him was a wave. The wave surged, hiding a ferocious sea beast. It seemed to merge with the wave, making it hard to distinguish. On the battlefield, 2 armies faced each other. More than 10,000 cultivators fought. There were countless martial techniques. However, Xiaochun saw them all. In less than 15 minutes, Xiaochun stopped writing. Then he smiled at the young woman and said, "I'm done." So fast. The young woman clearly did not believe him. She said coldly, "Have you thought it through? There is no time limit for this stage. However, you only have 1 chance." Xiaochun said confidently, "I have thought it through. Senior, please take a look." The young woman gave Xiaochun a deep look. Then she walked over quickly. When she saw the painting clearly, her lips curled up, revealing a mocking expression on her pretty face. "What did you draw? Although I am not very strict, there is no need to do this even if you want to brush me off." In the painting, fallen leaves fell. A handsome swordsman with a blade of grass in his mouth executed a sword technique and killed a ferocious beast. Xiaochun did not panic. He said warmly, "Senior, please take a closer look." The young woman looked suspiciously at Xiaochun. She did not understand why he was so confident. However, when she looked at the painting again, she was suddenly stunned. The more he delved into it, the more shocked he became. "How did you do it?" The young woman asked seriously as she put down the painting. Needless to say, Xiaochun naturally passed the test of this stage, meeting the requirements. Xiaochun smiled faintly and said, "I did it just like that. Senior, I finally passed." You pass with full marks. The reward for this stage is 3 eye technique secret manuals and a bottle of superior purity immortal water, a spiritual liquid that improves eye techniques. Which one do you choose? Xiaochun did not hesitate. He said seriously, "Superior purity immortal water. Have you thought it through? Even without the spiritual liquid, your eye technique will make a breakthrough. Furthermore, once you give up on the eye technique secret manuals, it will be extremely difficult to obtain them again. Thank you for Senior's kind intentions. This junior has thought it through. Here." The young woman handed a jade bottle to Xiaochun. Naturally, this bottle contained the superior purity immortal water. Xiaochun held it in his hand and entered deep thought. Then he took out another jade bottle and split the superior purity immortal water in half. This way the effects would not be optimal. However, it could improve his two-eye techniques, the heavenly eye and the divine lightning eye. These two-eye techniques had reached a critical juncture. Relying on the superior purity immortal water to make a breakthrough was the best choice. There was no need to elaborate on the process of consuming the divine lightning eye. After the divine lightning eye was refined, Xiao Qian's divine lightning eye stabilized at the third layer. It was no longer like before where he could barely use it. Now he could easily layer on 3 bolts of divine lightning and severely injure a prime. The heavenly eye officially entered the next level, reaching the point where it could fly and tunnel through the ground. With just a thought, the heavenly eye could leave his body. It could hover in the 9 heavens or sink into the deep abyss in the ground. Many thanks, Senior. Xiao Chun tested out the 2 advanced eye techniques. Then he bowed slightly and took his leave. Whoosh! 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 Not long after Xiao Chun left, the black-clad old man, the middle-aged man, and the dragon horse all rushed over excitedly. How did this fellow clear the stages so quickly? Let me take a look at his painting. The dragon horse felt suspicious. When it saw Xiao Chen's painting, it became even more confused. The black-clad old man and the middle-aged man also goggled at each other, unable to understand. However, the dragon horse's intuition told it that the painting was not simple. It looked at the young woman and said, Hong Yi changed the 9 illusions from earlier. All right, big brother dragon. The young woman did as instructed. After carefully looking at the painting, the dragon horse, the black-clad old man, and the middle-aged man's eyes lit up when they looked at the painting again. Seeing through the finest details, meticulous. This little fellow's eyes are indeed extraordinary. The most unremarkable grass in the crack of a rock at the summit of a desolate mountain. He could make out a swordsman with such an appearance just by looking at a dot on the glacier. Fighting on the battlefield, seeing a person's appearance among millions of people, and having a photographic memory for his martial techniques. An expression of admiration flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes as he muttered to himself, describing the wonders of the painting. The young woman looked at the painting and said, What's even rarer is that he merged all these into one painting. Furthermore, it looks very natural. This kind of inference, as well as his excellent comprehension ability and adaptability, is the most terrifying. The next stage is fear, right? The old dragon horse suddenly said. The 3 showed stunned expressions and fell silent at the same time. Fear. Over the past millions of years, many dragon race outstanding talents had fallen at this stage. This stage was not limited to the Blue Dragon Palace. The inheritance palaces of the other divine dragons had similar stages as well. How many talented, peerless geniuses had fallen at this stage? Too many to count. The final successor of the Blue Dragon bloodline had such an eye-catching performance. Could he clear this stage? Chapter 1494. Chaos reigned outside the Blue Dragon Palace in the savage battlefield. Space shattered, and all sorts of storms accompanied the shards of space, howling as they approached. The area outside the Blue Dragon Palace had already turned into rubble. The ground was cracked and floating in the air. When 6 primes fought, how horrifying would the shock waves be? Without needing to think, one could easily guess that ordinary people would run as far as they could. The damage to the ground was too severe. The Blue Dragon Palace directly soared into the air. Although the battle was ferocious, a formless aura protected the surroundings of the Azure Dragon Palace, allowing it to remain undamaged. During the huge battle, Emperor Forsaken suppressed the Fox King alone. The other 3, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva, and the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God, surrounded Zongtian. The 2 primes were in an incredibly miserable state. Emperor Forsaken's arrangement was extremely vicious. By separating the 2, the other 3 had the absolute advantage against the weaker Zongtian. As for the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, he would firmly suppress the Fox King and wait for Zongtian to be defeated. By then it would be 4 against 1, and the Fox King would be defeated even more miserably. At this moment, the Fox King had already revealed his fiend form. The huge 9-tailed spirit fox had scarlet eyes as it faced Emperor Forsaken. The 9-tailed spirit fox was not in the mood to fight and wanted to leave this place. However, Emperor Forsaken did not give it this chance. When the strongest person of the Kunlun realm unleashed his full strength, he was so strong that it was horrifying. The body of the 9-tailed spirit fox was already riddled with wounds. Blood stained its smooth white fur. Due to excessive blood loss, the fur on the nine-tailed spirit fox was now scarlet and wrinkled. The Emperor Forsaken also had many injuries on his body. Clearly, the strongest person of the Kunlun realm had put in his full power. If this was a normal battle in the past, with his strength there was no need for him to fight so fiercely. He could just slowly wear down the Fox King and defeat him. But today it was different. There was fire in his heart, and he had long since fought to the point of madness. Inextinguishable divine light, starry sky divine palm. The two palms overlapped, and Emperor Forsaken's most powerful move appeared. The starry sky of the universe appeared, and the stars flickered. They were like ancient gods, emitting boundless radiance, dazzling and moving. Emperor Forsaken's body emitted a tangible divine light that soared into the sky. The tremendous will of holy light was pushed to the limit by him, and the entire space seemed to have frozen. A gigantic god appeared from the depths of the universe and struck out with his palm. With the support of the holy light will, this palm strike was twice as powerful as the one Shao Chan had received previously. Boom! The Fox King, who faced the palm with all his might, could no longer maintain his demon form. He turned back into his human form and spat out a mouthful of blood. The Fox King's face paled, and flames of rage flickered in his eyes. Qitian, are you for real? Emperor Forsaken's expression turned cold as he said, I already said that if you had surrendered, I would not have done this. However, you resisted to the end. In that case, don't blame me for being merciless. To tell you the truth, this is not my full strength. I am much stronger than you imagine. I am much stronger than you imagine. These words were extremely tyrannical. However, when Emperor Forsaken said them, everyone had no choice but to believe them. They had no choice but to be convinced. In the days before the Thunder King disappeared, Emperor Forsaken had never truly made a move. However, today he was forced into a corner and completely unleashed his full strength. Thinking of this, the Spirit Fox King could not help but feel despair when facing the current Qitian. Facing the current Qitian, the Fox King felt like he was facing the Thunder King from back then. This person had hidden himself very deeply. Actually, the Fox King's strength was already on par with the Thunder King long ago. However, he had been holding it in. On the other side, Ingzongtian was surrounded by 3 people. His situation was even more miserable. The Kitagarbha Bodhisattva revealed his dharmic incarnation and used the various Buddhist secret techniques of the immortal epoch to continuously harass Ingzongtian. Just this person annoyed Ingzongtian to no end. The heaven-punishing corpse god stuck close to Shao Chan from start to end. Every time Shao Chan exchanged a palm strike with the heaven-punishing corpse god, he felt his internal organs tremble intensely. Furthermore, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor was like a venomous thorn. He attacked the least, but every time he attacked he would deal the most fatal damage. Several terrifying sword wounds appeared on Shao Chen's body, all from the heaven-punishing corpse god. Ingzongtian, why bother? If you continue holding on like this, you will die for sure. The heaven-punishing corpse god said indifferently after sending Ingzongtian flying with a palm strike. Ingzongtian vomited a mouthful of blood. Then he smiled and said, What is there to fear about death? In my entire life, I have never been threatened by anyone, much less become a pawn in someone else's hands. Let me tell you this. If you want to use me to threaten Shao Chan, there is no way. At worst, I will just die. Right after Shao Chan spoke, he suddenly spun around like a phantom and threw a palm strike at the Ghost Emperor, who sneak attacked him. Shao Chan beat the Ghost Emperor until he was covered in wounds. The light of the great sun left him in a sorry state. Ingzongtian's lips curled up in a mocking smile. He said coldly, This is an opening that I purposely revealed. You are the most detestable. Even if I die, I will take you down with me. Shao Chen's smile, coupled with the blood on his face, startled the Dongyue Ghost Emperor. Ha ha ha! Look at your cowardly appearance. Heaven-punishing corpse, fighting you is still the most enjoyable. Covered in blood, Ingzongtian's long hair fluttered in the wind. Then, he laughed maniacally and took the initiative to charge at the heaven-punishing corpse god, a prime who had substantiated his Tao with his physical body. May the Lord Buddha bless you. Benefactor, your malevolence is too heavy. The Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's Buddhist scriptures buzzed and entered Ingzongtian's mind, slowing his movements and inflicting incredible pain in his mind. Damn it! This bald donkey is at it again. Outside the hall, the two primes used all their means. However, they could not change anything. The disparity in numbers and strength left the two supremes in a sorry and miserable state. Meanwhile, inside the Blue Dragon Hall, Xiao Chen also encountered the most difficult stage of the test, fear. The fear of the dragon race, the nightmare of all dragons. Every dragon race member had to overcome this stage before they could truly pass the test. Otherwise, no matter how outstanding one was, one would be eliminated. After stepping into this stage, the instant the stone door descended, Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. A bad feeling welled up in his heart. This pitch-black space did not allow him to see anything. He could not even see his fingers when he stretched out his hand. Xiao Chen kept walking in silence. Aside from the sound of his footsteps, there was only the sound of his heartbeat. For some reason, Xiao Chen's heartbeat sped up. Although he could not see anything in the pitch-black space, Xiao Chen felt that something was staring at him. Xiao Chen felt goosebumps all over his body, and his heartbeat sped up uncontrollably. Whoosh! Suddenly, a pair of green eyes appeared in the dark space, looking exceptionally horrifying. Following that, another pair of eyes appeared. In the next moment, they densely packed together. What is it? Suddenly, the light brightened. When Xiao Chen saw it clearly, his complexion paled. It was a hoe, the natural enemy of dragons, an extremely strange mutated beast in the world. It ate dragon brains and spat out strange flames. It ate dragons like eating earthworms. When Xiao Chen first saw the ghost of a hoe, it was just the ghost of a hoe, yet it scared him so much that he could not move. At this moment, a living hoe appeared before him. Furthermore, it was not one but a group of hoe. A rough count gave about 50 of them. Xiao Chen's legs trembled involuntarily, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. It was not because he was weak. This was the most instinctive fear in his body, like a rabbit seeing an eagle. It was the fear of a natural enemy. Chapter 1495. Give up. That was right. Only by giving up could one survive. The girl in her prime said sullenly. How dangerous. I nearly got crippled by fear. Fortunately, I persevered. However, some things could be dropped, but some things like backbone absolutely could not be dropped. Feeling confused, Xiao Chen asked. However, I already chose to give up. Why did you let me pass? Before this immense fear, the helpless Xiao Chen's confidence, which he had built up for a long time, shattered. Born in this world, you and I are both ordinary people. What Blue Dragon King? What Shadowless Saber Sovereign? They are just empty titles. In the end, he is just an ordinary person. Boom! Xiao Chen crashed into the wall. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips as he revealed a bitter smile. Whoosh! No way! As Xiao Chen looked at the group of hoe charging over, he felt despair. He already could not deal with one hoe. How could he deal with 50-odd of them? No matter what the rumors were. These mutated beasts were the natural nemesis of dragons. One hoe fighting 3 dragons alone and not being at a disadvantage, even being able to consume 2 of them, was not an exaggeration. The hoe clawed at Xiao Chen and knocked away the saber in his hand. Although I, Xiao Chen, am just an ordinary person, I cannot lose my backbone. Even if I give up, I have to do it at the last moment. Right now, 50 hoe surrounded me. Xiao Chen's mind went blank. His right hand, which held the saber, felt powerless. This was much easier than Xiao Chen's. However, the old dragon horse shook its head in silence back then. Many thanks. Because this stage is a test of fear. If you can last 15 minutes, you pass. Not only did you last 15 minutes, but you even attacked the hoe. That is enough to pass. Even though Xiao Chen's current strength was not even half of his usual strength, he still had to face fear. Xiao Chen, who had already thought things through, could not lose his backbone. Even if he gave up, he had to persist until the last moment. Holding his saber, Xiao Chen knelt on one knee and looked at the approaching hoe. His eyes were ashen, filled with despair and heart-wrenching pain. Xiao Chen felt dazed for a moment. When he discovered that he was unharmed, he asked in a daze, "What happened?" The dragon horse looked at the last door and said, "This test has already proven that he is different from the Qing Emperor. As long as he passes one more test, he will definitely obtain the inheritance." Those who couldn't stand it would be scared to the point of wetting their pants on the spot. Those who had slightly stronger willpower would only cry out in despair. they wouldn't fare much better. Looking at the young beast now, he would still be afraid and feel that it would be difficult to defeat it. However, the trembling of not being able to hold the saber did not exist anymore. The azure-clothed man explained with a smile on his face. Fight! Knife, knife, knife! Xiao Chun looked at the pendant suspiciously. He didn't feel that there was anything special about it, but since the other party said so, it must have a miraculous effect. It turned out that he still had so many things he was reluctant to part with. He was also a greedy person. Whoosh! In the face of immense fear, Xiao Chun tossed aside his usual confidence and vanity. This made Xiao Chun realize how ordinary he was. One was the natural enemy of the dragon race, and the other was Xiao Chun, who was not even half as strong as he normally was. The result of this battle went without saying. Move! 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 Hurry up and move! Right now, Xiao Chun's situation was even more miserable. He might even fall to the ground. He was like a successful man in the modern society, standing high above the masses. Xiao Chun was tossed into a cage with a group of ferocious tigers that had starved for 10 days. I can't continue protecting the Dragon's Gate. I can't go out. I can't do anything. I still have many things to do. I can't die. I absolutely can't die. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chun thought of many things. Many things he had experienced and many people flashed in his mind. When the saber light scattered, Xiao Chun discovered that the 50-odd young beasts were gone. In their place was a yong the size of a small mountain. Immediately the silence was broken. The yong surrounding Xiao Chun all pounced over, densely surrounding him. Everything you experienced earlier was the carefree illusion. The illusion merged with the souls of some young beasts. Hence, it was so realistic that you did not notice it. Xiao Chun also gave up. However, this time Xiao Chun was much more at ease. It was like he had already forgotten his fear in the intense battle. I really can't clear this stage. I should just give up. There was nothing funny about this. This was a fear that was born in the bones from the moment one was born. It was very hard to eradicate. Today Xiao Chun was having such a difficult time. However, Big Brother Dragon said that Xiao Chun would definitely obtain the inheritance. Fortunately, such mutated beasts were extremely rare. They also did not have the ability to reproduce. Otherwise, these mutated beasts would have wiped out the dragon race long ago. I give up. When this group of tigers slowly approached, they would shatter this successful person's demeanor, aura, and confidence. Just as the 50 young beasts were about to pounce over, Xiao Chun finally made his move. Enduring his intense fear, he drew the lunar shadow saber and sent out a resplendent saber light. Everyone was born equal. However, some people lost too many things while others managed to hold on to some things. It was not that some people were born extraordinary. It was just that they lost fewer things. The green-robed man smiled and pointed to the front. Quickly go. There is still one more stage. Then you will pass the test. Do your best to obtain the inheritance. If Xiao Chun persisted, only death would await him. Death was like a lamp going out. There was nothing he could do. That was enough. Even if he failed this stage, Xiao Chun had learned many things. However, was he really going to give up? Congratulations, you've passed this stage. Am I going to die? Dong! 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 The moment Xiao Chun left, urgent footsteps rang out. The dragon horse and the others asked anxiously, how was it? How did Xiao Chun perform? If it wasn't for the fact that the dragon spirit guarding the tomb had strengthened the blue dragon martial soul in the distant sea dragon tomb, it wouldn't have been able to do so. He was right in saying that it was impossible for the Qing emperor to obtain the inheritance. With a smile, the green-clothed man recounted what had happened earlier in full detail. Dang! There were many legends about Ho. Some said that it was a strange beast born from the void and chaos. Some said that it was transformed from a chaotic godfiend after its death, while others said that it was a divine pet from the chaotic era. The azure-clothed man took out a pendant and handed it to Xiao Chun. This is a secret treasure of the dragon race. A drop of the dragon race's blood is infused into it. In the future, when you face the young beasts, you will no longer feel fear. It was hard to imagine that the dragon race, one of the great desolate 100 races, would have such a weakness. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chun was covered in cuts and bruises by the young beast, looking extremely battered and exhausted. He was no different from the others. Damn it! Sweat poured down Xiao Qin's forehead as he did his best to grasp the lunar shadow saber and draw it. However, his right hand was powerless. He clearly wanted to move, but his hand felt like it weighed 5 tons, unable to move. The middle-aged man thought for a while before saying, "Fear is something that cannot be truly defeated. The most important thing is to face it calmly." For him to understand this principle at the last moment, he is truly remarkable. The scene before Xiao Qin suddenly vanished, and a youth wearing azure robes walked out. Dust to dust, dust to dust. What difference could there be? A hoe ferociously pounced over, opening its mouth as it flew towards Xiao Qin. The hoe looked like a horse with a dragon horn on its head. Its body was covered in scales, and it had a pair of short wings on its back. There was only calmness in its eyes. There was no depression or pain from failure. Whoosh! The black-clothed man simply could not understand. Dang! The black-clothed old man remained silent. Back then the Qing emperor used the demonic Tao to enter the Tao. After he erased his fear, he passed this stage in an instant. Chapter 1496. This was the final stage of the trial of trial. Once one cleared it, one would pass the test. Of course, whether one could obtain the Dragon Emperor's inheritance was another matter. Xiao Qin opened the stone door, and the scene that entered his eyes was unexpected. There was a large mirror in front. A person that looked exactly like him appeared in it, wearing long white robes and holding the lunar shadow saber. Before Xiao Qin could react, the person in the mirror walked out with a smile, and the mirror shattered at the same time. The final stage, overcoming self. Time limit 2 hours. This doppelganger is 100% created according to your strength. It is exactly the same as you. It also knows your combat habits like the back of its hand. A voice rang out in the spacious hall, signaling the start of the test. Defeating myself? Before Xiao Qin could think of a countermeasure, the clone in front suddenly vanished. Flawless saber technique, void-breaking stance. This was the first move of Xiao Qin's flawless saber technique. There was no time to think. Xiao Qin made his move, executing the flawless saber technique as well. Dang! 2 intense lights flashed in the air. When the sabers clashed, they gave off a metallic sound. The two were evenly matched, each taking 100 steps back. Xiao Qin stood upright while holding his saber. He frowned slightly. This clone's strength was exactly the same as his, not weaker at all. This was somewhat problematic. Given this, no matter how he fought, it would be a draw. It would be hard for him to obtain victory. Furthermore, the requirement for this test was to obtain victory. Furthermore, there was a time limit. Once the battle started in the hall, it could not stop. 2 figures that looked exactly the same executed the same martial techniques. From start to end, they were evenly matched. No one could gain the upper hand. Soon half the test was over. Even so, Xiao Qin still could not think of a countermeasure. When Xiao Qin saw the exact same version of himself doing the exact same actions, he felt like he was looking at a mirror. Such a battle was both boring and depressing. Xiao Qin was very familiar with the various martial techniques of the other party. The other party also knew his martial techniques and combat habits like the back of his hand. After fighting for so long, Xiao Qin wondered if he was living in the mirror or standing outside the mirror. Xiao Qin executed the flawless saber technique, the Taiji saber domain, dermic world, and various other killing moves. However, he could not defeat the other party without exception. As for the divine lightning eye, he did not dare to use it at all. If he used it, both of them would be injured and it would still be a draw. Seeing that the assessment was about to end, Xiao Qin's heart became more and more anxious. Boom! The doppelganger's blade suddenly changed, and a moment of glory struck Xiao Qin. The condensed scroll sealed the space and locked Xiao Qin in place, making it impossible for him to break free. You and I are of similar strength. If you are distracted, you will definitely lose. The clone said coldly as he looked at Xiao Qin, who was in the glorious painting. Then he clenched his fist. Kacha kacha! The picture scroll shattered and so did the space. Xiao Qin spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated into the distance. His body was riddled with wounds from the shards of space. He wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips and smiled bitterly. It truly lives up to being me. As soon as I find an opening, I can immediately grab hold of it. Seeing that he was about to fail, Shao Chun stood up and asked with some dissatisfaction, "Do you really not have any weaknesses?" The clone held up his saber and pointed it at Shao Chun. He smiled and said, "I am you and you are me. Are you asking me, or are you asking yourself?" "That's right. This clone is a replica of me. It is the me that walked out of the mirror. When I look at him, it is a mirror. When he looks at me, it is also a mirror. What is my weakness? However, so what if I know? If I can think of it, the other party can think of it as well. Weaknesses are mutual in the first place." Damn it. This seemingly simple stage actually gave Shao Chun a feeling of incomprehensibility. Mirror, 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 Shao Chun muttered to himself in his mind. Suddenly, inspiration flashed in Shao Chun's mind, and he revealed a smile. "Why can't I defeat you? It is because I have been fighting with the mirror. Fighting with the person in the mirror, how can I win?" When the clone saw this scene, he revealed a mocking smile. "Our strengths are about the same, yet you still blinded yourself. That is just seeking death." Shao Chun took out a strip of cloth and directly covered his eyes. His vision turned dark, and he relied on his 5 senses and spiritual sense to fight with the clone. Before the clone's strange gaze, the blinded Shao Chun revealed a confident expression and charged over. Dang! 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 An intense battle unfolded once more. However, even though it was clearly the same martial technique this time, the clone was slightly weaker. The clone would also be slightly weaker. Not a match for Shao Chun. It was clearly the same flawless saber technique. However, Shao Chun's flawless saber technique was ever-changing, elegant and nimble. As for the clone's flawless saber technique, it looked exactly the same. However, it felt like something invisible was binding it. In less than 100 moves, Shao Chun held the upper hand, slowly accumulating his advantage. When the test reached the final second, Shao Chun swung his saber and hacked the clone until he vomited blood and could no longer stand up. The victor was immediately decided. Why? The clone felt immense pain, feeling completely confused. Shao Chun removed the strip of cloth and opened his eyes. "I already broke out of the mirror, but you are still fighting with the mirror. How can you not be defeated?" Clap! 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 Applause rang out, and the person in charge of the final stage walked out from the darkness. When he heard that, he smiled and said, "What a great breaking out of the mirror, overcoming oneself. Countless people have managed to clear this stage in the past millions of years. But there are very few people like you who can understand the meaning of breaking out of the mirror. Congratulations, Shao Chun. You have already passed all the tests of this road of trials. You are qualified to obtain the Divine Dragon bloodline and become a member of the dragon race." Laughter rang out. The old dragon horse led the black-clad old man, the girl in her prime, and the others out, clearly in a good mood. Shao Chun revealed a smile on his face. Along the way, he had cleared all the stages. He had been somewhat lucky. This was especially so for the 3rd and 4th stages. They had been extremely arduous. Many times he felt like he had almost given up. The black-clad old man also felt happy for Shao Chun. He stepped forward and said, "Shao Chun, Big Brother Dragon thinks very highly of you. After obtaining the inheritance, you will be able to restore the might of the blue dragon. In the future, you will be able to revive the blue dragon bloodline. Congratulations, Brother Shao. From today on, you are one of us." The others all congratulated Shao Chun. Even the girl in her prime, who had been indifferent earlier, revealed a smile. Shao Chun performed cupped fist salutes in return. Then, he asked the old dragon horse to help him refine the blue dragon martial spirit into his bloodline. Whoosh! The dragon horse reverted to its gargantuan dragon form. A dragon claw hovered above Shao Chun's head, giving off a scarlet light. The dragon horse entered Shao Chun's head through the dragon claw. Then it pointed at the blue dragon martial spirit. Shao Chun immediately fell into a deep sleep, unaware of the outside world. Strange. The old dragon horse revealed a suspicious expression, feeling confused. The others felt it was strange and asked, "What's wrong?" The blue dragon martial spirit in his body seems to have undergone special cultivation and already gained spirituality. Furthermore, it contains the ethereal immortal chi that only existed during the immortal epoch. The black-clad old man frowned and asked, "What does this mean? Big Brother Dragon, please explain." He seems to have cultivated some special cultivation technique before. This blue dragon martial spirit has already mutated. Let me see what kind of cultivation technique is so tyrannical that it can even change the martial spirit of my blue dragon bloodline. The old dragon horse started to check Xiao Qin's body. Soon it found the purple thunder divine incantation. Then, it activated the primordial energy in Xiao Qin's body and circulated the purple thunder divine incantation. How can this be? When the old dragon horse clearly saw the circulation path of the purple thunder divine incantation, he was greatly startled. The dragon claw left Xiao Qin's head with a whoosh. There is actually such a cultivation technique? Who exactly created this cultivation technique? The old dragon horse was extremely shocked. To think that such a strange cultivation technique like the purple thunder divine incantation existed in the world. This was too incredible. The girl in her prime asked, "Big brother dragon, what exactly is this cultivation technique for you to lose your composure like this?" This cultivation technique would not be a peak cultivation technique in the outside world. In fact, it could be said to be far from it. However, it can actually dual cultivate immortal cultivation and martial cultivation, allowing the cultivator to cultivate both the martial Tao and the immortal Tao. This is a cultivation technique for improving one's physique. It is not a true cultivation technique. I really can't figure out the origins of the person who created it. Even the big brother dragon horse was so shocked. That person's origins had to be very shocking. It looks like his origins are not simple. I wonder what the person who created this cultivation technique is planning. The old dragon horse immediately felt doubtful. Should he let Xiao Qin refine the dragon blood? Chapter 1497. The old dragon horse's words caused everyone to enter deep thought. No one expected Xiao Qin to have such a mysterious background. Everyone started hesitating over whether to refine the blue dragon martial spirit in Xiao Qin's body or not. Big brother dragon. He is the only one left of the blue dragon bloodline. Unless he gives birth, he will not have another chance to establish a true blue dragon totem, the young girl said. The middle-aged man said, "I feel that little brother Xiao Qin can be trusted, no matter what his identity is. His original intentions have always been there. He is not someone who goes back on his word. He is worth trusting." That's right. Big brother dragon, look at him. He chose rewards that can immediately increase his strength. He just wants to save his friends as soon as possible after he gets out. The azure-clad man also spoke up at an appropriate time to console the middle-aged man. Clearly, everyone felt that Xiao Qin's blue dragon martial spirit had mutated, and that his background was extremely mysterious. However, Xiao Qin's character was still trustworthy. They should continue helping him refine the blue dragon martial spirit. After all, Xiao Qin was the last blue dragon descendant. If he gave up, perhaps the blue dragon bloodline would truly be finished. It would be like the many branches of the dragon race in history. I hope that I did not do wrong. The old dragon horse sighed. Its dragon claw encased Xiao Qin again, and the scarlet spiritual light entered. Bang! The spiritual light directly exploded the blue dragon martial spirit. Then it quickly merged into Xiao Qin's blood. Whoosh! Xiao Qin's body immediately gave off waves of multicolored light. It was like an immortal fog, filled with overwhelming spiritual energy and many colors. The silhouette of a blue dragon appeared indistinctly amid the immortal fog. A strong dragon might came from that mysterious blue dragon silhouette. Aside from the old dragon horse, the black-clad old man, the young girl, and the azure-clad man all felt immense pressure. They had no choice but to activate their dragon's might and desperately resist. Most of them were from the Blue Dragon clan. They were genuine descendants of the seven-colored divine dragons. However, at this moment, the outline of the blue dragon that appeared behind Xiao Qin made them feel an enormous pressure. This was truly too inconceivable and unbelievable. As time passed, the immortal mist became thicker and thicker. The blue dragon martial soul was further integrated with Xiao Qin's blood. The vast dragon might grew even stronger, giving the group a feeling that they could not block it. Roar! The old dragon horse released its claws, and the mist dispersed. A complete blue dragon image appeared behind Xiao Qin and glared at the crowd. Unable to endure it any longer, they spat out mouthfuls of blood and were sent flying. It was as though he had been struck by a heavy object, and he was in excruciating pain. The dragon image vanished, and Xiao Chun opened his eyes. A golden light flickered in the depths of his eyes. His eyes glowed with a resplendent golden light. Xiao Chun did not notice anything strange. When he saw the black-clad old man and the others flying back while vomiting blood, he asked in confusion, "Seniors, what's wrong?" The azure-clad man smiled bitterly and said, "If I said that you did all this, would you believe me?" "I did it." The old dragon horse said sullenly, "All right. Xiao Chun, scatter the great desolate divine light in your eyes first." Great desolate divine light? What is that? After a while, Xiao Chun discovered the strange state of his eyes. After trying it once, he quickly scattered the golden light in his eyes. This great desolate divine light is really resplendent. No wonder the dragon might is so intense. For a divine light of this level, the quality of his bloodline should be extremely high. The few people discussed in soft voices as they looked at Xiao Chun. However, this confused Xiao Chun. "Seniors, what is this great desolate divine light?" The old dragon horse said, "Let me explain it to you. The great desolate Aeon is second only to the primal chaos mythological era. Hence, it is also known as the secondary mythological era. Our great desolate 100 races were like gods in the entire great desolate Aeon's 10,000 races. The unique characteristic of the great desolate 100 races is the golden divine light in the eyes. This divine light is not only a symbol of status, but also has many other uses. You will come to know about this in the future. Now let me test the quality of your blue dragon bloodline." The explanation allowed Xiao Chun to understand what the great desolate divine light was. However, a new question appeared. There are differences in the quality of the blue dragon bloodline as well? That is natural. Even if one has a divine dragon bloodline, the quality of the bloodline differs. Their future accomplishments might be worlds apart. The old dragon horse led Xiao Chun to a spirit pool. Then it got Xiao Chun to drip some blood into the spirit pool. Soon the clear spirit pool started to change color. First it turned azure. Then it quickly turned red. Azure, red, black, white, silver, gold, and blue. After a total of 7 colors, the spirit pool stopped. The black-clad old man smiled and said, "The quality of a bloodline is split into 7 grades. The more colors it changes, the higher the quality. Xiao Chun, your divine dragon bloodline is the peak divine dragon bloodline." The azure-clad old man also smiled and said, "Indeed, as expected. With such a high-quality divine dragon bloodline and the inheritance, there is hope for the blue dragon race to rise again." The few people were not too surprised by the quality of Xiao Chun's bloodline. After all, the dragon might and the great desolate divine light in his eyes already revealed many suspicions. However, just at this moment, something strange happened. The ever-changing spirit pool suddenly turned purple. Adding the previous 7 colors, Xiao Chun changed into a total of 8 colors. Furthermore, the last color was purple, which no one had ever heard of before. What's going on? The 7-colored divine dragons? I have never heard of a purple dragon before. The azure-clad old man was startled, showing confusion on his face. This scene stunned the others as well, all of them looking at the old dragon horse. The old dragon horse said sullenly, "It's because of that cultivation technique. His dragon race bloodline has already mutated." The old dragon horse's expression suddenly turned extremely grave as it looked at Xiao Chun. "Xiao Chun, don't ever tell anyone about this. Otherwise, the entire great desolate 100 races will target you." Xiao Chun wanted to ask something, but the old dragon horse interrupted him. Unwilling to say more, it directly said, "Go to the inheritance hall and see if you can obtain the inheritance." Since the other party was unwilling to say more, Xiao Chun could not force it. He could only suppress the questions in his heart and follow the old dragon horse to the inheritance hall. The instant Xiao Chun entered the inheritance hall, he suddenly discovered a void under his feet. When he looked up, he saw a sky full of stars and a boundless universe. This is the inheritance hall. Is there a mistake? However, the old dragon horse and the others showed grave and respectful expressions. "Dragon emperors of my blue dragon bloodline, today the new master of the Blue Dragon Palace, Xiao Chun, is here to pay respects to the ancestor. Ancestor, please take a look." The old dragon horse said respectfully to the boundless starry heavens with an incredibly grave expression. Whoosh! Right after the old dragon horse spoke, pairs of cold dragon eyes suddenly appeared in the distant starry heavens. These eyes covered up all the starlight in the starry heavens. A boundless ancient aura spread out, and the many pairs of dragon eyes fixed on Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan immediately felt like he could not move at all. An invisible force held him in place. The black-clad old man and the others did not even dare to breathe loudly as they waited anxiously. If Xiao Chan could not obtain the inheritance, no matter how outstanding he was, he might end up like the Qing emperor. As they waited anxiously, time seemed to pass by like a year. Every minute and every second felt extremely long. Whoosh! Suddenly, among the 100-odd pairs of dragon eyes in the distant starry heavens, a pair of dragon eyes suddenly turned golden. The pair of golden eyes looked like two blazing golden flames in the starry heavens, completely suppressing the starlight. It's done! The old dragon horse and the others revealed joy on their faces. This meant that the ancestor dragon emperor had taken a liking to Xiao Chan and was willing to leave the inheritance for him. Whoosh! 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 In the next moment, the many pairs of dragon eyes lit up one after another. The light in their eyes flickered brightly. They were the most resplendent stars in the starry heavens. The light flickered endlessly. The many pairs of dragon eyes seemed to be competing with each other, all wanting to pass the inheritance to Xiao Chan. The ancestor actually started fighting for Xiao Chan. This only happened during the most flourishing period of the blue dragon bloodline. The old dragon horse's voice trembled. It was so excited that it could not contain itself. This scene was simply too shocking. The old dragon horse had guarded the Blue Dragon Palace from ancient times until now. It had personally witnessed the Blue Dragon bloodline's rise from glory to its current decline. Now that it saw this scene, it felt too deeply moved. Just at this moment, something strange happened. A pair of golden eyes with scarlet flames suddenly flickered in the even more distant starry heavens. When this dragon eye appeared, the other dragon eyes that were competing with each other all vanished, retreating as if they had seen a king. The boundless starry heavens suddenly turned pitch black. Only that pair of golden eyes with scarlet flames shone brightly. Chapter 1498. Xiao Chan asked softly, "Does this count as me surpassing Prime?" The boundless starry heavens were pitch black. Only this pair of golden dragon eyes with scarlet flames could be seen. Xiao Chan smiled bitterly and helplessly. "Master, so be it. In any case, it is just a form of address." Intense pain spread through Xiao Chen's entire body. He could not help roaring, and his long hair stood on end. When the Dragon Emperor was alive, he was known as the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor, who advocated stopping killing with killing. While the Dragon Emperor was not the strongest Dragon Emperor in history, he was definitely the most spirited and legendary. Red Snow gave Xiao Chen a simple explanation, allowing Xiao Chen to understand a little, although he still did not fully understand. The moment Xiao Chen said that, he immediately discovered that the old dragon horse, the black-clad old man, and the others' expressions changed slightly. The dragon eyes stared at Xiao Chen, who felt immense pressure. It was far from what the earlier dragon eyes could compare to. Because of the Dragon Emperor's appearance, no one dared to offend the dragon race. That was the dragon race's most glorious period. Their fame spread far and wide, shaking the world. Upon seeing Xiao Chen's pale complexion and blood seeping out of his skin, Ao Jiao looked anxiously at the old dragon horse and asked, "Big brother dragon, will Xiao Chen be fine?" Red Snow entered deep thought and said, "Although the strength that Master currently grasps is similar to that of a prime, in reality, they have not surpassed Emperor Wu yet. Furthermore, Master already broke through the restrictions and has a limitless future. It would not be wrong to say that he surpassed Prime. Since Xiao Chen obtained the inheritance, he was already the master of the Blue Dragon Palace. However, Xiao Chen had always looked down on seniority. Even if Xiao Chen was a master, there was no need to bow. This pair of dragon eyes was not much different from other dragon eyes. However, there was now a scarlet flame in the depths of his eyes, causing others to tremble in fear. Strange. What's going on? Whoosh! There is a saying in the outside world, to become a god, one must first become a human. Becoming a human is becoming a true human. In the outside world, a veritable personage realm cultivator can barely be considered an expert. The blue dragon bloodline had been passed down for millions of years for countless epochs. There were more than 200 dragon emperors. Although there were many, they were not particularly difficult to remember. The moment Xiao Chan opened his eyes, he saw the old dragon horse, the azure-clad old man, and the other blue dragon palace's item spirits kneeling in salute. A strong murderous chi spread from Chen's body, making him look incredibly berserk. The lake was formed by primordial energy, but the power it contained seemed to be higher than primordial energy. Xiao Chen's appearance frightened Ao Jiao. She quickly came out of the lunar shadow saber and hugged him. As Dragon Chan sang Dragon Chan the dragon, he said. Chen's dragon Chen's Yuan said, no, Chan and I said. When he thought of this, Xiao Chen's face turned slightly pale, and he felt a wave of unprecedented nervousness. Xiao Chen's 5 viscera and 6 bowels, as well as the most important part of his brain, were enveloped by a mysterious force. His injuries looked serious on the outside, but in fact he didn't suffer any serious internal injuries. There was a loud bang. Before Xiao Chan could react, the Purple Emperor's door was completely shattered. Seeing the doubt in Xiao Chen's eyes, the old dragon horse said, Red Snow, give him a simple explanation of his current situation. Hearing this, Ao Jiao quickly checked on Xiao Chen's condition. It was just as the man in green had said. The old dragon horse said, let's not talk about this first. I'll bring you to the martial technique pavilion, the profound weapon pavilion, and the various cultivation rooms in the Blue Dragon Palace to choose some treasures. The black-clothed old man whispered. With his body's condition, he should be able to recover very quickly. No matter how hard they tried, they could not think of a dragon emperor whose eyes were burning with bloody flames. However, the gist of it was that the dragon emperor relied on the blood-soaked dragon emperor's inheritance to forcefully break through Emperor Wu's restrictions. The azure-clad man, the girl in her prime, and the others were completely stupefied before this huge pressure. When they sent their spiritual senses into their bodies, they were greatly shocked. The spot where the heart of an emperor originally was had turned into a lake of clear water, giving off a refreshing energy. The old dragon horse muttered to itself, feeling extremely excited. Only that old dragon horse's eyes brimmed with hot tears, so excited that it could not control itself. Tears flowed endlessly as if it had seen something incredible. The red-clad girl in her prime nodded with a smile. Then she looked at Xiao Chan and said, the Kunlun realm's Emperor Wu's 9 heavens are known as the 9 heavens of transcending mortality, outside the abandoned land. After crossing these 9 heavens, one is no longer an ordinary person but a veritable personage. Not long after, Xiao Chan felt his head grow heavy. He opened his eyes and rubbed his acupoints vigorously. The pain was too intense. Xiao Chan did not last long before he fainted. Today, not only did Xiao Chan get dragon emperors to fight for him, but he even startled the blood-soaked dragon emperor, the strongest person in the history of the blue dragon bloodline. At this moment, the black-clad old man felt somewhat complicated. Back then, the Qing emperor was not much weaker than Xiao Chan. In some aspects, he was even stronger. However, not a single dragon emperor opened his eyes for him. It could only be said that the affairs of the world were unpredictable. The moment the black-clad old man said that, everyone else was greatly startled. The emperor's door shattered, and his heart of an emperor was destroyed. Would he be crippled? Xiao Chan quickly felt startled. He stood up and said, Seniors, please get up. There is no need to do this. Whoosh! The mysterious dragon eyes suddenly appeared, making all the flickering golden light vanish. The azure-clad man continued with a pleasant expression, Don't worry. Although Master Xiao Chan is currently weaker, the Dragon Emperor's inheritance knows its limits. It will automatically divert some energy to protect his vital points. That should be enough to keep him alive. Only at this point did Ao Jiao relax, and her emotions eased significantly. Xiao Chen's expression changed. What is he trying to do? Based on this unrelenting stance, it seems like he wants to shatter his Purple Emperor's door. The dragon horse said in a somewhat choked voice, This is my old master, the creator of the Blue Dragon Palace, the strongest dragon emperor in the history of the Blue Dragon bloodline. Which dragon emperor is this? My Blue Dragon bloodline has had 200 dragon emperors, but there has never been such a dragon emperor. Big brother dragon, who is this? A great desolate divine light burst out of the dragon horse's eyes uncontrollably. The golden divine light looked like it would pierce through the sky. Then the shock wave swept out, affecting the entire heart of an emperor. Kase! Kase! Under the strong might of the dragon roar, the heart of an emperor could not bear the burden and shattered. Then the dragon roar flew towards the mysterious purple emperor's door in the heart of an emperor at lightning speed. It turned into a jade-like dragon seal and entered the heart of an emperor. Then the dragon seal shot out like a meteor. That pair of dragon eyes vanished in the void, replaced by a beam of golden light. It crossed the starry heavens in the blink of an eye and entered Xiao Chen's body. Greetings, master. At this moment, the old dragon horse had already recovered to its normal state. It said calmly, "It's fine." He just temporarily could not endure the power of the blood-soaked dragon emperor's inheritance and fell unconscious. However, the deeds of this dragon emperor were known by everyone in the dragon tribe. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was one of the greatest dragon emperors in the history of the dragon race. A thought occurred to Xiao Chen. Then he thought of proper business and said quickly, "There is no rush for this. I want to go outside and take a look at my big brother and the Fox King's situation first." Xiao Chen. The veritable personage realm is divided into 3 stages: the veritable essence stage, the Yin essence stage, and the Yang essence stage. Master is currently in the veritable essence stage. Thank you, Master. The heavens are fair. I thought that old Master's inheritance would never appear again. The heavens are blessing my blue dragon bloodline. The heavens are truly fair. A scarlet pupil appeared in the depths of Xiao Chen's eyes amid the golden divine light. This gave this golden divine light an additional burning scarlet flame, looking extremely strange. Suddenly, Xiao Chen recalled that the blood-soaked dragon emperor's dragon seal inheritance seemed to have pierced through his emperor's door and heart of an emperor. Chapter 1499. Outside the Blue Dragon Palace, half a day had passed since Xiao Chen entered the Blue Dragon Palace. Zongtian was fighting against 3 enemies at the same time. He was already at the end of his tether and was covered in wounds. At this moment he was lying on the ground, unable to crawl back up. His entire person was extremely weak. Among the 3, apart from the Dongyue Ghost Emperor who was more heavily injured, the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God and the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva were in relatively good condition. However, it consumed a lot of energy and needed some time to recover. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor flew to Zongtian's side in a flash. When he saw Zongtian struggling to get up, he kicked him back down. "Zongtian, weren't you very arrogant just now?" The Dongyue Ghost Emperor gritted his teeth and said angrily. During the battle, he was the one who suffered the heaviest injuries. Zongtian had even humiliated him several times, which made him rather unhappy. There were a few times when he almost found an opportunity to perish together with him. Now that the other party was finally unable to put up a fight, it was only natural for him to take revenge. So, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God quickly arrived. When the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God saw the Dongyue Ghost Emperor's actions, he frowned slightly and said, "Ghost Emperor, don't go overboard. The deity sovereign still wants to use him to threaten Xiao Chen." The Dongyue Ghost Emperor said calmly, "Don't worry, I won't die. I know what I'm doing." After saying that, she was about to move her legs away from Zongtian. After venting his anger, although he was still displeased, he knew that the Divine Emperor's matter was of utmost importance. He could not really kill Zongtian. "Puchi!" Zongtian coughed a few times and spat out a mouthful of blood. He smiled bitterly and said, "I, Zongtian, have been a wanderer all my life and have always thought highly of myself. I didn't expect to fall under your feet." The Dongyue Ghost Emperor was stunned. He moved his foot away and pressed it down again. "Who do you think you are to think so highly of yourself? When I became a supreme being, you weren't even worth a fart. Is Jizun very powerful? If I wanted to, I would have become a supreme long ago." Zongtian smirked as he looked at the Dongyue Ghost Emperor with disdain. The Heaven-Punishing Corpse God remained silent. He knew that he was no match for Zongtian. If it wasn't for the fact that they were fighting 3 against 1, it would be very difficult for him to subdue the other party. Xiao Chen did not want to say anything more. He knew that back then, Zongtian had been a greater heavenly emperor Wu for 1,000 years. However, He had not advanced to sovereign martial emperor, wanting to break through and surpass Prime. However, for some reason he gave up on this idea. Then, during Xiao Chen's king conferral ceremony, he suddenly appeared as a Prime. Winner takes all. Right now, I'm the one who has you under my feet. Whatever you say is useless. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor's eyes turned cold as he ruthlessly stomped on the Dongyue Ghost Emperor again. However, when the Dongyue Ghost Emperor tried to move his feet away, he discovered a pair of hands firmly grasping his feet like pincers. No matter what he did, he could not move them away. I said it before. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. The heart of an emperor in Ying Zongtian's body suddenly gave off a bright light. His entire body lit up like a candle burning up quickly. Self-detonation. Xiao Chen was going to self-detonate. To think that a Prime would use such a decisive method to end his own life. All of a sudden, the three of them were scared silly. Without even thinking, the heaven-punishing corpse god fled quickly. The fear of death overwhelmed the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, scaring him silly. Then he started shouting frantically, "Let go! Let go!" However, no matter how the heaven-punishing corpse god shouted, it was useless. Ying Zongtian held onto his feet, unwilling to let go. In the Blue Dragon Palace, Xiao Chen, who felt that something was wrong, rushed out anxiously. When he saw this scene, he was immediately startled. He cried out hoarsely, "Big brother, don't!" Based on the expressions of the old dragon horse and the others, Xiao Chen had already guessed that Ying Zongtian and the Fox King were in a bad situation. However, he had not expected to force a Prime to the point of self-detonation. Emperor Forsaken. Xiao Chen called out this person's name coldly in his heart. Then, he quickly ran towards Ying Zongtian, who was about to self-detonate. However, it was already too late. Before Xiao Chen could get far, he heard a startling explosion. A blazing light soared into the sky. At the center of the explosion, the two died on the spot. This explosion stunned Emperor Forsaken, the heaven-punishing corpse god, and the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva. Primes were the strongest existences in the Kunlun realm. They were aloof and stood at the top of the pyramid, possessing a high status. However, such an existence actually chose to self-detonate, taking the initiative to end his own life. Xiao Chen, who was running, was caught off guard. The shock waves from the explosion sent him flying. He fell heavily to the ground and bounced far away before he stood up again. There was still a chance. Big Brother died for only 1 second. If Xiao Chen could stop the other party from self-detonating 2 seconds earlier, he could change the future. It was just like when Xiao Chen weakened Emperor Forsaken's Starry Heaven's divine palm. However, Xiao Chen was already dead. If he wanted to travel to the space where the dead once lived, it would be like crossing the boundary between life and death. The obstacles that Xiao Chen faced were even stronger than when he faced Emperor Forsaken. State of cycle reversing time and space. Xiao Chen could not care so much anymore. A determined expression flashed in his eyes. The cycle heart in his sea of consciousness released a light, unleashing it without holding anything back. Xiao Chen took a step, and a huge resistance assaulted him, nearly tearing Xiao Chen to shreds. Charge! The veritable essence energy in Xiao Chen's body surged out, forming a strong sharpness in front of Xiao Chen. Infused with great Tao energy, Xiao Chen finally managed to leap out, breaking through the boundary between life and death. With only 1 second to make a move, Xiao Chen did not hesitate. The instant he appeared, he pointed. The heavenly snow divine flame poured out, directly sealing the defenseless Ying Zongtian in ice. Seeing the light on Ying Zongtian's body dim, Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Success. The time just ended. A mighty force pulled Xiao Chen's body back to the future. When Xiao Chen opened his eyes, he saw that Ying Zongtian was completely sealed in ice. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor struggled free and glanced at the ice-sealed Ying Zongtian. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor felt confused. However, in the next moment, a vicious expression flashed in his eyes. No matter what the reason was, Ying Zongtian could not move at all, sealed in the mysterious ice. This was the best opportunity to deal with him. Without even thinking, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor kicked the ice-sealed Ying Zongtian. If this kick landed, Ying Zongtian would shatter into a pile of ice on the spot, dying without a complete corpse. Stop! Xiao Chen, who had gone through a lot of trouble to use the state of cycle to save Ying Zongtian, naturally would not allow this to happen. Shao Chun leaped into the air and threw a punch. Myriad Heaven Divine Fist. Distant legend. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor felt a cold wind behind him, and his hair stood on end. A sense of danger assaulted him. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor quickly turned around. When he saw Shao Chun coming out, his face immediately lit up in joy. Shao Chun, I was waiting for you. To think that you would walk right into my trap. Boom. However, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor had just finished speaking when he was sent flying by Shao Chun's punch. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. He vomited a mouthful of blood and slid far away. How is this possible? The Dongyue Ghost Emperor was at a loss when he landed on the ground. He was heavily injured, and his strength was not even 50% of his usual strength. However, it was not difficult for him to hold back Shao Chun with his strength. However, the reality was that Shao Chun easily knocked him back with a punch from the air. The might of this punch was vaguely stronger than when the Dongyue Ghost Emperor was at his peak. Damn it! I don't believe it. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor could not accept this reality. He slammed his palm on the ground and soared into the air. Then he punched at Shao Chun with a ghostly aura filling the air. This punch dyed the sky black. Shao Chun turned around and circulated his quintessential energy in front of his chest, using his body to receive the Dongyue Ghost Emperor's punch. Buzz! It was as if the punch had landed on a metal mountain. It was stable and did not move at all. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor's face darkened, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. He wanted to retreat. Swoosh! But in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, a hand appeared like a lightning dragon that broke through the clouds in the dark night. It grabbed his neck and lifted him up. Shao Chun let him go. At this moment, Emperor Forsaken and the other two brought the restrained the Fox King over. Chapter 1500. Although the Dongyue Ghost Emperor was captured, Qitian revealed a smile on his face. This was because Shao Chun finally came out. Not only did Shao Chun come out, but he also used up the power of the state of cycle. He would not have to worry about that move for a while. Shao Chun narrowed his eyes and looked at Emperor Forsaken and the other two. Qitian, what are you trying to do? Are you crazy? In Shao Chun's opinion, Qitian was really crazy. To think that he dared to fall out with a prime. If Qitian was not careful, he would end up burying a huge problem for himself, implicating two primes as enemies. Although Emperor Forsaken was strong, he could not stop others from sneak attacking the other members of the deity race. Qitian said indifferently, "Cut the crap. Tell me all the secrets of the Blue Dragon Palace Hall. Return all the benefits you obtained in there as well. Otherwise, even if you can saving Zongqian for now, you will not be able to save him forever. Oh right. There is also this. I believe you will not watch as your senior fiend king dies, right?" Emperor Forsaken said fearlessly as he stretched out his hand and lifted up the Fox King. In order to prevent the Fox King from self-destructing, Emperor Forsaken did not hesitate. After Emperor Forsaken defeated Shao Chun, he immediately sealed all of Shao Chun's strength. However, Emperor Forsaken was not in a good state either. The Fox King's counterattack was not that easy to deal with. However, it did not matter. Emperor Forsaken was in control of the situation. Given Shao Chun's character, it was impossible for him to ignore his senior and big brother. This was Shao Chun's Achilles heel. Shao Chun's heart sank. He did not expect Emperor Forsaken to have such an idea. He was truly crazy. For an illusory goal, Emperor Forsaken actually used such a despicable method. The so-called number one person of the Kunlun realm was truly shameless. Interesting. Truly interesting. Shao Chun smiled coldly in his heart. His killing intent was like magma in the ground, slowly settling. Ever since the coronation ceremony, Emperor Forsaken had been looking for trouble. Whoosh! You are overthinking. It is useless even if you know the secret of the Blue Dragon Palace. I can't give you the benefits that I obtained. Most importantly, the corner of Shao Chun's mouth curled into a cold smile as he looked at the three of them. His cold eyes did not contain any emotion. What is it? Emperor Forsaken's heart skipped a beat. He obviously didn't believe it. We'll talk after I finish killing them. Everything else was fine, but the Dongyue Ghost Emperor who almost killed Big Brother Ing had to die. Gotcha. With a wave of his left hand, a saber light flashed, and the Dongyue Ghost Emperor's head flew into the air. Carrying the Dongyue Ghost Emperor's headless body, Xiao Chan tossed it away as if it was a piece of trash. With a loud explosion, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor's head exploded into a splatter of blood and disappeared. Dead, the prime of the Ghost Domain, a Ghost Emperor, died at Xiao Chen's hands. You, the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva, the heaven-punishing corpse god, and Emperor Forsaken were stunned. They did not expect Xiao Chan to be so ruthless. A prime's head would not die after it was chopped off, but it had to be reattached. Without a head, a headless body was naturally as dead as it could be. Whoosh! Countless motes of light scattered from the headless body. Those were the Dongyue Ghost Emperor's life essence. The place fell silent. The three primes were truly dumbfounded. Xiao Chan, do you know what you did? The heaven-punishing corpse god pointed at Xiao Chan, his voice trembling slightly. I know. I killed a dog. Do you really think that you are unrivaled? The heaven-punishing corpse god roared and clenched his fist. 10,000 dragon force instantly burst forth. The heaven-punishing corpse god's punch arrived before Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan did not show any fear. He circulated his veritable essence energy, and an aura that surpassed that of a prime burst out from his body. Then, he clenched his right fist and infused his veritable essence energy into it. Boom! An intense explosion resounded, and a strong wind blew. Xiao Chen's long hair and clothes fluttered loudly. Xiao Chen forcefully received this punch, not moving an inch, not taking a single step back. Corroborating the Tao with the physical body, you are only SOSO. Xiao Chan smiled coldly as he infused his great Tao energy into his punch. A Tao disc appeared behind him. As he stood there, he looked like a treasured saber drawn from its scabbard, boundlessly resplendent, radiating resplendent light. His fist was the saber that he sealed. Initially, they were evenly matched. After infusing his great Tao energy, Xiao Chan pushed forward and sent the heaven-punishing corpse god flying. The white-robed Xiao Chan, whose long hair fluttered in the wind, still did not take even half a step back. Surpassing prime? A complicated expression flashed in Emperor Forsaken's eyes as he muttered to himself, it turns out that the Blue Dragon Palace really does contain the secret to breaking through to prime. The energy that Xiao Chan used clearly came from primordial energy. However, it was one level higher than primordial energy. Given Xiao Chen's insight, he definitely did not see wrong. Only at this moment did the three understand that the Dongyue Ghost Emperor did not die in vain. Attack together later. Do not show any mercy. We cannot be careless at all. Emperor Forsaken sent a voice projection to the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva and the heaven-punishing corpse god. A strange look flashed in the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's eyes. It seemed like he had other plans. However, after thinking for a while, he agreed to Emperor Forsaken's suggestion. As for the heaven-punishing corpse god, he had just been sent flying by Xiao Chen's palm strike and suffered. How could he have any thoughts of refusing? Emperor Forsaken said, "You have indeed broken through the shackles of a prime. We can have a proper discussion. As long as you are willing to tell me the secret, I can immediately release the Fox King." Xiao Chan shook his head and said, "You are overthinking. I said that we can have a discussion. If you apologize to me immediately and release the Spirit Fox King, I can consider letting you go after some consideration." Ha ha ha. Emperor Forsaken guffawed as if he had heard something funny. He said coldly, "You are really boundlessly arrogant. Attack." The three immediately unleashed their killing chi without hiding it. Emperor Forsaken's body glowed with the resplendent holy light. Then he soared into the sky and formed a holy sword, chopping down at Xiao Chan. The Kitagarbha Bodhisattva revealed his huge dharmic true body. A Buddhist hand covered half the sky, carrying a supreme Buddhist might as it smashed down at Xiao Chan. The heaven-punishing corpse god secretly stored up power, waiting for Xiao Chan to clash with the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva before giving him a peak strike. Xiao Chan coldly watched the three's actions. 3 black petals spun in the depths of his eyes and layered over each other. Before Emperor Forsaken, who had just condensed a holy light sword, could react, the holy light sword broke. Bolts of electric light shot out from Emperor Forsaken's body. Wounds covered his body, and he vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying. The divine lightning, I only needed one glance to send down a lightning tribulation. deciding life and death. 3 lightning tribulations layered over each other. Even a prime would be severely injured. Dharmic world. After sending Emperor Forsaken flying with one glance, Xiao Qian's body trembled and became incredibly huge, matching the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's Dharmic world. The Buddha's hand, which had covered half the sky, now looked mediocre. He lifted his foot. Xiao Qian raised his leg and kicked the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's Dharmic body away at lightning speed. The Buddhist light that filled the sky overflowed in all directions, scattering everywhere. Die! The heaven-punishing corpse god held his breath. The instant Xiao Qian recovered his true form, his body shot forward like a sharp arrow. Then he unleashed his peak strike. The heaven-punishing corpse god used his physical body to substantiate his Tao. If this punch landed on Xiao Qian, he would be severely injured, even if Xiao Qian was prepared. When the heaven-punishing corpse god punched, space trembled, and Xiao Qian directly shattered. The heaven-punishing corpse god smiled. However, after a while, wind suddenly whistled behind him. He immediately felt that something was wrong and quickly turned around. Whoosh! However, it was too late. The instant the heaven-punishing corpse god turned around, a saber light appeared. The transcendent divine weapon, the lunar shadow saber, executed the dragon-subduing slash and struck the heaven-punishing corpse god's chest. An arrow of blood spurted out of the heaven-punishing corpse god's chest, even though his physical body had never been broken before. Xiao Qian flapped his blue dragon divine wings and hovered in the air. As he held up the lunar shadow saber, he looked coldly at the 3 people who were instantly knocked back. Xiao Qian's body exuded a tyrannical air that looked down on the world, aloof, cold and emotionless. The blue dragon divine wings on Xiao Qian's back flapped, and a boundless strong wind scattered the clouds for 5,000 kilometers around. Then, he appeared before Emperor Forsaken as if he teleported. Xiao Qian pointed his saber at Emperor Forsaken's forehead. Congratulations on becoming the strongest person in the Kunlun realm. From today on you will sweep through the world unrivaled. Emperor Forsaken paled as he revealed a bitter smile. I already thought of the consequences of failure long ago. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Do as you please. Strongest in the Kunlun realm? You are overthinking. I have never treated you as a goal to chase after. Chapter 1501. A bright light flickered in Ying Zongtian's eyes as he said excitedly. As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 figures disappeared into the sky, leaving a shadow in Xiao Qian's heart. In the distance, some extremely terrifying battle seemed to be taking place. Just then, the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva took advantage of the moment the 2 were talking to turn into a beam of light and flee. Xiao Qian recalled that when he broke through to Martial Monarch, the energy he grasped was also known as quintessence. From then on, Xiao Qian no longer saw Emperor Forsaken as a goal, no matter how he looked at it. Sooner or later, Xiao Qian would surpass his opponent. It was just a matter of time. One had unlimited potential, while the other had exhausted his potential. Emperor Forsaken was straightforward and didn't hide anything. In fact, he was not wrong. Just as he had guessed, the Blue Dragon Palace did contain the secret to breaking through to the supremacy stage. However, it was not prepared for him but for Xiao Qian. The 5 phantoms were the top experts of the various clans that guarded Kunlun Mountain. Apart from guarding Kunlun Mountain, they did not interfere in any worldly battles. In order to become a god, one had to first become a human. He knew that from now on, he could only look up to Xiao Qian, and there was no possibility of surpassing him. Letting him go was a sign of Xiao Qian's confidence in his own strength. It was also a form of wisdom. He didn't want to push him too hard. The heaven-abandoning deity sovereign stood up and bowed with a cupped fist salute. That day, after Xiao Qian transcended the heavenly tribulation, he showed up once. When Xiao Qian broke free from Emperor Wu's restraints and became a perfected being, he grasped the power of true essence. The power of veritable essence energy was already comparable to the power grasped by many primes. Xiao Qian scattered the blue dragon divine wings and sheathed his saber. He said sullenly, "Why did you not summon the deity race-old ancestor? If you summoned the deity race-old ancestor, it would be sufficient to defeat me." In an instant, he had defeated 3 supreme beings and forced Emperor Forsaken to lower his head and apologize. Emperor Forsaken was a little absent-minded. From me as a target? That's right. I was originally a failure who did not even dare to walk the Kunlun road. Xiao Chun immediately withdrew the heavenly snow divine flame and removed Ding Zongtian from his frozen state. There were 3 primes overseeing the heavenly starry ocean. Could there be any major trouble? Go take a look for yourself and you'll know. There's no need to say anything else. Life was unpredictable. No one knew what would happen in the future. What's going on? What happened in the heavenly starry ocean? Even a battle between primes should not have such a terrifying aura. A simple comparison could easily be made. Xiao Chun nodded. You can say that. This time it's really been hard on the 2 seniors. Yes. In the Battle of the Blue Dragon Palace, the deity Dao Union suffered heavy casualties, losing a prime. Emperor Forsaken completely gave up and did not want to say anything more. After releasing the Fox King's restraints, he left with the heaven-punishing corpse god. Furthermore, Xiao Chen's great Dao energy and state of cycle were just superficial. However, in the blink of an eye, Emperor Forsaken felt speechless bitterness and a strange heartache. Ha 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 ha. Good. 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 Back then, for the sake of protecting him, I gave up on accumulations and broke through to Prime. The facts prove that my choice was not wrong. There really is a peak above Prime. Surpassing the heaven-abandoning deity sovereign was something that happened naturally. It was not hard to understand. Ing Zongtian could not help feeling excited. He was right. He had waited 10 years for this day. The 2 could not be mentioned in the same breath. Although Xiao Chun kept thinking about the matter of the heavenly starry ocean, he still had to treat Big Brother Ying's injuries first. His tone was cold. Clearly, he hated the Dongyue Ghost Emperor to the bone. If he did not kill him, he would not be able to vent this hatred. Xiao Chen's heart immediately sank. Either these 5 did not show themselves, or when they did, something major had happened. Haoyan, don't be agitated. You just recovered, the Fox King advised. That was the direction of the heavenly starry ocean. The Fox King smiled and said, He is not dead. He is still alive and well. After Xiao Chun left the palace, he defeated the heaven-punishing corpse god, the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva, and Emperor Forsaken by himself. Whoosh! 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 Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes, wanting to give chase. He could let go of Emperor Forsaken, but he absolutely could not let go of the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva. He wondered what the situation of the martial epic and the great thousand realms outside was like. Many thanks. There is no need to give chase, Blue Dragon King. You should return to the heavenly starry ocean first. After a fortuitous encounter in the Blue Dragon Palace, I finally made a breakthrough. What about the Dongyue Ghost Emperor? Ing Zongtian asked with a somewhat cold expression when he suddenly thought of this person. It is not that I do not want to, but that I cannot. The price of summoning the deity race ancestor is much higher than you think. Even if I summon him out, I might not be able to kill you. However, I will definitely not be far from death. In less than 2 months, Xiao Chun would have to turn around. He still needed the other party to show mercy before he could leave. Then, he would circulate his veritable essence energy and infuse it into the other party's body. After all, Xiao Chun could still summon the deity race ancestor and still have some combat prowess. If he pushed too hard, he would end up in a life and death struggle. The Fox King smiled and said, It's fine. You being able to break through to Prime is what the Haoyan and I hope to see the most. Let's not talk about this for now. Quickly treat the Haoyan's injuries. Seniors, what's going on with the heavenly starry ocean? There's no need. You should be thanking yourself. My big brother Ing and the Fox King are not dead. Otherwise, even if I have to fight to the end, I will take your life. Furthermore, with the support of great Dao energy, he might even be stronger than the other party. You may go. From today on, our grudges are written off. Xiao Chun looked indifferently at Emperor Forsaken. Then he said something that shocked Emperor Forsaken. This thought flashed by quickly. When Ing Zongtian slowly opened his eyes, Xiao Chen's thoughts immediately returned to reality. When Ing Zongtian heard that, he laughed loudly, saying good 3 times in a row. His bold laughter contained unconcealable joy and excitement. Ing Zongtian waved his hand and smiled. Brother Spirit Fox, you don't understand. It has been 10 years. I have waited for this day for too long. To be able to live and see you surpass Prime is my greatest hope in this life. The Spirit Fox King thought about how, as a Prime, he could still send Shao Chan flying with 3 palm strikes 2 months ago. I've already killed him. As the Spirit Fox King looked at Shao Chan, who held his saber and pressed the tip of the saber against his forehead, he listened to what the Spirit Fox King said. That was why the difference in strength was so huge. On Heavenly Star Island, Zongtian had already told Shao Chan that the gap between him and Emperor Forsaken was not large. These cold words stunned Emperor Forsaken. He believed that since Shao Chan said that, he would definitely do it. An aura that inspired fear appeared in the three's hearts. The expressions of Shao Chan and the other two immediately changed. I'm not dead. The deity race ancestor grasped a strength that surpassed Prime. He was even stronger than the current Shao Chan. At the crucial moment, the deity race ancestor nearly died, unable to see Shao Chan, who surpassed Prime. Zongtian felt an incredible headache. His memories turned blurry for a moment, and he could not clearly remember what happened. Zongtian entered deep thought. Shao Chan, you should go back quickly. There is probably a huge change in the heavenly starry ocean. I also need to reorganize the forces of the Bushin Palace. Even the heavenly Tao would not allow such an existence to appear. Furthermore, Shao Chan had only barely touched the bottom line of the heavenly Tao. The Fox King muttered to himself, frowning heavily. When Zongtian heard that, he was stunned. Then he nodded and said, "Good kill. Such a vile person is not worthy of being a Prime." The cyclic astral lord, the bright moon empress, the myriad law fiend master, could it be? Thinking of a certain existence, Shao Chan did not dare to think further. However, just at this moment, 5 figures suddenly appeared in the air, blocking Shao Chen's path. You broke through. Shao Chan also had 1,000 strands of primordial energy. However, the other party's power of faith and state of holy light had already reached great heights, already cultivated to the peak. Suddenly, scarlet spiritual light appeared in the distant western sky. The scarlet color was so dense that it was even more brilliant than the setting sun. Shao Chan, you really broke through to Prime? The Fox King watched from start to finish in disbelief, feeling like he was dreaming. Chapter 1502. Due to the changes in the heavenly starry ocean, Shao Chan had to make a trip back. However, before that, he still had some things to do. Big brother, you go to Bushin Palace first. I still have to return to the Blue Dragon Palace. Shao Chan had come out of the Blue Dragon Palace in too much of a rush. There were many things that he had not dealt with yet. Since Shao Chan was fine now, he had to make a trip back. Zongtian nodded and immediately left. Although he was injured, as long as he appeared in Bushin Palace alive, he would be able to use the fame of a Prime to suppress the 3 holy masters. Then, he would be able to gather all the power of the Bushin Palace and use the prestige of a Prime to suppress the 3 holy masters. The Fox King performed a cupped fist salute and left as well. The heavenly starry ocean was undergoing a huge change. The entire Kunlun realm would probably descend into chaos. The Fiend Domain also needed him to hold down the fort. When Shao Chan entered the Blue Dragon Palace, the old dragon horse and the other item spirits had been waiting for a long time. Sorry, don't blame us for hiding it from you. If we did not, you would not have been able to clear the road of trials, the old dragon horse said. Everyone had their own standpoint. From different positions, they saw things differently. Shao Chan could understand that the other party was doing this for his own good. What he said was true. The more important thing was that Zongtian and the Fox King were both fortunate and fine. Naturally, Shao Chan would not blame these people. I understand. I want to retrieve the Heavenly Flame's origin flame. Furthermore, I would like to move the Blue Dragon Palace to Heavenly Star Island. I wonder if the seniors can do that? The Blue Dragon Palace itself was a supreme treasure. With the Blue Dragon Palace guarding Heavenly Star Island, the Dragon's Gate should not have to worry. The old dragon horse hesitated for a while before saying, "Everything in the Blue Dragon Palace is yours now. Naturally, you can get the Heavenly Flame's origin flame. However, moving the Blue Dragon Palace to Heavenly Star Island is rather difficult. With your current strength, you are not able to refine the Blue Dragon Palace yet. Do your best to help me think of a way. Please," Shao Chan said with a cupped fist salute. "Why don't we carry it back with our bare hands? Since we can't refine it, we can only use this stupid method. It's just that it will be a bit tiring, the azure-clothed man suddenly said with a smile. The old dragon horse was stunned for a while before saying, "That is also a solution. The 5 elements absolute ceiling formation can be moved away?" Of course, the core of the 5-element absolute ceiling formation has always been the Blue Dragon Hall. Furthermore, the Blue Dragon Hall wasn't here in the past. The matter of the Blue Dragon Palace moving back to the Dragon's Gate was settled. The black-clad old man took out the purple crystal containing the heavenly flame's origin and handed it to Xiao Chan. After Xiao Chan put it away, he discovered that the old dragon horse was looking at him with a grave expression. It seemed like it had something to say but was hesitant. "Old senior, do you have any instructions?" "Forget it, I don't need it for now. You go do what you need to do. After you have calmed down for a while, I will tell you some things, as well as some duties that the master of the Blue Dragon Palace needs to fulfill." Xiao Chun nodded thoughtfully to show that he understood. It was impossible for there to be only benefits and no duties in the world. Xiao Chun obtained the inheritance and broke the restrictions. These were all benefits. However, the duties that he needed to fulfill were not clear. However, Xiao Chun could not rush it. Since the old dragon horse did not say, he was too embarrassed to ask. Furthermore, this was not the time to be conflicted about this. After leaving the Blue Dragon Palace, Xiao Chun walked around the walls. After he found a suitable angle, he grabbed it with both hands and pulled hard. Rumble! The Blue Dragon Palace was uprooted like a huge tree. Xiao Chun felt incredibly tired, like he was hugging a mountain. However, no matter how tired he was, he had to do it. This was a treasure even more valuable than a mountain of gold. Holding the bottom of the Blue Dragon Palace with one hand, Xiao Chun clenched his teeth. Vital qi surged in his body, gushing endlessly like a great river. 1,000 dragons danced wildly behind him, and streams of dragon-shaped energy flew everywhere. With 1,000 dragon force, Xiao Chun roared and finally lifted the entire Blue Dragon Palace. Then, he soared into the air and quickly flew in the direction of the heavenly starry ocean. Along the way, the people who saw this scene were all stunned. This was simply a spectacle. Xiao Chun actually moved the entire Blue Dragon Palace away. It looked simple, like one could move the entire Blue Dragon Palace with just a little bit of strength. However, in this world, only Xiao Chun had the ability to do so. If it were anyone else, as long as the old dragon horse was unwilling, they would not be able to do so. Even the heaven-punishing corpse god, who cultivated his physical body to the Tao, could not get close to the Blue Dragon Palace, much less lift it up. Xiao Chun worried about the situation of the heavenly starry ocean and the safety of the Dragon's Gate's people. Although it was tiring, Xiao Chun did not dare to relax for even a moment. He directly unfurled the Blue Dragon Divine Wings and continuously flapped them, exhausting his veritable essence energy. Everywhere he passed, strong winds blew, like a 5,000-kilometer-long sword tearing a long passageway through the clouds. Relying on the Blue Dragon Divine Wings and his veritable essence energy, Xiao Chun finally arrived at the edge of the sea after half a day. When he got closer, he could see the scarlet spiritual clouds in the heavenly starry ocean even more clearly. Those scarlet spiritual clouds were not formed of baleful qi. Blood symbolized inauspiciousness and massacre. However, apart from killing intent, the blood-colored spiritual clouds also contained pure spiritual energy. This was exceptionally eye-catching in the dense scarlet clouds. This also confused Xiao Chun. What exactly is going on? I left a messaging talisman with Emo-chan. Once something happens, she will contact me. There has been no news from the messaging talisman. Could something have happened to Emo-chan? With this thought, Xiao Chun became even more anxious. The Blue Dragon Divine Wings on his back flapped even more ferociously. Whoosh! 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 Just at this moment, many figures leaped out of the sea in a fluster. Xiao Chun, who was holding up the Blue Dragon Palace, could clearly see that these were the merfolk race of the chaotic demonic sea. Quick look! That is the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chun. Quickly informed the Empress. The merfolk race immediately discovered Xiao Chun's village chief. Soon they saw the merfolk race's Empress Yao Yen rushing over, escorted by a group of merfolk race upper echelon. Then, she gave instructions to the others to lead the merfolk race ashore and continue their journey. Sorry, I am holding up the Blue Dragon Palace and cannot greet you. Tell me what happened in the heavenly starry ocean and what is going on with you all." Seeing Yao Yan walking over alone, Xiao Chun asked anxiously with a helpless expression, while holding up the Blue Dragon Palace. Yao Yan looked at the strenuous Xiao Chun and said, "This is the Blue Dragon Palace? It looks like you already went in. Perhaps the heavenly starry ocean can still be saved." Xiao Chun's expression changed. He demanded sullenly, "Tell me what happened." Yao Yan let out a long sigh and said, "Everything is over. Now, aside from Zodiac Hall, Bright Moon City, and Myriad Fiend Island, all the other factions and sects of the heavenly starry ocean have been destroyed. This is simply the end of the world." "What exactly happened? You know about the sea market controlled by the treasure master, right? Originally, everyone thought that those huge immortal statues were just decorations. However, now they actually all came to life. 18 immortal statues swept through the place. No one could stop them. The Heavenly Province Academy, the 5 Poison Sect, and the Yin-Yang Paradise were the first to be destroyed. The 5 Poison Sect's churchmaster did not even have time to flee before the immortal statues crushed him into a meat patty." Yao Yan's expression remained calm, not showing any crazed expression. However, her words sounded like a fantasy story too shocking. Xiao Chun forced out a smile and said, "You must be lying to me. How could the dead immortals come back to life?" "I'm not lying to you. Soon, this calamity will sweep through the entire oceanic world. At that time, not a single place will be safe." This Xiao Chun remembered that the Myriad Law Fiend Master once told him that there was a hidden danger in the heavenly starry ocean. Once it happened, it would be the end of the world. No one would be able to stop it. At that time, Xiao Chun did not believe it. Unexpectedly, it became a reality in less than 2 months. Xiao Chun remembered that the Myriad Law Fiend Master told him to cherish the peaceful days he had now. Unexpectedly, the Myriad Law Fiend Master's words hit the mark. The 2 months of peace really became the calm before the storm. "How's the Dragon's Gate? What's the situation at Heavenly Star Island?" Xiao Chun reacted, his expression changing wildly. He did not even have time to send a message. Could the Dragon's Gate have been surrounded by the immortal statues and instantly destroyed? Immediately, Xiao Chun felt somewhat startled. He really did not want the Bloodclad sect to hold the Dragon's Gate hostage to happen again. "I'm not sure. After I received the news, I started preparing for the migration of the merfolk race. The chaotic demonic sea will not be peaceful for long. I need to get my people to leave the oceanic world as soon as possible." Yao Yan revealed an apologetic expression, showing fatigue and helplessness. Some despair also appeared in the depths of her eyes. Chapter 1503. "Take care. I'll be leaving first," Yao Yan said softly with a fatigued expression. Xiao Chun asked, "Where are you going?" "Kunlun Mountain is the safest place in the entire Kunlun realm." That place was indeed the safest place in the entire Kunlun realm. Several of the demonic calamities had taken refuge in Kunlun Mountain. However, this time there might not be a safe place in the entire Kunlun realm. "Take care." Xiao Chun sent off Yao Yan with his eyes feeling somewhat heavy. He had only been gone for a few days, and such a huge change happened in the heavenly starry ocean. Could this have something to do with his trip to the Blue Dragon Palace? The more Xiao Chun thought about it, the more likely it seemed. The trip to the Blue Dragon Palace had delayed half the Kunlun realm's primes, resulting in injuries and deaths. If not for Xiao Chun specifically instructing the Cyclic Astral Lord and the other primes not to go, the entire Heavenly Starry Ocean would have fallen already. "Never mind, I'll go to Heavenly Star Island first. Right now, the most important thing is to ensure the Dragon's Gate's safety." After verifying the direction, Xiao Chun ferociously flapped the blue dragon divine wings. Then he leaped 50 kilometers, moving like a strong wind and lightning, like the legendary Great Rock. Whoosh! The moment Xiao Chun entered the oceanic world, something strange happened. The pressure on Xiao Chun, who was holding up the Blue Dragon Palace, suddenly increased explosively. That aura, which initially only made him feel some fear, seemed to be everywhere. Now that he entered the oceanic world, this aura seemed to be everywhere, spreading and encasing the entire oceanic world. Boom! Xiao Chun's entire body fell to the surface of the sea. Whoosh! Immediately, 10-odd waves soared into the sky. After Xiao Chun landed, it became much more difficult to fly again. If he put down the Blue Dragon Palace, he could continue flying. However, that would be pointless. Xiao Chun had put in so much effort to move the Blue Dragon Palace to the Dragon's Gate. So be it. With my speed, even if I run at full speed, I might not be much slower. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun raised the Blue Dragon Palace and continued running on the sea. As he ventured deeper into the ocean world, the pressure on his body increased bit by bit. Everywhere he passed, he saw even more oceanic powers that were migrating and fleeing. Most of them were extremely panicked, and they'd given up on sex that had existed for hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. Even an immortal sacred ground like the Heavenly Province Academy was annihilated. How could these factions dare to remain in the oceanic world? If they did, they would not be able to leave even if they wanted to. Occasionally, Xiao Chun asked some people about the Heavenly Starry Ocean and the Dragon's Gate. These people had a rough understanding of the Heavenly Starry Ocean. However, they did not know anything about the Dragon's Gate. When several people heard that Xiao Chun was going to the Heavenly Starry Ocean, their expressions changed slightly. The Heavenly Starry Ocean has already turned into hell on earth. The immortal statues are killing machines. Wherever he goes, blood flows like a river. With a single stomp, he can easily slaughter the people of an entire city. Yes, my friend escaped from there. The entire sky was blood red. I don't see any life force. Furthermore, the Treasure Master's residence's people are still capturing people everywhere. It's a tragic sight. Even the Holy Land with the 3 primes will not be able to last for long. The news that Xiao Chun obtained was depressing. Some martial emperors were even frightened out of their wits. However, Xiao Chun had to go to the Heavenly Starry Ocean. Xiao Chun increased his speed and continued forward. After half a day, he finally arrived at the edge of the Heavenly Starry Ocean. Whoosh! 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 Seabirds blotted out the sky and sun above, forming a flock as they left. All sorts of ferocious beasts rode the wind and broke the waves on the surface of the sea. These sea beasts were all leaving the Heavenly Starry Ocean. Xiao Chun frowned slightly. The hearts of the people were separated, and the birds and beasts were startled. What exactly was the situation in the Heavenly Starry Ocean? Along the way, many cultivators lost all will to resist. They only cared about fleeing, losing all courage. Are the enemies really that strong? Heavenly Starry Ocean. Let me see what exactly is going on. With a trace of stubbornness, Xiao Chun held up the Blue Dragon Palace and faced the boundless tide as he swam against the current. The Blue Dragon Palace that Xiao Chun held up exuded a strong dragon might. The ferocious sea beasts did not dare to seek trouble for him at all. He was like a sharp sword swinging over, and countless ferocious beasts took the initiative to separate. The moment Xiao Chun stepped into the Heavenly Starry Ocean, an unpleasant stench of blood mixed with the smell of seawater assaulted his nose. When Xiao Chun looked around, the islands at the periphery were empty. Everyone had already fled long ago. Rumble! The sounds of intense fighting could be heard in the sky. In the distant sky, light burst out and the sky seemed to tear apart, sending down countless beams of starlight. Xiao Chun could vaguely see a huge silhouette. Even from tens of thousands of kilometers away, he felt a strong might and pressure. That was in the direction of the Zodiac Hall. The ones fighting should be the Cyclic Astral Lord and some immortal statues. Xiao Chun withdrew his gaze and did not say anything. He showed a sullen expression as the Blue Dragon Divine wings on his back unfurled once more. Enduring the huge pressure, the wings flapped ferociously, and Xiao Chun soared into the air again. At this point, Xiao Chun already felt exceptionally anxious. Even if he had to exhaust his veritable essence energy, he had to rush to Heavenly Star Island. A strong wind blew for 500,000 kilometers, and Xiao Chun moved like a meteor tearing through the sky. The wind blew past his ears, and his hair and clothes fluttered wildly. Xiao Chun casually swept his gaze around. Many of the islands below had fiery lights soaring into the sky. Many of the Treasure Master's residence's cultivators were in the rubble, capturing people everywhere. Their methods were cruel and crude, placing people into cages as if they were livestock. There were too many of them. Even if Xiao Chun wanted to save them, he could not. The treasure master's people did not kill these people on the spot. Instead, they captured them. This made Xiao Chan think of a phrase, blood sacrifice. When making sacrifices to the demonic god, it required a large amount of fresh blood and souls of living people. Could the treasure master's residence really have something to do with the deep abyss demonic world? There was no time to think. As Xiao Chan quickly advanced, Heavenly Star Island finally appeared at the limits of his vision. Unexpectedly, this sea region was completely silent. There was no smell of blood in the air either. Whoosh! Xiao Chan landed on the surface of the sea and looked around suspiciously. The intense battle that he expected did not happen. There was no bloody scene either. The Dragon's Gate? When Xiao Chan looked up, he executed his heavenly eye. Whoosh! The heavenly eye turned into a diamond-shaped beam of light that shot out. After traveling 500 kilometers, it hovered in the sky. The diamond-shaped beam of light was like a divine eye. It clearly saw everything below down to the finest detail. Xiao Chan narrowed his gaze and looked in the direction of Heavenly Star Island, squinting. Emo-chan and the Dragon's Gate's people on the city walls showed anxious expressions. However, they were all there. It's fine. The Dragon's Gate's people are fine. Xiao Chan withdrew his heavenly eye. Wild joy appeared in his heart as he rushed towards Heavenly Star Island. Bang! 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 Xiao Chan gently pushed off with his feet. With every step he took, he moved with great force, kicking up boundless waves that soared into the sky. Even from a distance he could see them. After about 7 minutes, Emo-chan and the others on the city gates discovered a palace hall flying over from the sea. That is, the Blue Dragon Palace. Emo-chan's eyes were very sharp. She had read a lot of books. She could recognize the palace hall's origins from its rough outline. Miss Emo, there seems to be someone under the palace hall. Soon, someone on the city gates saw this strange scene. Emo-chan showed a startled expression as she said, "It's Big Brother Xiao. Quickly get him to stop. Don't continue." The others all cried out like they were startled awake from a dream. They did not show any excitement or joy when they saw Xiao Chan. Instead, their eyes filled with worry. As they were too far away, Xiao Chan could not hear them clearly. When he heard them clearly, he discovered another person in front. It was the young treasure master. Yiling crossed his arms and revealed a smile on his face. He said indifferently, "Blue Dragon King, long time no see." Xiao Chan looked around. When he saw that there was no one around, he immediately felt wary. "There's no need to look. Just me. Not bad. You even moved the Blue Dragon Palace back. You must be thinking of putting it on Heavenly Star Island, right?" Yiling said with a fake smile, showing a mocking expression. "Unfortunately, there is no such chance." Behind him, the statue of an immortal slowly poked its head out of the sea, rising higher and higher. Soon it surpassed the height of the Blue Dragon Palace and cast a huge shadow over Xiao Chan, encasing him completely. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was sharp. He sensed another immortal statue slowly emerging behind him. Chapter 1504. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. This was a trap. The treasure master already predicted that Xiao Chan would appear. There were only a total of 18 immortal statues, and he set up an ambush for Xiao Chan. No wonder no one from the Dragon's Gate dared to appear or use the messaging token to contact Xiao Chan. The treasure master feared that Xiao Chan would rush over after hearing the news and end up falling into an ambush. However, the treasure master predicted that Xiao Chan would definitely come. Furthermore, he was right. "Xiao Chan, have a taste of the great gift that I prepared for you." Ha 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 ha. Yiling laughed loudly, and his body slowly immaterialized. This was just one of his clones. Clearly, Yiling was not bold enough to show his true body before Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan could instantly suppress him within 1 kilometer. The huge immortal statue was 10 kilometers tall. At this moment it was only halfway out, but it already surpassed the height of Xiao Chan and the Blue Dragon Palace. "Rise!" Xiao Chan shouted and soared into the air while holding up the Blue Dragon Palace. Then, he ferociously tossed the entire Blue Dragon Palace towards Heavenly Star Island. As long as the Blue Dragon Palace reached Heavenly Star Island and laid down the 5-element absolute ceiling formation, the Dragon's Gate's safety would be assured. Xiao Chan would no longer have to worry. At the same time, Xiao Chan executed the fish dragon art. Then, he moved in an arc and escaped the encirclement of the two immortal statues, retreating 10 kilometers. Xiaochen looked up. The two immortal statues were like two tall mountains. When he raised his head, he could only see the necks of the statues. One of them was rather special, carrying a sword on its back. Xiaochen did not know if it would use it or not. Xiaochen also felt suspicious. How could such a huge statue move nimbly? How could it strike him, who was like an ant in the statue's eyes? The destructive power of the immortal statues that could destroy cities, islands, and sects went without saying. They were so huge that they could destroy a city with one stomp. However, in a one-on-one fight, Xiaochen could not help doubting the combat prowess of these immortal statues. With this thought in mind, a palm clenched into a fist and slammed toward Xiaochen. Above his head, the sunlight was immediately blocked. The entire fist aura was like a mountain, shrouding Xiaochen in its shadow. Whoosh! With a flash, Xiaochen dodged the attack with relative ease. Just as he was about to heave a sigh of relief, he realized that he was once again shrouded by a shadow. It was the statue of the immortal who had clenched his fist and opened it into a palm. All of a sudden, the range of coverage increased by 1,000 meters, making it impossible for Xiaochen to dodge. His body had no choice but to quickly dive into the sea and sink. With a loud bang, the seawater on the surface of the sea split open like a piece of tofu and then splashed all over the sky. The enormous palm force passed through the water surface and hit Xiaochen. Like a cannonball, he was sent flying into the mud at the bottom of the sea. The two immortal statues sank into the water at the same time and stomped their feet. In an instant, heaven and earth shook, and many islands split apart. The boundless seawater could not withstand this huge force, so it was squeezed out, forming a vacuum. A huge hole appeared on the surface of the sea. At the same time, towering waves surged out in all directions like a tsunami. A strong wind and torrential rain poured down from the sky. The various might of the immortal statues caused mysterious phenomena to appear. Thunder roared, lightning flashed, and storms and tsunamis surged. The entire scene looked like the end of the world. The two immortal statues trampled on Xiaochen, who had fallen to the bottom of the sea, and forced him out of the water. Mud covered Xiaochen's clothes. As the heavy rain poured down, he was drenched. In just a simple exchange, Xiaochen was reduced to a sorry state. He no longer dared to underestimate the individual combat prowess of these immortal statues. Whoosh! The two immortal statues moved their hands, forming hand seals at the same time. Xiaochen's expression changed slightly. Could it be that they know magic skills? In the next moment, Xiaochen's guess came true. Electricity flickered between the fingers of the immortal statue's right hand as it stretched out its hand. Crackle! Thousands upon thousands of 100-meter-long spears appeared in the sky, each surrounded by countless bolts of lightning. Together with the torrential rain, these spears densely encased Xiaochen. With a thought, 7 divine weapons appeared around Xiaochen. Amid the rain, 7 figures materialized, holding the 7 deadly sins. A 7-person yin-yang saber formation revolved around Xiaochen's treasures, helping him block the lightning spears one after another. At this moment, the other immortal statue finished preparing its magic skill. It opened its mouth and spat out a flame. This flame was the true flame that immortals used to refine medicinal pills. It was no weaker than a primal chaos level flame like the heavenly snow divine flame. Furthermore, there were many of them. The moment the flame appeared, it spread for 500 kilometers. There was no way to escape. Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. Xiaochen waved his hands and a resplendent Taiji yin-yang flame diagram appeared in front of him, blocking the dense true flame. Just as the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram was about to shatter, Xiaochen soared into the air and escaped the sea of fire with a few flashes. Although Xiaochen escaped the sea of fire, he could not avoid getting injured by the lightning spears falling from the sky, leaving behind flickering sparks. Starry Heaven Storm. The moment Xiaochen stabilized himself, he executed his counterattack. It was the minor magic skill Starry Heaven Storm. Right now, Xiaochen was much stronger than before. The magic energy in his sea of consciousness was as vast as the sea. He was able to use this little divine ability with ease. Night descended in the sky above. The stars in the universe flickered endlessly. The vast starry heavens were forged by fate. The stars in the sky were the chess pieces crisscrossing each other. The sky was the board and the stars were the chess pieces. How could the child of fate move rashly? With a thought, Xiao Chen's simulated starry heavens pushed 9 stars, bringing out the might of this starry heaven storm to its peak. Whoosh! The 9 starry heaven storms merged into one, turning into a black curtain of night that surged out. The lightning spears filling the sky were immediately blown away, and the flames were blown back. After using the starry heaven storm to resolve the other party's 2 magic skills, Xiao Chen stood in the air, staring at the 2 immortal statues in the distance, not daring to relax at all. Let's see how long you can last. In the darkness, Yiling said with a sinister expression when he saw Xiao Chen dodge several dangerous moves and still have the strength to fight. A treasure pearl appeared in Yiling's hand. Then he sent out a thought, and the eyes of the 2 immortal statues suddenly turned scarlet. Their attacks became even sharper and more ferocious. Xiao Chen kept one thing on his mind. As he faced the 2 immortal statues' ferocious advance and ferocious attacks, he kept dodging. He did his best not to come into direct contact with them. For now, his priority was to figure out the true strength of the immortal statues. The vast sea split apart, and a strong wind and heavy rain fell in the air. Lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky. The dark clouds looked like the entire sky was about to fall, and could be touched by stretching out one's hand. As Yiling looked at Xiao Chen, who was in an increasingly sorry state and could die at any moment, his lips finally curled up in a cold smile. Xiao Chen, you did not expect this day to come, right? Back then you broke my arms. Today I will return it tenfold. I will trample you into meat paste and make you wish you were dead. When Xiao Chen heard that, he revealed a disdainful smile and said, Young treasure master, why the need to hide? Do you dare to reveal your true body? Don't worry. When you are about to die, I will definitely trample heavily on you and fulfill your wish. Yiling was not a fool. Naturally, he would not be provoked by Xiao Chen's words and stupidly jump out. Amid the intense battle, Xiao Chen looked calmly at the 2 immortal statues as he quickly analyzed them. The immortal statues possessed the strength of a prime, just by relying on their physical bodies. Furthermore, their speed, reaction, and nimbleness were not slow. The more horrifying thing was that they knew magic skills and could use immortal arts. Furthermore, they had bodies that were nearly immortal and did not feel pain. Right now, the only uncertain thing was whether these immortal statues could use magic treasures or not. Only after confirming the true limits of the immortal statues could Xiao Chen go all out. It was fine if he did not make a move. Once he made a move, he needed to gain something. Xiao Chen looked around and fixed his gaze on the huge sword on the back of the immortal statue on the left. Needless to say, the sword was definitely a magic treasure. I'll use you to test it out. After dodging the attacks of the 2 immortal statues, Xiao Chen's figure flashed as he executed the divine dragon tail whip. Then he moved in a huge arc and instantly appeared in front of the immortal statue on the left. The myriad heaven divine fist, a distant legend, gave off a divine light that filled the sky. The world chanted Xiao Chen's epic poem, continuously supporting this punch. The light of the fist seemed to contain a 1,000-year-old legend, boundlessly resplendent. Pa! Before the fist light arrived, the other immortal statue punched Xiao Chen. Pussy-eye! Pussy-eye! Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood, paying the price for this reckless attack. Good! Yiling, who was in the dark, could not help calling out softly when he saw this scene. Xiao Chen's body landed on a wave. The wave carried a huge force, tossing Xiao Chen high into the air. Strong winds blew and heavy rain fell without end. Xiao Chen's complexion paled slightly, but he revealed a faint smile. Xiao Chen finally came to the conclusion that the immortal statues were not ridiculously strong. They could not use magic treasures. The sword was just a decoration. Otherwise, Xiao Chen would not have needed his companion to finish off that earlier punch. His own sword strike would have been more powerful, faster, and more direct. Kill him. Yiling, who felt that Xiao Chen was already an arrow at the end of its flight, jumped out and ordered coldly. The immortal statue with the sword on its back leaped forward and punched at Xiao Chen, who was tossed into the air by the wave. 10,000 bolts of lightning flickered behind the immortal statue. The force of this punch triggered a boundless mysterious phenomenon, illuminating the huge immortal statue. looking incredibly horrifying. The legend still exists, and the glory will not fade. Xiao Chun suddenly shouted in the air. The scattered light from the earlier distant legend quickly gathered in his body. In the dark space amid the strong wind and heavy rain, Xiao Chun's body glowed faintly, looking like the only light in the dark night. The distant legend, the glory of the epic, played out in this world. Xiao Chun punched, clashing with that huge immortal statue's fist with his insignificant body. Bang! The two fists clashed and the world shook. Xiao Chun merged his veritable essence energy, magic energy, and vital qi into one, gathering them all on his fist. Amid a loud sound, Xiao Chun forcefully blocked that punch, not taking a single step back. In the dark night, Xiao Chun was as insignificant as an ant, and the immortal statue was as huge as a mountain. However, the other party's fist could not move Xiao Chun at all. Lightning, thunder, and heavy rain materialized. Yiling watched this scene in disbelief, not daring to believe what he saw. Myriad heaven divine fist, deities descending, tenfold combat prowess. Again, Xiao Chun laughed maniacally. Instead of advancing, he retreated, using deities descending to increase his combat prowess tenfold. Kase! Kase! The huge statue's arm cracked as it stumbled, continuously moving back. Major magic skill, Dermic World. Scram! The other immortal statue wanted to reinforce Xiao Chun, who was about to launch a counterattack, but he did not fear it at all. Xiao Chun's figure wavered, and his Dermic World appeared. It was 3 kilometers tall. Then it kicked the immortal statue that came to reinforce Xiao Chun and sent it flying. Chapter 1505. It was not over yet. Xiao Chun's major magic skill, Dermic World, now lasted 7 seconds longer than the original 3. 7 seconds was sufficient for Xiao Chun to do many things. Xiao Chun kicked away the immortal statue that came to help. Then, he narrowed his eyes and stared at the one-armed immortal statue. While you are down, I will take your life. After executing so many killing moves, if he still could not kill an immortal statue, Xiao Chun would suffer a great loss. The 7 divine weapons merged into one, and Xiao Chun materialized the Flawless Saber Technique. Flawless Saber Technique, Void Breaking Stance. When Xiao Chun executed the Void Breaking Stance with his Dermic Incarnation, its might multiplied. With his Dermic Incarnation, Xiao Chun's Taiji Saber domain expanded from 1 kilometer to 10 kilometers. The amount of energy that Zhangxian could absorb was 10 times greater than before. When Zhangxian executed the Void Piercer, when he executed the Void Breaking Stance, resplendent light illuminated this pitch-black space for tens of thousands of kilometers, making it look like day. The saber light flickered on the saber's edge, extending for 10 kilometers, reaching the sky and the ground. Dang! A crack appeared in the immortal statue's body. Countless rocks fell off looking like small mountains. Dragon Subduing Stance, the Flawless Saber Technique's second move. Using the might of a true dragon, one stands on thousands of true dragon images. When the saber descended, it was like 1,000 dragons gathered together and formed a dragon pillar. The immortal statue took another step back, and another wound appeared on its chest. Xiao Chun's swift and ruthless killing move did not give the one-armed immortal statue any chance to catch its breath. Xiao Chun's figure flashed, and he leaped into the clouds using his Dermic Incarnation. A figure soared into the air, flying and setting the moon. This was the Flawless Saber Technique's third move. Xiao Chun chopped off the immortal statue's other arm, which looked like the moon. When the 7 seconds were up, Xiao Chun recovered his true form, and the other immortal statue charged over again. How noisy! The 2 immortal statues harassed him, annoying him to no end. Xiao Chun turned his head around and executed the Flawless Saber Technique's strongest move, the Heartbreaking Stance. He immediately felt an intense pain in his chest. Heartbreaking. First shattering oneself, then shattering the enemy. Amidst the pain, the potential of the entire body was stimulated, harming the enemy while harming 800. When Xiao Chun swung his saber, a huge hole suddenly appeared in the chest of the immortal statue that he blocked with his hand. Xiao Chun's heart stirred. This immortal statue was incomparably huge, but its physical body should still be that of a human. It was just that he had used some sort of secret technique to become like this. Retreat. A statue of an immortal had both its arms cut off and was riddled with saber scars. A large hole appeared in the other treasure master's chest. The young treasure master Yiling's expression changed drastically. Then, he sent a thought into the pearl and quickly retreated. The two immortal statues leaped into the air and tried their best to retreat. Can you come and go as you please? Xiao Chan snorted coldly and drew his lunar shadow saber, tossing it into the air. The lunar shadow saber gave off a resplendent light, looking like the sun as it flew down. The great Tao energy behind Xiao Chan condensed into a point and then rose rapidly. When the Tao might reached its peak, it infused into the lunar shadow saber, making it even more resplendent. When the lunar shadow saber landed, it happened to stab into the immortal statue that had lost both arms, knocking it into the air. Then it plunged into the sea and stabbed firmly into the seabed. Seeing one of the undefeatable immortal statues get destroyed, Yiling felt his heart bleed. At the same time, he felt even more horrified. Fortunately, the mission that the treasure master gave him was not to kill Xiao Chan. It was just to probe Xiao Chen's strength. However, Yiling, who originally did not think much of it, thought that he could easily suppress Xiao Chan with the two immortal statues. Now it looked like that was just wishful thinking. He finally believed the treasure master's words. After succeeding in one strike, Xiao Chan stopped chasing. His figure flashed, and then he smashed the sea with his palm. Bang! The seawater parted, revealing a huge immortal statue at the bottom. A saber was stabbed into the back of the statue. Xiao Chan descended and drew the lunar shadow saber. Kase! The great Tao energy exploded within the statue, shattering it in front of Xiao Chan. This did not surprise Xiao Chan. The immortal statue was already severely injured by the flawless saber technique in the first place. In the end, the transcendent divine weapon containing great Tao energy dealt a fatal blow. It would be hard for the immortal statue not to shatter. Whoosh! 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 Sonic booms rang out from behind. When Emo-chan, Lan Tianji, Yu and the others saw that the danger was over, they flew over. Big brother Xiao, Emo-chan said, wanting to explain something. Xiao Chan smiled faintly and said, "There's no need to say anything. I understand. Are the people of the Dragon's Gate fine?" Emo-chan nodded and said, "They're fine. After I received the news, I gathered the people of the nearby islands in Heaven Dragon City. I originally thought that the two statues would attack Heaven Dragon City. Who knew they did not do anything? At that time I had my suspicions." Xiao Chan said, "They are testing my strength. The treasure master will probably make a move on the Dragon's Gate at the last moment." Emo-chan quickly suggested, "How about we leave now?" During this period of time, Heaven Dragon City has already been completely established. It is connected to the entire Heavenly Star Island and can fly the entire island to the continent. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "It has not reached that stage yet. I still have to go and rescue the three immortal holy lands. I can't just watch as they get destroyed. Furthermore, will it be safe to flee to Kunlun Mountain?" "What do you mean?" Big brother Xiao Chan? The others did not understand what Xiao Chan meant, revealing doubtful expressions. As Xiao Chan studied the statue fragments, he said, "If I guessed right, the treasure master has a deep connection to the Dark Church. This is just the beginning. Soon the world-destroying demonic calamity will descend. At that time, there will be no place in the entire Kunlun realm that is absolutely safe." Upon hearing this, the expressions of Lan Tianji and the others changed slightly. Clearly, they had not expected that the matter of the heavenly starry ocean was just the beginning. "Hey!" Xiao Chan pushed aside the statue fragments and found a heart-shaped stone. When he held it in his hand, he could actually hear the sound of a heartbeat. Long ago, the immortal statues must have been living immortals. However, they used secret techniques and magic skills to become like this. Logically speaking, their bodies should not have any life force. However, this heart still had some life force. Immediately, Xiao Chan understood a little. The treasure master controlled these immortal statues and supported them with this heart in his hand. The treasure master should have used the puppet pearl to activate these hearts, and then gain control of them. In other words, as long as the treasure master shattered the immortal statue's heart, this huge killing machine would be nothing more than a pile of rocks. No wonder Yiling quickly retreated after Xiao Chan shattered the immortal statue's heart with heartbreaking. If Yiling had not retreated, That immortal statue would have slowly died from the shattering of its heart. How unfortunate! If Yiling left now, there would definitely be a way to repair it. If only Xiao Chun had hardened his heart and chased for a while longer, he would have left the two immortal statues behind. Big brother Xiao, what are you thinking about? Mo Chun asked when she saw that Xiao Chun remained silent for a long time. Xiao Chun revealed a smile and said, I think I roughly know some of the weaknesses of these immortal statues. Come back with me. I have to go to the Blue Dragon Palace to confirm it first. At the secret island where the treasure master's residence was, many warships and war chariots dragged countless cultivators over like they were livestock. All the cultivators had their cultivations crippled and were tied up with ropes. Then, they were piled up in a huge cave in the treasure master's residence. The treasure master watched all this expressionlessly, entering deep thought. This is not enough. The quality of these cultivators is too low. It is not enough to summon the demonic god back. I need to break through the 3 immortal holy lands. There are countless high-level Emperor Wu there. Lord Treasure Master, the young Treasure Master is back. A subordinate came to report. The Treasure Master nodded slightly and said, Let him come over. The young Treasure Master Yiling walked over while trembling with fear. He lowered his head and said, Father, you are right. 2 immortal statues indeed cannot kill him. The Treasure Master did not show any surprise. He said indifferently, Explain the process in detail. Tell me everything that you saw in detail. After Yiling finished, the Treasure Master sighed and said, Nurturing a tiger is a calamity. I guessed long ago that he would grow into a great problem for me. Unfortunately, I could not steel myself to eliminate him like how I eliminated the Thunder King. However, that's fine. This time, even if the Qing Emperor were alive, no one would be able to stop me. Chapter 1506. In the Blue Dragon Palace, Xiao Chun held the immortal statue's heart as he consulted the old dragon horse and the other seniors. Seniors, this is the heart of the immortal statue. It still has a strong life force. Do any of you know of any puppet techniques in the outside world that can control an ancient era's immortal body? The moment the question was posed, the old dragon horse and the others laughed. This confused Xiao Chun. The young woman said, Let me explain. The development of puppetry in the outside world is far beyond what you can imagine. Not to mention the immortal bodies of the immortal epoch, even bodies from dozens of epochs ago can be controlled. In my opinion, this immortal statue's strength is far greater than this. However, due to the laws of the Kunlun realm, they are limited to a limit, unable to advance further. As for the methods, there are simply too many. There are thousands of clans and sects that are famous for their puppetry techniques. When Xiao Chun heard this, he blushed with shame. No wonder these seniors would laugh. In the end, it was still a problem of their horizons. If a 3-year-old child were to ask him whether it was amazing to lift a mountain rock, he would also laugh involuntarily. The azure-clad man said sullenly, You can't say that. After all, this is the Kunlun realm, an abandoned land. Even if experts from the outside world came in, their strength would not surpass that of a supreme being. To be able to control so many immortal statues is also an extremely impressive feat. A thought occurred to Xiao Chun. He asked, Seniors, do you know if there is a faction called the Dark Church in the outside world? Even if you didn't tell us, we would have told you. Back then, when the Qing Emperor was fighting with this group of people, the Qing Emperor didn't kill them. Based on our speculation, the Nether sect is not a simple sect. The green-clad man said as he looked at Xiao Chun. What's not simple about it? How should I put it? In the outside world, there are very few sects and powers that call themselves sections. That's because being a sect is a taboo. Without a certain level of strength and foundation, if you dare to call yourself a sect, you will be suppressed by those big sects and be labeled as an evil sect. It will be very difficult for you to survive. You should know that a single sect in the outside world can spawn countless other sects, spanning 10 or even 100 greater thousand worlds. For example, Buddhism and Confucianism. There are tens of thousands of temples, big and small. Their incense sticks are flourishing and never waning. Therefore, any force that uses the name of a sect is either a small force that no one pays attention to, or a force that is terrifyingly strong. Xiao Chun hastily asked, Is the Nether sect the former or the latter? The green-clothed man entered deep thought. After a while he said, "The outside world does not have a sect called the Dark Church. At the very least, the large sects do not have this name. However, when the Qing Emperor fought with this group of people back then, the Dark Church did not have this name. We guessed that this Dark Church should be a large sect in the outside world. However, they changed their name in the Kunlun realm. To be able to spend so much money to operate in the banished lands, it's not something that a small cult can do." Xiao Chun was shocked. He did not expect the Nether sect to have such a powerful background. Then what is their purpose? Purpose? Their goal was, of course, the origin heart. After every epoch ended, they would form an abandoned land with an origin heart. As long as they obtained the origin heart, they would have a chance to comprehend the mysteries of the epoch's rise and fall. Aside from all this, the origin heart itself is a divine item. It can increase one's cultivation and comprehension of the Tao. Many major characters of the outside world would fight for it. The green-clothed man continued. However, very few people in the outside world have such intentions. Firstly, it is too difficult and time-consuming. Secondly, it goes against the heavenly Tao and affects one's luck. Even if I don't obtain the heart of origin, there will still be other benefits. For example, I can occupy this land of exile and develop it into the territory of my own sect, providing an endless stream of believers and strengthening the sect's incense. Hence, every abandoned land is similar to the Kunlun realm. There are existences like the Dark Church with all sorts of intentions. Xiao Chun finally understood. In the past, he always wondered why the Dark Church appeared out of nowhere. It turned out that even without the Dark Church, there would be other factions with the same intentions. As for the origin heart, Xiao Chun knew that it was in Kunlun Mountain. No wonder there were experts guarding Kunlun Mountain all year round, never leaving it. The experts of the various races would put aside their past enmity and defend the Kunlun realm together. Now everything made sense. If the origin heart was snatched away, the Kunlun realm would become a wasteland. No matter which race it was, they would all perish, becoming slaves of others. If they did not work together to face the demonic calamity together, they would just be seeking their own destruction. What are you worried about? Don't overthink. As long as you are strong enough, you can salvage everything. Back then, the Qing Emperor did so. He fought against the entire Dark Church alone. If he can do it, so can you, the green-clothed man consoled. Xiao Chun looked at the immortal statue heart in his hand with a somewhat grave expression. He kept feeling that this demonic calamity was extraordinary. It would be different from the past demonic calamities. This would be a battle of true destruction. Never mind, I'm not thinking too much. After putting away the immortal statue heart, Xiao Chun stopped thinking about anything else. He said, "I feel that my strength is still somewhat unstable. How should I put it? It's like I have a treasure trove, but I don't know how to use it." The old dragon horse said softly, "You just advanced to veritable personage and have yet to stabilize your veritable essence stage. Under normal circumstances, you would need at least 10 days to familiarize yourself with the power of veritable essence energy. At the same time, you would use the Blue Dragon Palace to stabilize your cultivation." Xiao Chun smiled bitterly and said, "This is not what I wanted. I'll rest for a while and go out again later. I cannot just watch as the 3 holy lands get destroyed. That way, the following demonic calamity will be even more difficult." The demonic calamity would descend soon. No matter how strong Xiao Chun was, he would not be able to do anything alone. Furthermore, these holy lands had more or less helped him. Be it out of righteousness or a favor, Xiao Chun had to help. Suddenly, Xiao Chun shifted his gaze and looked at the black-clad old man. "Senior, let me ask you something. Back then, why did the Qing Emperor get attacked by everyone after he returned to the Kunlun realm?" Back then, the Qing Emperor had a decisive battle with the Tianwu Emperor. After he defeated the Tianwu Emperor, the 18 demon monarchs of the demonic world surrounded him and attacked him. Even the Dark Church's churchmaster made a move. All this was recorded in the documents. Xiao Chun knew about it long ago. The true mystery was that after the Qing Emperor dragged his severely injured body back to the Kunlun realm, he got attacked by everyone. Given the might of the Qing Emperor, even if he was severely injured, no one should have dared to touch him. Who was it? Who was the leader? The leader had to be extremely prestigious. Otherwise, there would not be so many people responding to his call. Later generations did not record this part of history. Clearly, they were wary of this person's identity. Although the Qing Emperor walked the demonic Tao, no matter what, Shao Chun was still a descendant of the Qing Emperor. In Shao Chun's previous life, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord successfully reincarnated. Perhaps the Qing Emperor had something to do with it. Logically speaking, Shao Chun was qualified to know about this part of the past. Big Brother Dragon. The black-clad old man raised his head and looked at the old dragon horse. The old dragon horse nodded heavily before the black-clad old man said, "Back then, when the Qing Emperor returned to the Kunlun realm, the one who dealt the fatal blow was none other than the Thunder King." When Shao Chun heard this, he was startled. It was like a clap of thunder rang out in his mind. This was really something that he couldn't have imagined no matter what. Before the Thunder King disappeared, the Thunder King had been protecting Shao Chun, even going up against 3 primes for Shao Chun's king conferral ceremony. Although Shao Chun had not seen the Thunder King's true body, he had always respected this senior in his heart. Actually, you should be able to guess who was second only to the Qing Emperor 10,000 years ago. Who dared to make a move against the Qing Emperor? Furthermore, who was capable of dealing a fatal blow to the severely injured Qing Emperor? The black-robed old man said softly. Shao Chun remained silent, not daring to believe it. However, he simply could not think of any rebuttal. Disregarding emotional factors, the Thunder King was indeed the most likely candidate, if not for the fact that he had always existed. Why did the later generations hide that part of history? This had always been a mystery. It was because of the Thunder King's interference that this part of history was not passed down. The Thunder King had the ability and prestige to do so. The various holy lands did not dare to not give him face. Chapter 1507. After a while, Shao Chun recovered his wits from this news. He looked at the black-clad old man and asked, "The Thunder King should have his reasons for doing this, right?" The black-clad old man nodded and said, "The Qing Emperor entered the Tao as a demonic cultivator. How could ordinary people understand what he did? He provoked some irrelevant people who pointed fingers at him in secret and held a deep grudge against him. In the Martial God Palace, there are some clowns jumping around behind the Martial God Palace. I do not know how those people persuaded the Thunder King." Then the Thunder King dealt the Qing Emperor a fatal blow the moment he returned to the Kunlun realm. When Shao Chun heard the black-clad old man's words, he felt like laughing. However, he could not. Everything had 2 sides. One could not just listen to one side of the story. If one listened to the black-clad old man's words, the Qing Emperor was definitely a wise, decisive, tyrannical person, and a man of his word. Even though he entered the Tao as a demonic cultivator, in the eyes of the old man, that was just a Tao that ordinary people could not understand. However, in the eyes of outsiders, the Qing Emperor was no different from a demon, affecting the interests of many people. His arbitrary actions also dissatisfied many people and attracted a lot of hatred. One side was the artifact spirit of the Qing Emperor, and the other was a group whose interests were affected by the Qing Emperor. However, each side took half, which was more or less the truth. From a purely objective point of view, Shao Chun looked at it from an outsider's point of view. Neither side did anything wrong. Children understood the reason, and adults understood the pros and cons. Everyone just had their own desires. The Qing Emperor entered the Tao as a demonic cultivator. He walked the path of supremacy, killing decisively, and treating human lives like ants. The other party's interests were damaged, and for a long time, they did not dare to voice their anger. Naturally, they would beat the dog when it was down, cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. This seemed very normal, with nothing out of the ordinary. However, Shao Chun still had a question. Why did the Thunder King make a move? Could it be that the Thunder King thinks that the Qing Emperor is a great devil because he wants to get rid of demons? However, this was not normal. If there were no benefits involved, why would the Thunder King take such a risk? What benefits did the Thunder King seek? Although he was the palace master of Bushin Palace was actually in the hands of the 3 holy masters. The Thunder and Lightning Palace under Shao Chun's banner had always been on par with the Supreme Sky Sect. "Don't listen to him," the man in blue said. "We can't bear to see what the Qing Emperor did in the past. Although it is said that the fittest survive, there are always some basic principles in this world. But the Qing Emperor, The old dragon horse interrupted. Forget it. Don't say any more. You can keep asking about the Qing Emperor's matters. The past is already gone with the wind. You just have to remember not to walk down the same path as the Qing Emperor. Right. The Qing Emperor is a sinful person with a startling evil air. Even in the outside world, very few people are as sinful as him. Back then, he did not obtain the inheritance because of his sins, unable to walk out of the Kunlun realm. The girl in her prime said slowly, advising Xiao Chan not to think about this matter. Inheritance? At the mention of inheritance, Xiao Chan recalled that there did not seem to be any benefits from the blood-soaked dragon emperor's inheritance. The man in blue smiled and said, "No benefits? If it were another dragon emperor's inheritance, how could it help you break the restrictions and advance to veritable personage? You are a classic example of a well-fed man who does not know the suffering of the hungry. To become a god, one must first become a human. The veritable personage realm is an important dividing line on the path of the martial Tao. Who knows how many people have been stuck there? It is rare to see someone break through as easily as you did." Xiao Chen smiled and did not argue. The man in blue said that he was a well-fed man who did not know the suffering of the hungry. However, the man in blue did not know that the cultivators of the Kunlun realm suffered much more than the cultivators of the outside world. Along the way, Xiao Chen's life had hung by a thread many times. He had suffered in pain many times and risked his life many times. Furthermore, there was the Scarlet Emperor's Road, the 10,000 steps of the Emperor's Road. Each step was a calamity, and each step hurt his heart. However, Xiao Chen had never been willing to argue too much. The other party was also a senior. The old dragon horse said, "You still cannot come into contact with the blood-soaked dragon emperor's inheritance yet. However, he left some things in the Blue Dragon Palace. Do you want to go and take a look now?" "Not for now. I want to go to the Bright Moon Palace to take a look first and do my best to bring out the 3 holy lands." The old dragon horse said sullenly, "Right? That's good too. However, after this matter is over, you need to go to the Blue Dragon Palace's medicinal pool and soak in it to stabilize your cultivation. Otherwise, it will be problematic if your foundation is damaged." "Many thanks, Senior. I will definitely return safely." After walking out of the Blue Dragon Palace, Xiao Chan looked at the sky above. The heavy rain and strong winds had already scattered the dark clouds for 50 kilometers around. The clear sky was occupied by hazy blood-colored spiritual clouds. No light could be seen and no sun could be seen. After learning about the Dark Church's origins and how the Thunder King injured the Qing Emperor, Xiao Chan felt very depressed. The old dragon horse said that the past was gone with the wind. The past was already the past. However, Xiao Chan wanted to say that he was the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's reincarnation and had an inextricable connection to the Qing Emperor. The cause of the past resulted in today's results. Everything was not over yet. The past was gone with the wind. However, what was blown away was the autumn wind. What came in was an even colder east wind. Emo-chan walked over from afar. Xiao Chan collected his thoughts and asked, "Is there any news of Yu Bingyun?" Coincidentally, Yu Bingyun happened to be in Bright Moon City. After the Dragon's Gate was re-established, her relationship with the Lunar Palace improved significantly, so they frequently visited each other. "That is what I wanted to say. Bingyun just used a messaging token to contact me, telling me to bring the people of the Dragon's Gate and leave as soon as possible. The Lunar Palace seems to be unable to hold on. There is a total of 8 immortal statues surrounding Bright Moon City." Emo-chan said somewhat anxiously, "Before I could say anything about Big Brother Xiao returning, her messaging token shattered. I believe that she guessed that she was in the middle of the battle at that time." "Big Brother Xiao, are you going over immediately? You know what I mean." After saying that, Xiao Chun brushed past Emo-chan. When Emo-chan turned her head back, she could only see Xiao Chen's departing figure. "There's no need to worry. I will be back. If there are other people fleeing to the Dragon's Gate, just open the city gates. Heavenly Star Island will be fine." Heavenly Starry Ocean, Bright Moon City. This grandest city of the Heavenly Starry Ocean was currently suffering from a calamity. The Treasure Master seemed to know that the Lunar Palace was hard to deal with. The Treasure Master purposely sent 8 immortal statues. There were only 18 immortal statues in total, nearly half of them. The gargantuan immortal statues surrounded Bright Moon City. The island shattered, and Bright Moon City looked like a bright moon on the vast island. It bobbed up and down in the sea. A ring of gentle golden light encircled the entire city. From a distance it looked like a golden full moon. The four immortal statues continuously executed all sorts of magic skills at the ring of golden light, trying to break this barrier. Lightning, ice, and fire formed all sorts of mysterious phenomena. Sometimes they were huge hands holding up the sky. Sometimes they were ancient ferocious beasts. The Lunar Palace disciples in Bright Moon City and the cultivators fleeing here all panicked. Heaven-shaking noises resounded by his ears, reverberating endlessly. The city was flipped upside down, swaying left and right. The Lunar Palace disciples all performed their duties, doing their best to maintain the protective formation, not letting the magic skills of the immortal statues break the barrier. In the sky, the Bright Moon Empress, Yu Bingyun, and a group of Lunar Palace elders resisted the attacks of the four immortal statues. If not for them blocking the combined attacks of the 8 immortal statues, the barrier at the city gates would have broken long ago. Once the barrier broke, the 1 million cultivators in the city and the tens of thousands of Lunar Palace disciples would all die. Even further away, the black-clad people of the Treasure Master's residence rode many war chariots. They watched all this like tigers watching their prey. Once the city was broken, they would immediately charge in. The Holy Lands were all elite cultivators. Their chi and blood were flourishing, which would be useful for the blood sacrifice. Palace Master, we can't hold on much longer. These immortal statues do not know fatigue. They fought with us for a long time, but they do not show any signs of fatigue. A female Lunar Palace elder said with great difficulty, her complexion pale. The Bright Moon Empress frowned slightly. Although she still had some combat prowess, these elders could not hold on any longer. Without the help of these elders, the Bright Moon Empress was simply too much to handle the four immortal statues alone. Up in the sky, the colossal bodies of the immortal statues advanced boldly, forcing the Bright Moon Palace's people into a continuous retreat. Retreat to Bright Moon City. Seeing that defeat was imminent, the Bright Moon Empress shouted and sent out a vast bright moon, barely pushing back the four immortal statues, buying everyone a chance to retreat. Just at this moment, Mooncake Cloud's eyes lit up in excitement. She pointed into the distance and said, "Master, look!" The Bright Moon Empress looked in the direction Mooncake Cloud pointed and saw a white-clad silhouette at the limits of her vision. This person moved 50 kilometers with each step, appearing slow but actually urgent. Wherever he passed, the raging winds and roaring waves became tranquil beneath his feet. Chapter 1508. It's Xiao Chun. The Bright Moon Empress's eyes lit up. However, they soon dimmed. Even she found these immortal statues difficult to deal with. So what if Xiao Chun came? With 8 immortal statues, the Lunar Palace would not be able to escape this calamity. Xiao Chun is coming. Quick, stop him. At this moment, the Treasure Master's people also discovered the white-clad Xiao Chun slowly approaching from the sea. The cultivators controlling the immortal statues all sent their thoughts into the pearls in their hands. The 4 immortal statues chasing the Bright Moon Empress's group turned around and launched themselves at Xiao Chun. The 4 immortal statues turned around and charged over, standing side by side. They covered the entire sky, projecting a large shadow. The sky in Xiao Chun's world turned dark. Oh no! The expressions of the Bright Moon Empress, Yu Bingyun, and the others instantly changed drastically. 4 immortal statues attacked Xiao Chun at the same time. How could he resist? Bang! 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 However, the situation in the next moment exceeded everyone's expectations. 4 loud sounds rang out in an extremely short amount of time. They sounded like they rang out at the same time, ear-splitting and deafening. The 4 immortal statues that turned around and charged over each took a few steps back. With each step, huge waves surged up on the sea. A white figure appeared in front of the immortal statues. After Xiao Chun knocked back these 4 immortal statues, he flashed a few times and met up with the Bright Moon Empress's group. Xiao Chun, you. The Bright Moon Empress was incredibly shocked. She could knock back 4 immortal statues at the same time as well. However, she would need to use a killing move. She could not do it as casually as Xiao Chun. As she looked at the current Xiao Chun, she felt that he had gained an unfathomable air. Senior, let's return to the city and make preparations. Once you retreat to Heavenly Star Island, everything will be fine. Xiao Chen took a quick look. The moonlight-like golden barrier around Bright Moon City had already dimmed significantly. For the Lunar Palace disciples in the city to last until now, they were probably exhausted. Xiao Chen could not hold on for too long. He did not have the confidence to defeat all 8 immortal statues. They could only help delay all the immortal statues, and then help the Lunar Palace create an opportunity to retreat, doing their best to avoid casualties. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, he smiled and nodded to Yu Bingyun in greeting. Then he slowly moved back. With a flip of his body, he faced the 4 statues once more. This time he took the initiative. Heartbreak. Without much hesitation, Xiao Chen used his trump card against the immortal statues, the flawless saber technique's heartbreaking stance. This move specialized in breaking the enemy's new heart. It had a miraculous effect on the celestial statues whose weakness was their heart. The 7 deadly sins combined into one. Xiao Chen's heart split open, and intense pain spread throughout his body. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen sent out a saber light that many could not see. Kacha! The chest of the celestial statue that was struck instantly shattered, and a huge hole appeared in it. He staggered and fell from the sky into the sea, creating a huge splash. What's going on? The hidden cultivator controlling the immortal statues in the treasure master's residence was greatly startled. In his fluster, the treasure master no longer dared to let this injured immortal statue fight. He only used the other 3 immortal statues to surround and attack Xiao Chen. When the Bright Moon Empress, as well as the cultivators and Lunar Palace disciples on the city walls, saw this scene, they all felt excited. It's the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen. He is here. We are saved. Seeing Xiao Chen defeat the originally invincible immortal statues with one saber strike, hope appeared in these people's hearts. The Bright Moon Empress said decisively, "Let's go. Quickly return to the city and prepare to retreat to Heavenly Star Island." Originally, the Bright Moon Empress had her doubts about Xiao Chen's strength. After seeing this scene, the Bright Moon Empress trusted Xiao Chen unconditionally. Among the crowd, only Yu Bingyun saw the painful expression in Xiao Chen's eyes when he used this move. "Bingyun, let's go." Seeing that Yu Bingyun did not move, the Bright Moon Empress quickly said. Yu Bingyun recovered her wits and gave Xiao Chen a deep look before following her master into Bright Moon City. Whoosh! 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 Using his advantage in movement techniques, Xiao Chen moved quickly in the air and on the sea, dodging the attacks of the 3 immortal statues. He moved about freely amid the dense attacks of the immortal statues, appearing somewhat relaxed. Xiao Chen split off a portion of his consciousness to watch the 4 immortal statues continuously use all sorts of magic skills to attack Bright Moon City. He entered deep thought. Only Bright Moon City, with its deep accumulations, could withstand such attacks. If it were another holy land, they would only last for a while before breaking the city. However, no matter how deep their accumulations were, they would eventually run out. Xiao Chen had to think of a way to lure these 4 immortal statues over. Only then could he give Bright Moon City a chance to retreat. Otherwise, if the immortal statues kept attacking, there would be no way to retreat. When the heavenly snow divine flame appeared, it was like a small world with a cold wind blowing and snowflakes flying. Go! Xiao Chen waved his hand, and everywhere the heavenly snow divine flame passed, the sea froze. The cold chi spread out. Chi! Chi! The 4 statues in the distance instantly froze, unable to move. Damn it! The treasure master's residence's cultivator controlling the immortal statues discovered that this flame was extremely strange and extremely hard to eliminate. He could not help cursing. Without the attacks of the magic skills, Bright Moon City instantly turned quiet. Deafening rumbles echoed in everyone's ears. Let's go. The Bright Moon Empress looked gratefully at the white figure in the distance. Then, she used this opportunity to scatter the golden barrier protecting the entire city. She infused the energy of all the disciples into another formation. Boom! Bright Moon City soared into the air, flying through the clouds. What should we do? Bright Moon City flew away. The treasure master's residence's people panicked. The treasure master had designated the 3 holy lands as existences that had to be broken. Even after sending in 8 immortal statues, the lunar palace still managed to fly away. There was no way they could account for this. Capture Xiao Chen. He alone is enough. The leader looked at Xiao Chen with extreme hatred in his eyes. Crack. The 4 immortal statues sealed in ice finally expelled the heavenly snow divine flame from their bodies and regained their ability to move. When Xiao Chen saw this scene, he felt that it was unfortunate. If these immortal statues were alive, the effects of the rank 3 heavenly snow divine flame would be far more than that. However, this was fine as well. Xiao Chen had achieved his goal. Bright Moon City took this opportunity to leave, avoiding a calamity of destruction. Dong! 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 Loud sounds came from the surface of the sea. 7 huge immortal statues rushed towards Xiao Chen. The strong pressure turned into an overwhelming tsunami that pushed Xiao Chen into the air. Xiao Chen stood firmly on the tsunami, bobbing up and down along with it. Bright Moon City, which was quickly moving away in the clouds, looked like a bright moon, flickering in and out of existence. The lunar palace's people and countless cultivators stood on the city walls. As they looked at the white-robed bladesmen moving up and down on the top of the waves, they felt the back of the Blue Dragon King. Compared to the 7 immortal statues, the Blue Dragon King appeared faint and lonely. As Bright Moon City went further away, Xiao Chen's figure also vanished from these people's sight. However, that proud and aloof white figure at the top of the waves would forever remain in everyone's heart. Dao! Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes and shouted. Then he spread out all the great Dao energy behind him. A vast Dao might radiated from Xiao Chen's body, and the 7 immortal statues all paused in their steps. Dao! Xiao Chen shouted again, and his great Dao energy condensed into a point and soared up from behind him. A boundless light spread out from Xiao Chen's body, making him look like a powerful treasure saber. The Dao might soared again, becoming sharper and filled with sharpness. The 7 immortal statues trembled and took half a step back. The 7 deadly sins in Xiao Chen's hand turned into 7 beams of light and shot out. The great Dao energy behind him supported the 7 divine swords, making them boundlessly resplendent, illuminating the sea region for 5,000 kilometers around. The people in Bright Moon City, who had already retreated far away, were startled by this saber light and looked over. Chapter 1509. The 7 divine weapons containing great Dao energy all struck the chests of the immortal statues. Kasie. Cracks spread out from the chests of the immortal statues, and all the immortal statues were knocked back 100 meters. The 7 divine weapons were like toothpicks before such a huge statue. However, it was these 7 insignificant divine weapons that knocked the 7 immortal statues into the air. The 7 divine weapons inconceivably knocked the 7 immortal statues into the air, causing them to shatter into pieces. As Xiao Chen looked at the immortal statue's condition, he entered deep thought. Even after infusing great Dao energy into it, the immortal statue would not be able to withstand it. Even when he infused great Dao energy into them, he still struck the immortal statue's weakness. However, the effect was not as good as the heartbreaking stance. Clearly, the other party knew that the chest was the weakness of the immortal statues. Hence the defense was much stronger. Only a martial technique like the heartbreaking stance, which attacked from the inside, would be effective. Attacking from the outside would be extremely difficult. However, this was only what Xiao Chen thought. If others saw Xiao Chen knocking back the 7 immortal statues with one strike, they would definitely be shocked to the point of dropping their jaws. At the top of the waves, Xiao Chen soared into the air, and the 7 divine weapons quickly returned. Xiao Chen glanced at the treasure master's residence's war chariots in the distance. Then he wondered whether he should charge over or not. He glanced into the distance at the treasure master's residence's war chariots, wondering if he should charge over. Xiao Chen glanced at the treasure master's residence's war chariots in the distance. Then he wondered if he should charge over. It would be difficult to find the person controlling the statues in the war chariots. Instead, he would end up in the trembling of the 7 immortal statues. That would not be good. There were also the 2 holy lands, Zodiac Hall and Myriad Fiend Island, that he needed to save. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he left without hesitation, quickly flying towards the nearby Zodiac Hall. The treasure master's residence's cultivators watched as Xiao Chen left. However, they did not dare to give chase. In Zodiac Hall, a piece of news quickly reached the Holy Sun Chu Yang's hands. Master, good news! Good news! Chu Yang shouted excitedly as he barged into the cyclic astral palace's important place in joy. This was the seabed of the Star Palace that Xiao Chun had come to once before. There was the Yin Yang flame pool, and the Star Lord and a group of Star Palace elders were all gathered here. The Star Lord and the many elders all poured their primordial chaos power into the two flame pools. The origin power of the Star Palace's grand protective formation came from these two yin-yang flame pools. Right now, the four immortal statues were outside the Star Palace, using all sorts of great abilities to bombard the barrier protecting the sect. The upper echelons of the Star Palace didn't stop for even a moment. They continued to pour in their primordial mist power. This was to ensure that the sect protecting formation could continue to operate. But looking at the situation, the immortal statue's magic power was abundant, far surpassing that of these people. If they were to compete in terms of endurance, they probably wouldn't be able to compete at all. It was only a matter of time before the formation broke. The destruction of the Star Palace was inevitable. The higher-ups like them could still rely on their own strength to escape, but the weaker elders and disciples would not be able to escape. Most of them could not escape death and became sacrifices to the demonic god. Suddenly, he saw Chu Yang barging in and shouting. The group of elders immediately revealed displeased expressions. Chu Yang, didn't we say that this is an important place and not to casually enter? Can't you see that this is a life and death situation? How can we be distracted? The Star Lord, who was seated cross-legged in the air, opened his eyes, feeling somewhat fatigued. He said softly, "Elders, please calm down. Chu Yang, tell us what happened for you to be so agitated." Chu Yang calmed himself down and nodded. "Master, we just received news that the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chun delayed 8 immortal statues alone, successfully helping the Lunar Palace out of danger. Now, Bright Moon City has soared into the sky and is rushing towards Heavenly Star Island. I heard that Xiao Chun moved back to the Blue Dragon Palace. That place is currently the safest place in the Heavenly Starry Ocean." "How can that be?" The group of elders was incredibly shocked. When they heard this news, they nearly stopped what they were doing. "That's impossible. Just one immortal statue has the strength of a prime. Furthermore, this immortal statue has a huge fleshly body, and its movements are swift. It is not stiff at all, and it even possesses immortal arts and divine abilities. Yes, it must be a rumor. We must not believe in rumors at this time. No matter how powerful the Blue Dragon King is, it's impossible for him to hold up 8 immortal statues at once." Many of the elders had witnessed the strength of the immortal statues, so they remained cautious and refused to believe the news. Only a strange light flashed in the cyclic astral lord's eyes. It was sharp, but it disappeared in a flash. Just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked toward the entrance of the forbidden area. "Of course we don't have to believe in rumors, but if it's not a rumor, then we have to believe it." "Xiao." At the entrance of the forbidden ground, Xiao Chun, dressed in white, suddenly barged in and looked straight at the Star Lord. "Xiao Chun." The man in white who barged in was naturally Xiao Chun. Strangely enough, as soon as he arrived at the waters near the Zodiac Hall, the 4 immortal statues discovered him. The people of the Treasure Master's residence immediately retreated without fighting, quickly leaving. It was like they feared that they would lose more immortal statues if they fought with Xiao Chun. Before the people of the Cyclic Astral Palace could react to what was going on, Xiao Chun's arrival resolved the danger. Xiao Chun did not even make a move. With just one exchange, he scared away all these people. The people of the Treasure Master's residence should have already obtained Xiao Chun. The 8 immortal statues could not trap Xiao Chun. The 4 immortal statues could no longer trap Xiao Chun, so they might as well leave. That way they would not have to fight with Xiao Chun and lose an immortal statue. That would be too much of a heartache. After hearing Xiao Chun's explanation, the Cyclic Astral Palace elders all felt incredulous. However, as more and more news came, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Cyclic Astral Lord, those 4 immortal statues really fled in fear. The various palace masters are all confused and are asking for instructions on what to do next. The elders looked at the Cyclic Astral Lord, waiting for his decision. The cyclic astral lord said indifferently. Lift the highest state of alert and let the 36 cyclic astral palaces take turns to rest. After a pause, he looked at Xiao Chun and said, Interesting. You already surpassed Prime, right? Xiao Chun nodded and said, You can say that. The cyclic astral lord revealed an excited smile. It looks like my judgment is really accurate. The decision I made back then was completely correct. However, Xiao Chun did not have a good impression of the cyclic astral lord, so he was not willing to speak too much with him. The danger is not over yet. If the cyclic astral lord is trustworthy, you can get the sect cultivators to retreat to Heavenly Star Island. That place is absolutely safe for now. After saying that, Xiao Chun's figure flashed, disappearing from where he was. He had already left. The group of cyclic astral palace elders stared at each other in confusion. Chu Yang was completely distracted, feeling very complicated. No words could describe the bitterness in his heart. Naturally, the one in the best mood was the cyclic astral lord. Xiao Chun had surpassed Prime. His chances of leaving the land of exile had increased significantly. With the Oath Stone, the other party had to bring him out within 100 years. Pass down my orders. All sect disciples are to rush to Heavenly Star Island at full speed in half a day. The Star Lord really believes in him. A few elders were still somewhat doubtful. The cyclic astral lord glared at this person and said sullenly, Don't overthink it. This age is already his stage, just like the Qing Emperor from 10,000 years ago. If you don't believe him, there's no other way. When Xiao Chun arrived at the Demon Island, the same thing happened. Seeing that the Demon Island's enchantment was not broken before Xiao Chun arrived, the same thing happened. Under the control of the Treasure Master's residence, the 4 immortal statues quickly withdrew, no longer tangling with Xiao Chun. 2 days later, the news of the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chun successfully rescuing the 3 Holy Lands spread throughout the entire Heavenly Starry Ocean. Many sects were destroyed, and the cultivators fleeing in all directions went to Heavenly Star Island to seek refuge. As for the Treasure Master, for some reason the immortal statues no longer made a move. The immortal statues stopped attacking, giving the many Holy Lands disciples a rare chance to catch their breath. The various remnant factions headed for Heavenly Star Island, one after another. Heavenly Star Island immediately became the center of the oceanic world. Chapter 15:10. Since Xiao Chun saved the 3 Holy Lands, the remnant factions of the various Holy Lands and countless cultivators fleeing for Heavenly Star Island. The originally bloody Heavenly Star Island welcomed a temporary peace, gaining some time to catch a breather. However, everyone knew that this was just the calm before the storm. An even bigger storm was still slowly building up. The Treasure Master would not leave things at that. After all, the Treasure Master had taken the initiative to retreat from the Zodiac Hall and the 8 immortal statues on Myriad Fiend Island. No one knew what the Treasure Master's true intentions were, or what ulterior motives he had. On the secret island where the Treasure Master's residence was, religious buildings with dark colors and a dark style were erected all over the island. The walls of the black temples had strange pictures that had never appeared in the Kunlun realm before. Countless strange statues stood in a huge plaza in the center of the island. A mysterious black cave in the plaza had an endless stream of cultivators being used as sacrifices. Horrified screams came from the depths of the cave before coming to a sudden stop. This made everyone's hair stand on end, making them tremble in fear. The cave was actually an altar that no one had seen before. The Treasure Master silently watched the cultivators being pushed into the cave. Aside from the saber scar on his face, no one could see his true appearance. It was like he was shrouded in fog, just like his mysterious identity. From the start to the end, the Treasure Master's true appearance had always been a mystery. Many black-clad old men stood at the edge of the altar, mending the complicated patterns. As cultivators poured in endlessly, a huge black figure appeared in the sky above the altar. Whoosh! 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 Many figures descended from the sky and landed behind the Treasure Master. The young Treasure Master, Yiling, was among them. These were the Treasure Master's sons. However, they were adopted sons and not the real ones. Father, the strengthening of the immortal statues is complete. We can all use our magic treasures now. The young Treasure Master, Yiling, took a step forward, excitement flashing in his eyes. We can use our magic treasures now? The treasure master turned around. His tone revealed some interest as he said softly, "This group of people moves really fast. Let's go over and take a look." After he finished speaking, he opened his hands and a huge black screen enveloped everyone. Then a black light flashed. The next time the treasure master appeared, he brought his adopted sons to the Penglai Sea. Yes, the maintenance and repair of the deity statues were all done by the cultivators of the Penglai Sea. Using the puppet pearl to imitate and refine the pearl was also the work of this group of immortal cultivators. 17 immortal statues hovered above the vast sea. One by one, cultivators wearing magic robes and stepping on all kinds of magic treasures flew around the immortal venerable. From time to time, a ray of spiritual light would shoot out and enter the statue. After experiencing the great battle, the immortal statue was completely renewed, becoming even more powerful. "Martial Granduncle, the treasure lord is here." A disciple quickly flew to an old man and bowed respectfully. This old man was the only remaining immortal venerate Yun Chan of the Penglai Sea. He was famous for his alchemy, and his alchemy fire had reached the pinnacle. His attainments in artifact forging were also quite deep. Naturally, the task of repairing the immortal statues was left to him. Hearing that the treasure lord had arrived, helplessness flashed on immortal venerate Yun Chen's face. Then, he waved his hand and dismissed the disciple. Then, he turned into a beam of flowing light and arrived at the transportation formation of the Penglai Sea. "Fellow Taoist Yun Chan, I heard that the immortal statues can already use magic treasures. I have to credit you for this." The treasure lord smiled as he flew out of the transportation formation and greeted immortal venerate Yun Chan. Immortal venerate Yun Chan did not say much. "Come with me." The group followed immortal venerate Yun Chan and arrived at the place where the 17 immortal statues were. Immortal venerate Yun Chan waved his hand, and the immortal cultivators around the immortal statues immediately scattered. Only the 17 immortal statues remained standing in the sea, looking at the group with cold gazes. The statues gave off heavy immortal might. Even though they had been dead for millions of years, the might of these statues still made one's heart palpitate. It was hard to imagine how strong they were when they were alive. It was even harder to imagine what kind of enemy could make such strong immortals unable to escape death in the end. As an immortal cultivator, immortal venerate Yun Chan felt very complicated as he stood before these immortal statues. Only when the treasure lord revealed a displeased expression did immortal venerate Yun Chan recover his wits. Then he took out the puppet pearl, and a beam of spiritual light shot out. Boom! An intense light burst out of the statues. The treasure lord's adopted sons were all knocked back. Only the treasure lord and immortal venerate Yun Chan managed to remain safe. The treasure lord's face, which others could not see clearly, revealed a satisfied smile. An ancient magic treasure flew out of every immortal statue. There were flying swords, war banners, bells, ancient mirrors. Not bad. With these magic treasures, the combat prowess of the immortal statues increased by more than 50%. Oh, by the way, have you thought of a way to make up for the weakness in the heart? Immortal venerate Yun Chan shook his head and said, "There is no way around that. That move of the Blue Dragon King is an attack that comes from the inside. No matter how the exterior is strengthened, there is no way to avoid that move." The treasure lord frowned and said, "How troublesome. Fortunately, he does not dare to use that move casually. Let's leave it at that then." "Father, when are we going to make our move and capture that group of people from Heavenly Star Island in one fell swoop?" The young treasure master Yi Ling asked as he stepped forward. The treasure lord looked at the immortal statues and replied casually, "There's no rush. Use the treasure pearls first and familiarize yourselves with how to control the immortal statues and use the magic treasures." After the treasure lord left, immortal venerate Yun Chan went to the waist of a spirit mountain in the Penglai Sea. A cultivator lived there. In a place where everyone in the Penglai Sea was immortal cultivators, this cultivator who was not from the treasure lord's residence was very different. This person looked very old and haggard. He looked very dispirited. However, he had a resounding name, Xie Changtan. That was right. This person was the good friend of the Thunder King back then. After the Thunder King died, he founded the Eternal Heavenly Sword School, Xie Changtan. This was the person that Xiao Chun once searched for. As Xiao Chun guessed, He was indeed in the Penglai Sea. He left? Xie Chongtian did not say who he was. However, Immortal Venerate Yun Chan knew that Xie Chongtian was referring to the Treasure Lord. He left. Just like before, he is still unfathomable. He did not notice that you did something to him, right? It is not easy to hide from him. Xie Chongtian sipped on his wine, as though he was talking about something insignificant and trivial. Immortal Venerate Yun Chan said. He won't. I am the only Immortal Venerate left in the world. No one can detect what I want to hide. No matter how strong he is, he will not discover it. Ha ha ha. You are crazy. For the sake of saving the Penglai Sea, 2 Immortal Venerates did not hesitate to die, seeking the ghost Immortal Tao. However, you are personally sending the entire Penglai Sea to its grave. Xie Chongtian took a large gulp of wine and guffawed somewhat crazily. He seemed drunk and sober at the same time. Immortal Venerate Yun Chan looked at this pitiful person and said sullenly, "Actually, I always wanted to know why he did not kill you. Instead, he wasted so many resources to help you extend your life." Xie Chongtian smiled and said, "It's fine. There is no harm in telling you. In any case, the situation is already set. He no longer cares about anything else. This is because in this world only I have seen his true appearance. Only I know who he is. If he kills me, this news will spread to the entire world. However, it does not matter. Even if his identity is exposed now, it will not change anything. The situation is already set. The destruction of the Kunlun realm cannot be changed. What you are doing is pointless." Immortal Venerate Yun Chan took a sip of wine and remained silent, not objecting. Those who had not seen the Treasure Master's true strength would never know how strong he was. Sky Dome Realm, Ancient Desolate Land, Hidden Dragon Lake. Chu Chaoyun, who wore the uniform of the Tianwu dynasty's royal clan, looked at the empty grave of the Tianwu emperor without saying anything. After helping Xiao Chun in the Kunlun realm, Chu Chaoyun brought the Sky Dome heart to this place, where he had stayed until now. Chu Chaoyun was not here to reminisce. He did not have a good impression of the first-generation Tianwu emperor at all. That first-generation Tianwu emperor was a sinner in Chu Chaoyun's heart, an enemy that he wanted to get rid of even if he did his best. The first-generation Tianwu emperor clearly possessed overwhelming strength. However, after establishing the Tianwu dynasty, he left, not caring about anything. To Xiao Chun, the Tianwu dynasty was just like a toy in a game. Even if he knew that the dynasty was destroyed, he would not be able to do so. Even if he knew that the dynasty was destroyed, all the members of the royal clan would die a miserable death without exception. What was the point? Since he did not put in the effort, why bother creating a dynasty? Did he not know the disaster that the destruction of the dynasty would bring to the royal clan? That kind of pain and torture, the sorrow of hiding in the dark like a mouse, the other party would never understand. Chu Chaoyun would never know that there was a person. Since he was young, people told him that he was the last bloodline of the Tianwu emperor in the Sky Dome realm. As such, he received all sorts of inhumane training. Hatred burned in Chu Chaoyun's heart like fire. 2 beams of light, one black and one white, quickly flickered around his body. Black lines appeared on Chu Chaoyun's face, looking like demonic lines. These were the negative effects of the clash between light and darkness. The pain that came from cultivating the state of primal chaos far surpassed the imagination of ordinary people. Darkness and light were the 2 most opposing attributes in the world. Every time they clashed, the pain they brought could make one wish for death. Chu Chaoyun closed his eyes. After a while, the black lines on his face slowly receded. When he opened his eyes again, he revealed a calm and carefree smile. Actually, most of the time Chu Chaoyun did not care about anything. He was a forgetful person in the first place. Whoosh! Many figures descended from the lake above. All the influential people of the Tianwu dynasty's remnant races appeared. If cultivators of the other Sky Dome realm were here, they would be greatly astonished. These people were all major characters of the Sky Dome realm. Young Master Senior Lung Yu sent news. The 18 demon monarchs received orders from the Dark Church's Churchmaster, and are all on standby. They will enter the Kunlun realm with just one command. Chu Chaoyun nodded to indicate his understanding. Very good. Continue to wait for orders. When they make their move, we will make our move as well. After a pause, Chu Chaoyun suddenly added, "Don't touch the Shao clan's people. Kill all the other factions who block you. Once we make our move, we need to occupy the Sky Dome realm in the shortest time possible."